What's going on, Summoners? Welcome to the wildrift Summoner Series kickoff, brought to you by Wisdom Gaming and Nerd Street. I'll be your play-by-play caster for the day. You can call me Kangas, and I'm joined by the one and only AlkBattery. And Alk, we've known each other for about 2 years, and this is our first time actually casting together. I'm excited, man.
Oh, it's been a long time coming. We got really close doing some Summoner's Rift stuff on PC, but I'm glad to be here and glad to start it off on, basically the beginning of some North American awesome talent here.
Exactly. This is the first day of the Summoner Series, and there's a lot to cover, so let's get right into it, Alk, because there's about to be a lot of words on your screen. I just want you to bear with me. We are on the far left. Look at that column. First circuit right now. We're leading up with 2 qualifiers into the first major for the first prize pool. And right now we're going through an event that will cover the first 4 to qualify for that first major.
Yeah, and next week as well, you'll also be able to top 4 qualify into that first major, which is August 7th and 8th. Top 4 of that go into the second major. And you can get $10,000 prize pool, and that goes for every single major going forward. Second, third, and then again, you're looking at that NA Regional Championship, $70,000, and even a last chance qualifier for top 2 to get in.
Exactly, a lot on the line. So this is the event as a whole. When you look at this, is going to cover multiple months. This is just the kickoff here at the end of July, but it will be going all the way through early October. So let's take a closer look at what the teams are competing for. Not just the glory, but also a $100,000 total prize pool between the 3 majors and the championship. This is the most money that we've had in North American Wild Rift for esports, and I just think it's so cool that we're getting money in the scene, and this is getting orgs to join in, getting players to take this game seriously and start competing against those European players that have had way too many tournaments already.
Yeah, Origin Series was earlier today. They have like 32 teams, and some of them look really, really scary, and I'm a little bit afraid, but glad that, we see Wisdom and Nerd Street teaming up together to help North America really start to cultivate that talent.
Yeah, we got to start cultivating that now, everybody. Get the gears turning, because there's international competition coming up in the future. But before that, let's talk about the teams who will be competing today, Alk. We got our first 4 groups on the screen right now. Now, something to note, based on seeding, some of these teams will have buys. So on this screen currently, what are the teams standing out to you as ones that we need to be looking out for?
Yeah, Group 1 and Group 3 are super doomed if you're not Cloud9 or 30K. You're looking at these 2 teams coming in from an outside perspective. Cloud9, they're fielding a brand new roster almost, but the most name value, I would think, out of everybody in this tournament. And all it takes is 2 wins, and you're into that top 16. So both of these teams are looking rather hot.
And 30K as well, with a lot of previous mobile players on their roster. Yes. Got to watch out for them. But now, taking a look at groups 5 through 8. This is where we don't have as many buys in these groups. So what does that mean for us, Alk?
It just means that these groups are going to be tighter and knit in terms of quality of games. We're probably going to get a lot more of these 3-game series in our best of 3s. And especially when we look at group 7 through 8, I'm looking at teams that are going to be very, very neck and neck when you're trying to race for that for those 2 wins.
Yeah, you got to get 2 in order to make it out of your group. That's just how the format happens in the Swiss with the groups of 4. And speaking of Group 7, we have that coming up here, Alec. We're ready to get going for the Summoner Series here. Let's take a look at the group that we'll be watching first. Team Snow, Haters, Diamond Hands, and Dojo Ninjas. Now, I can't tell. Okay, Dojo Ninjas do in fact have a graphic, though. You can see that on the bottom right. I was worried that they didn't submit one in time, so they just got a black circle. But yeah, we have this group that we'll be taking a look at first, and we will have Team Snow up against Dojo Ninjas first.
Yeah, for everybody at home who's watching, in terms of the broadcast, we're going to be cycling through a ton of groups here. So, like you were saying, our first group here, Group 7, Team Snow with Taki, Savior, Sin, Jiggy, and Woo. This is a huge change for them. They've got a new top laner and a substitute for their AD. We'll see if they'll play throughout the tournament today. But talking to their coach, they were looking at, hey, we really wanted to play with our top laner, but uneligible due to having a student visa in North America, not being a permanent resident. So he's been on the team. They've been on the team for 2 or 3 weeks. Should be, kind of integrated within it, but still can be some kind of some upsets potentially.
But it sounded like you also, when you were chatting with the coach, that they mentioned that their 80 carry sub, High Don't Hurt Me, has only been playing with the team for about 5 days. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, 5 days. So if we see them, it might be a little bit of a scrappy bot lane.
All right, we'll see what happens there. And then you also had a chance to talk with Dojo Ninja's coach, Gonzo. And is this confirmed? This is the first tournament that this team is actually competing as a 5-man roster.
Yeah, Gonzo, their top laner, he said, look, we wanted to play under a different team. Some things happened with management. We needed to disband. They moved on over to Dojo's Ninjas, and this is their first time as a team. So we were looking at this tournament as, is it going to be the big orgs versus the 5 friends in a dream? And Dojo's Ninjas seems to be the ones they're locking arms and walking right into the ocean for this first game.
Right into the big ocean of other competition in Wild Rift right now. And I love that's still where we're at for Wild Rift right now. We don't have these leagues set up, these big long-term tournaments. Nope. It really is just, hey, you can join a Discord. You can find friends to just make a team together and sign up for events just like this. Speaking of, we do still have qualifiers going throughout next month. You still can qualify. You can, if you want to get a team together, you can qualify for one of these tournaments as well. So make sure that you're checking out Twitch chat, checking out the website too to figure out how to go through that whole process, because all the teams here had to go through that same process too. But there's a lot of prize money on the line for this tournament. Again, $10,000 at the end of the first 2 qualifiers going into that major one. If we had to determine a favorite right now, I know it's still early. We were talking about Cloud9 30K. Is it going to be one of those? And if so, which one do you think is edging out currently?
Yeah, I would say off of just pure experience and looking at the Cloud9 roster versus the 30K roster and just looking at the field as a whole, I would say 30K actually have a ton of experience backing them up. Almost all of them have been MVPs in their roles looking back at Arena of Valor, and a lot of them have experience in multiple different titles. So when I look at this team, I think that they've been together for a little bit less time than maybe Cloud9, but even their roster is pretty new for the most part.
Yeah, and again, the reason we highlight this team is because all of the players have experience, but we are expecting players across the board to have experience. A lot of people came to Wild Rift from other mobile MOBAs. So if you want us to highlight any of your teams, any players on your teams, my Twitter DMs are open at kangascasts, so you can shoot me a DM. Let us know a little bit about your team. We try to reach out to everybody. I know, Alk, you were trying to get some quotes from somebody from every team. So if you want us to highlight you on the broadcast, either reply to Alk, you can reach out to me as well, because we love to hear your experiences and where you're coming from as players. With that being said, though, we are ready for Team Snow versus Dojo Ninjas to kick us off our first match of the Summoner Series here, Alk. So pick and ban up on the table right now. Team Snow will be on the blue side, Dojo Ninjas on the red. So let's start thinking about predicting what should be taken off the table, because each team does get 3 bans in this format. From your opinion, what are the must-ban champions?
Yeah, right now, as a big Lucian player, that champion needs to be gone. 3-way flex. Gragas as well can be played with Senna in the bot lane. And just in general, I think personally, Lee Sin has been so dangerous. Not only on this patch, but just in general, throughout Wild Rift's history. Has a freeform dash, can just permanently spam gank. And that Dragon's Rage is truly game-changing.
He's like, he activates at level 1. Like, from level 1 up until level 15, it doesn't matter. He will stomp you no matter what. But we're seeing a lot of focus instead on more of these Baron lane focused champions with the Malphite. Camille is still kind of flex. I've seen a little bit of her in the jungle role on a couple of the past patches. But both of those being the primary focuses from these teams. It kind of makes sense. If you have a new top laner for Team Snow, Toki coming in, only playing with the team for a couple weeks, try and get them off of their comfort champs.
Yeah, take away some of these carry tops. I was looking at this roster and looking at a bunch of rosters. I'm thinking, there's a lot to do in top lane. You have Fiora, who's very strong. Garen is still playable. We just saw Singed earlier. So there is so much diversity up in that lane that I'm always interested to see what the Baron lane brings.
You can have AP, AD, tanks, bruisers, fighters, pretty much every single type of champion up there. But Team Snow, they're focused on some of these enchanters, taking Seraphine off the table. Can be played in the support role. Honestly, either of the dragon lane positions, and even a little bit in the mid lane. So there's just so much flexibility overall in Wild Rift. That's one of the biggest differences between Wild Rift and League PC, is that in League PC, there are flex picks, but in Wild Rift, it almost feels like every champion outside of certain AD carries can be a flex pick. But there we go. We do get the Lee Sin ban like you were hoping for.
Good. Speaking about flexibility, there is also just some abilities. I know we were talking about this earlier off camera before the show, but having some abilities in PC would be so much better than considered what we get at Wild. I mean, Luxalt, I know Smacks was talking about it. Luxalt has been his big favorite, it being global on Wild Rift. That needs to come to PC fast, just as soon as possible, please.
I'm still saying Teemo. If we could just get the Wild Rift Teemo in League PC,
tumble,
I know
yes.
it would make a lot of people upset. I understand that, but as a semi-proficient Teemo player myself, I think it'd be really fun. And now that I've made everybody in Twitch chat hate me, let's catch up on what happened elsewhere in the bans. Team Snow taking away that Garen pick, like you were saying, stalwart in the top lane. Not a lot of champions can answer him in that Baron position here. So Dojo Ninjas will get the final ban now before we see what Team Snow wants to prioritize as their first pick. Notably, Lucian still currently on the table.
Yeah, Lucian, Gragas, you have a lot of AD junglers as well. Xin Zhao. Okay, so Galio getting banned has been very popular in the SEA region, has been played a lot in the mid lane, but I know TJ and Sam, they just did a video talking about Galio support. It is so busted. We have gotten like 15 plus wins in a row with it. You build boots.
In a row?
Righteous Glory. Yes, in a row.
Wow.
He did. Yeah, literally, it was like he went through the match history on his screen and it's just green everywhere. I got so much LP. It was the fastest way to hit Emerald this season. It's so disgusting.
All right, well, let's see what Team Snow decides to prioritize since Galio is not on the table. They do lock in the Ziggs.
Okay. Takes control of the mid lane, has a decent matchup into a ton of matchups. I'm thinking TF is really going to have a hard time showing up in this one, and especially if you start to snowball, you can take turrets incredibly fast, get that gold lead off to a really nice start. So wonder what Snow are going to continue on here. Dojo have a few answers that I'm thinking of, but it's going to be kind of up in the air. They lock in the Brahma and the Gragas.
Interesting. Usually I like the Gragas early on in the draft because it's flexible. You're not showing what your support is going to be yet. Gragas can be played in solo lanes or the jungle and the support role, but when you're locking in that Braum with it too, now it's like, okay, well, we know it's not going to be a support Gragas, and we know that that will be a defensive support here for Dojo Ninjas. So Team Snow's answer, they go with an Enchanter, they go with the Nami, and a J4.
Yeah. I was thinking before all of this, a couple patches ago, I know the meta was huge around finishing Redemption first. I know Smacks and me, when we were playing, trying to grind through ranked, it was rush Redemption and just never lose a lane trade ever again. So Team Snow trying to opt into that. And it's a good matchup versus Braum as well. So looking forward to what they can do with that.
Probably one of Braum's roughest matchups, honestly, because Nami will just provide consistent poke damage on you, and you only have that shield up every like 13 seconds. I'm trying to remember what the cooldown is at level 1, but it's going to be paired with the Ezreal, so a very defensive bot lane from Dojo Ninjas. They're not only going with the defensive support, but also an AD carry that can play very back, very safe, and Team Snow doubling down on damage, locking in Varus and Aurelia.
Okay, so a lot of this is predicated on poke. Jarvan has a huge role to play in this team, because now you're not only waiting for him to engage, but Varus can apply some tools. This Aurelia is kind of the linchpin for all of this. If Aurelia is not fed, this Snow team may fall apart at the seams.
They have a lot of combo with the engage of the J4 plus the Ziggs. Nami can honestly throw that in as follow-up engage too, and then the range engage from Aurelia and Varus. Team Snow, if they find these team fights the way that they want to, Dojo Ninjas has to be careful, and they're going with the Rammus lock-in. So much tankier team from Dojo Ninjas trying to absorb the pretty much full damage that Team Snow drafted.
Yeah, I like Team Dojo, some of these picks. I think Akali's going to have a little bit of a rough time versus Ziggs. It is just, as soon as that matchup comes out, you press E on Ziggs, and her whole shroud is basically useless. Now she's walking into bombs. You can track her through it. It's really nice. The bot lane will not have a ton of priority, and this Gragas and Rammus are going to be going in, and I don't know if all of Dojo's ninjas want to kind of follow up and do the same.
Yeah, it feels like the Braum and Ezra are more kite-back champs, less dive in with the engaged champs. So maybe this Ezreal can just provide some poke from a distance while the Braum keeps them safe from the Aurelia. That's really like the big threat that will be trying to jump on top of that Ezreal. But Team Snow, they can just focus on the front line first, which means that Red Ninja is going to be very, very, important for the draft, but also in a dangerous position because he's going to be face tanking pretty much everything during these fights, and also got the primary engage tool for Dojo Ninjas. So who are we favoring more here, though? I mean, they stylistically kind of butt heads on what they want to do, so who edges out?
So if we are looking at an even game state, which in Wild Rift doesn't tend to happen all that much because one team usually just it's pretty fast paced. I will say there are a ton of tools here for Dojo's Ninja when it comes to team fights. You have things that can disengage when they're going for a dive. When you look at this, Aurelia wants to go in, Jarvan wants to go in, Nami can help kind of sync that up with them, but Gragas ultimate can cause a lot of chaos, can do similar things to like that Dragon's Rage from Lee Sin that we were talking about, and Akali under turret with her stealth should be safe enough with an Ezreal, can provide some interesting kind of dynamics when it comes to teams. So locking down this Akali is going to be massive, and it feels like solo lanes are going to have a much bigger presence in this game than maybe we might expect in some other series.
Especially the Baron lane. I'm looking at this Aurelia versus the Gragas matchup. I think that if Team Snow can get this Aurelia offline early, it's just game over for Dojo Ninjas, because the Ziggs Varus poke along with the engage tools of the J4, the Ziggs follow-up, the Nami follow-up, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough for Team Snow. But it looks like we actually had misinput on the draft, because that's not a Gragas top lane. It's Gragas in the jungle, or actually Vi in the jungle with the Gragas top lane, not the Rammus.
Okay, awesome. I was question mark pinging the Rammus. I thought Rammus had some interesting interactions with Aurelia and with Varus, but hey, Vi gives you that necessary engage, and so now I think that brings Dojos to a much more cohesive composition where they want to go for those team fights.
I like it a lot more, honestly, because the Rammus can engage, but you can't really get onto the backline. It's tough. You need your ultimate up, but Vi can threaten backlines much earlier on, and even level 5 can threaten them much harder than a Rammus can, because you also provide some kill pressure. So that means that now Varus going to have to be very careful here, because that Vi will have your number. So if we're expecting early action, where do we think we're going to see it, as both junglers are already going for their clears?
Yeah, it looks like on opposite sides of the map. For Snow, they want to go and try and get this Aurelia off to an early start, get her in control of the lane. And you see Vi making that path towards bot side. You talked about it just now. They want to try and impact this Varus and Nami. They want to make them go down a little bit, because Ezreal and Braum, not always known for having a ton of priority in lane, and could try to make use of it if they're going to overextend for some turret damage.
But Braum does provide good follow-up engage, and that's the thing about Vi jungle, is she can kind of provide her own engage. So level 3, going to go for the blue buff instead of the dive bot side. It is in a lane state that Red Ninja could look for, but look at the mid lane here. Akali getting just chunked out by the Ziggs.
Yeah, and look at what Sin is doing now. I love this move. They got some early wards, and so they'll now see that Jarvan has already finished the first scuttle camp compared to Red Ninja, and now he just gets double scuttled. So Red Ninja can't even walk into the river, lose out a ton of gold. And with that mid priority and what we're seeing so far from the jungle, Snow are off to a really nice advantage.
And that also means that Dojo Ninjas will not get the gank bot side, because there's also all these wards down here to spot if Red Ninja would look for that. So Red Ninja just decides to path back towards the top side, I suppose. Maybe go through mid. He's going to be spotted no matter where this jungler goes. So that means that Snow have a lot of information to play with.
It's so hard to play jungle and even just try to play a roaming champion in general when they're basically playing without fog. The good thing here, I think, for Dojo's Ninjas is they'll have time to farm. Yes, their jungle will be down a little bit of EXP and gold, but I mean, as long as they're clearing camps, they can stay about on par and on parity with their counterpart.
Yeah, look at the gold currently, though. We do see a 1.4k lead for Team Snow here. We can actually take a look at that lower third again, so we can see who has the gold, because I didn't get a good look. The junglers actually aren't that different, but actually we'll have to catch up on that, because Xavier was looking for it on Red Ninja, not going to find it. All right, thank you, observers. So if we're looking at this critically, there's a small lead on the 80 carry, top lane as well. It looks like just kind of little leads, but the big one's the mid lane right here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that. The Ziggs right now is sitting comfortably 600 gold, is able to finish off their lost chapter and a boot upgrade. So Ziggs is laughing all the way to the bank right now. You will always have push into Akali, and the big thing for Dojo's Ninjas, how do they impact some of these lanes? Because Jarvan is going to continue to scale. We'll have to see if he's going to go for the bruiser build or for the full tank build. But, I mean, at this point, you see now Ziggs pushes in the lane, has priority, can then move over and throw that Mega Inferno Bomb. I assume with this reset, Snow, they're going to go for a reset. They're going to redeploy out onto the map, and this dragon should be theirs.
17 seconds till it spawns. That could be the focus from both of these teams. Yeah, we do see Ziggs going for a reset. The dragon lane did as well, and they're running right for that dragon. Oh, and this is a really rough reset. from Dojo Ninjas. They're not going to be back at that Dragon Pit by the time it spawns, so Snow could start it up if they want to right away. They shove in the bottom lane, and now they're dropping wards down. They're trying to spot Dojo Ninjas on their approach.
Yeah, take a look at this. Look at how they warded already. They even, they sent Xavier to fix the bot wave, and I love the use of Ziggs here. It's so smart. You put down the bombs, you choke out this part of the map. So watch for this engage. They may go for this, may just cancel it.
They can't. Like, look at the Nami bubble, the Ziggs ultimate. Now Snow could actually look for an engage because they've already poked out members of Dojo Ninjas. Chains of Corruption, plus the engage, the Nami knockup. Orphan and Enzio in a lot of trouble here. The arrow gets first kill to Team Snow.
Okay, Dojo's Ninjas, what are we doing, guys? They might even go for re-engage.
Red Ninja's dead too. Aurelia picks up the kill, roamed all the way down. The Dragon picked up and 2 kills to Team Snow.
That is just disaster now. They've exploded to a 4,000 gold lead, and I think now with this next winning wave coming up and with Ziggs there, they're going to get a ton of gold. I love the lane assignments here now. Took an early roam from top lane. Xavier gets some alone time in the mid lane. I mean, Dojo's Ninjas, I think they got caught a little bit unawares. They were a little bit dizzy from that play. They wanted to contest for the Drake. They lost a ton of gold in lane. And now they've given up all these kills. This gold is going to continue to explode here for Team Snow.
They lose a turret. Like, the Ziggs takes these so fast. You talked about that in the pick and ban. Expectations for the mid lane Ziggs. It isn't necessarily taking the mid turret first. It's just shoving out mid turret and then roaming and getting turrets elsewhere around the map. As we look at the gold, massive lead right now to Team Snow. They're 6K ahead. We already have a completed item here on Aurelia.
If you're Team Snow right now, if you're watching Team Snow, do not take financial advice from them right now. They have somehow found a way to flip 1,000 gold into 6,000.
Well, shouldn't you take financial advice? That sounds amazing.
We legally cannot give financial advice. Just, I want to make sure that everybody at home is covered just in case. But Rift Herald is spawning. Oh wait, they just took the blast cone.
Do they want to go for this? Red Ninja trying to hard force the engage. Braum ultimate goes out too, but they just don't have the follow up. They will take down one, but Aurelia with the reset, massive damage. Snow don't even lose a member. And Dojo Ninjas just get completely wiped. That was such a one-sided affair, and that means Rift Herald will be picked up by Snow.
That was clinical from Snow, and honestly, a few mistakes coming out from Dojo Ninjas. Obviously, the biggest one is just using that blast cone over. Has to either force the summoner out, which doesn't even have flash, so at that point, too many members are too far. And I think even at this point, we're at 11,000 gold, and it's only 6.5 minutes. Kind of what we expected coming into the early stages of a GSL group, but damn, that's explosive.
It is explosive indeed, and keep in mind what we know about Team Snow. They have a new top laner that had to join in a couple weeks before this event, so hasn't had that much time to actually practice with the team, and is already, roaming around the map, getting lead slightly in lane, but joining up with the rest of the team. Clearly they're communicating, clearly they're comfortable together.
Exactly. I mean, I will say it is definitely much easier to play a game when you're just this far ahead. Toki did obviously have some really great roams in that early game when we saw them roam to bot lane. Very impressive there, but I'm still looking to see some adversity.
Chains of Corruption sets up by the Varus on a killing spree, and even the Nami ultimate hits poor little Braum. Enzio 004 will go down. Who picks it up? It's Varus again. Jiggy getting absolutely fed in this game.
Now there's a Rift Herald. Kangas, this is just doomed. There's a solo kill.
Turret.
That's a solo kill.
Wow.
Hey, awesome.
Ragus solo killing the Aurelia. It looked like Toki was trying to dive the top turret.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a nice consolation prize there for Dojo's Ninjas. They'll get this inhibitor. Ziggs can just come over and press, throw down the satchel bomb. Should just be going down here. And then they have an Ocean Drake spawning now as well. So they really want to. They can continue to compound their lead. Big looks now for their solo lanes. How do Dojo's Ninjas come back at a pretty massive deficit?
I mean, honestly, at this point, you can't come back unless you just find crazy Hail Mary plays. Or if Snow just starts to throw. Like, when you see an 11k gold lead at 8.5 minutes, this is most of the time where in your ranked games, you'll just give up and say, nope, we're just going to FF and just save the time. Because there's so little chance of you actually coming back from it. But in these competitive settings, you have to stay engaged. You have to keep your head in the game and figure out how you can possibly do it. And Aurelia just gets a double kill. 1v2 top lane.
All right, well, it looks like Baron lane is the place to be.
Yeah.
Baron lane is the place to be right now, it seems. There is just constant action there. They're going to try to siege onto this next turret. I'm looking at Snow, and I really think it's such an interesting build. I've been seeing some different builds for Jarvan in particular. Xavier has started off with Bramble into Guardian's Angel, making sure that they will not die.
First.
Exactly. There's been redemption builds as well for Jarvan, so a ton of interesting stuff there. There's a team fight here. We're going in.
Ninjas trying to start up a fight, trying to defend their inhibitor turret. They lose their Braum for it. Unfortunate right there. Valiant effort, but with Super's bot side, this could be a pre-12-minute game, Alk. I mean, Snow are just looking dominant.
They might even just double the amount of gold that Dojo Ninjas have across the board. They're at 40,000. It's 17,000 gold. It's 6,000 more, and you now officially will have just more gold than them. The Baron's coming up. That should just be their next objective. Unless Dojo Ninjas somehow grab it, I don't even think that Elder objective will save them. It'll maybe kind of slow down the pace at which Snow is going at, but it's a huge ask.
Flash out from Red Ninja preemptively against the J4. You want to save that till he ults, because then you at least get that ult cooldown, but no flash on Vi now. If Red Ninja goes in for the steal, you're not coming back out. And look at the Ziggs damage! Absolutely insane! Baron's still up, though. Snow's focusing on it, but they can also just literally one-shot everybody. Toki onto the back line. Aurelia is a monster right now. As Xavier chases down on the Orphan, Ezreal and Braum in full retreat, but they got nowhere to run to. At Team Ace, 5-for-0, second of the game, and that's just going to be it. Super's bot lane. That's game one, pre-11 minutes. Team Snow making a statement to start off the Summoner Series.
Okay, and look at that. Like you were saying, we got pre-12 minutes. There was no need to get 3 Drakes, 4 Drakes. Team Snow with an absolute dominating victory. And now coming into game 2, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on how Dojo Ninjas can adapt in the series. That was pretty one-sided. The draft was we can leave the draft for right now, but I mean, just every single lane won, and drafting these losing lanes definitely did not help.
And it was the early play on the bottom side where Ziggs just went towards the dragon. You saw the zoning that this composition provided. Ziggs bombs, Nami bubble, Nami ultimate. Like, Dojo Ninjas could not even approach that dragon. They were trying. Vi was like looking for the engage opportunity, but there's no way that you're getting through all that poke that this composition drafted. So I think that going into game number 2, Dojo Ninjas need to seriously consider banning away some of these poke champs, or at least finding better options into them. Because theoretically, like, Vi Braum works in a poke comps, but you have to actually approach correctly.
I was going to say, Kangas, you're a big fan of bongo comps. You got all the CLG gear behind you. You should be. You see Braum, Vi, you're like, yes, okay, we're pressing buttons.
We're knocking them up. They're not moving.
Yeah, exactly. And we were looking at it again. We were coming into this tournament. We were like, okay, how many bans are there going to be? You only have 3. And if you're going to ban some of these champions, it means that Camille, Lee Sin, or Galio have to go missing. And those are huge. So wondering what they'll take away. And again, what are their adaptations? What are their answers? I really want to see them with some really strong lane picks and something that at least helps out Red Ninja to have some priorities. Getting double scuttled so early on is devastating, especially in Wild Rift.
Being on red side and drafting the Braum Gragas, I also want to say, is a sin. You cannot do that. You got to hold that Gragas as a flex pick and then pick like a bot, your AD carry in that position. Something that can help out. Keep flexibility open so that your opposing team doesn't know what you're drafting, because once that Braum was locked in, it was an immediate Nami lock-in. And like Team Snow, there was nothing Braum could do in that lane. They were constantly shoved in. They spotted out the Vi going for that early gank bot side. And I mean, from that point on, the game was just kind of doomed. Very few opportunities for the Dojo Ninjas to come back into it. So I think draft order priority, and also maybe taking a look at some of the ban changes. It is tough though, because Camille, Galio, Lee Sin, all definitely worthy of bans themselves.
I know no one at home can see this, no one behind the cameras, but I'm looking at damage numbers from this team, from Dojo's Ninjas. I think I really hate trying to do math on stream because I always mess it up. There is a minimum of 11,000 damage in total from Dojo's Ninjas. You look on the opposite side from Snow, Sin did almost 12,000 damage. It is Ziggs. We'll give him a pass for that one. That was a real schlacking coming out from the side of Snow, and definitely at least helps, some of the thoughts we were coming into this series, right? We were looking at the groups. We were saying, hey, which one of these teams do we not know? Do we, which ones are standing out as our favorites coming into this event? And Snow, at least so far, have put forth a very dominant win and a good showcase for themselves.
If they can do this twice now, they're on stream. Like, everybody can watch this. They're putting a target on their back now in Group 7, and all the other groups are probably going to be looking at them. The Cloud9s, the 30K, saying, okay, this is a team that clearly knows what they're doing. They understand their comp, and they understand how to execute it. I think it's so cool to see that level of performance here in Group 7. When we were talking in the pre-show, Groups 5 through 8, we're expecting closer level of gameplay based on the seeding that went into the tournament, but this did not feel very close. This felt very one-sided. And yeah, that Akali putting in 1,300 damage throughout the game.
I don't want to bully them. It probably feels bad to lose. It probably feels bad to lose.
That's rough.
That one hurts.
If you're going to play the Akali, you're hoping that you're able to assassinate these ranged champions, but they never got to a game state where that was realistically feasible. So what are alternatives? Do they want to double down, maybe get more dive champions, maybe get more champions that can actually get onto the poke if Snow goes for a gun like this again? Or do you want to see maybe just different answers to the poke?
Yeah, if we're drafting anything, if we're changing just 2 picks, if we're saying, hey, we can only change 2, I'm okay with the top side of this map. I think Akali, this map is a little bit hard, but getting double scuttled makes it that much more difficult for Vide to make it out on the map. So I want to see bot lane pop off. We were talking about solo lanes throughout all of this, but Orphan and Enzio, they can't play these, sit back, wait for our team to scale compositions, because looking at the beginning of these groups, beginning of the GSL groups, top 32, most of it is going to be how much better are you by your just hands wise versus your opponents. And if you're going to do that, you need some lane bullies. You need someone like a Lucian, maybe like a Corki, spend that mana bar and get them low.
Yeah, Lucian was up. Nobody banned Lucian, and nobody opted to picking into him either. So interesting to see there. We maybe that would have been the answer here, because Lucian pairs incredibly well with Braum too. You're able to stack the concussive blows very quickly. Honestly, yeah, I would have liked that. That alone would have really changed this entire draft from Dojo Ninjas, but the teams are getting ready to hop into pick and ban here. So, I mean, we can talk from Dojo Ninja side as much as we want, trying to theorize what their answers can be, how they want to come back into this. But if we just remind ourselves of how comfortable Team Snow looked on their comp, and then also realizing that a very different comp was banned out. Camille Galio Lee Sin does a very different thing than what this comp does. I think we're seeing a team that has flexibility, and honestly, you're probably not going to be able to beat in the ban phase alone. You're going to have to come down to in-game performances. So with that in mind, we are ready for draft here for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Let's see if the Dojo Ninjas have what it takes to bring us all the way, or if Team Snow really are just that much further ahead right now. We're still early on into Wild Rift's esports scene. Sometimes you do have these kinds of skill matchups.
Sometimes you're just better. And that was one of the things coming into this tournament. Exactly. When you're looking at the beginning of this, especially the beginning of a lot of esports, sometimes it is literally just how much better are you than your opponent.
Exactly.
And there's not much preparation. There's not much, deep level analysis into the game. So why not just outskill them? Why not just, perform better?
Who's got better thumbs?
Perform better on the day. Performance on the day is so important. You can be expected to win all of your games. You go 0-2, suddenly that flips.
And also just the idea that we haven't had a lot of tournaments in Wild Rift. Now, some of these players have played Arena of Valor. They've played these other big mobile MOBAs, so they have experience in these kinds of settings. But some of these players, this is their first ever event, and now they're on stream here for the Summoner series, and that's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure to put on players that are newer to the scene. So let's see what Dojo Ninjas have in the tank right now. They're sticking to the same initial ban with that Camille, and honestly, Team Snow is too. So no adaptations yet.
Yeah, the big thing here, Dojo's Ninjas have blue side, so they will have the first priority. They'll have the first pick on the map, and they can kind of flex it wherever they want. We didn't see too much of that in the last game and what they wanted to do with their draft, but I'm looking forward to how they kind of utilize this tool now that they've picked up on this side. So Corki.
Corki ban away. Okay. Interesting adaptation here from Dojo Ninjas, because we didn't see that in the last game. It wasn't in the previous ban, so it's not the adaptation we were expecting, but maybe they know something that we don't about how Team Snow likes to play their games. And the big thing about Dojo Ninjas being on blue side is that Gragas Blue 1 is much better than Gragas red one when you're also picking a support. Because
Yep.
like even then, if you go your support in your round 2 of blue side,
You know,
you're still holding a
something's up.
flex pick.
Yeah. So I see the Corki and I'm thinking we want to get rid of poke champions in the mid lane, also things that are going to be in the bot lane. We see Ziggs now getting,
Wow.
hitting the ban table. So Galio, Lee Sin, Camille are still available. And
Well,
kinda
Camille
sets
was
up
banned right
just-
away. So
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Camille. So what do we see? Is this a Varus ban this time around? Or they're going to get rid of the Galio again? There's a ton of flex picks here. And still Dojo Ninjas have kind of their pick of the litter when it comes to it.
It's interesting that Team Snow was the one that banned away that Ziggs, because they're the one that played the Ziggs. So unless they figured that they picked it away from Dojo Ninjas, or maybe they just don't want to deal with it, it is a pretty strong pick right now in the meta, so Dojo Ninjas could opt for that one. But again, a new ban that we didn't see in game number 1. We got the Alistair taken away too.
Okay, so they're trying to protect their bot lane. They're saying we have a specific matchup in mind. Maybe they want to play that Lucian Braum that we were talking about. Maybe we want to play something a little bit more aggressive with a Kaisa. Those things definitely need to have kind of an Alistar taken away early. So we'll see what Dojo Ninjas, definitely a new draft already, I think, kind of slowly appearing.
But Seraphine is still there for Team Snow, so they only had one adaptation in theirs, and it's just for the priority pick of the Ziggs, but we still have these big champs. Gragas, Lucian, Lee Sin, all of them are on the table right now, Alex, so your 3 must-bans on this patch, nobody seems to be scared of. Let's see if they're interested in playing them, because Dojo Ninjas still need to lock in their first champion here. Now let's see what they want to opt into. I would like the Gragas pick. I think if I'm Dojo Ninjas, I'm saying that is the best blue one that they have right now.
Yeah, there's Gragas. They're gonna pick. We're doing Sona. We're doing Sona.
Okay.
All right. We were talking about, hey, we want lanes that are going to have priority. Well, Sona doesn't necessarily contest the wave, but will try to force HP trades onto the support. So an interesting pick here.
And also great at team fighting, so if Dojo Ninjas identified, hey, Team Snow, we're just grouping up for the Dragon, let's pick a composition that can group up for Dragon ourselves, because if you just get your 5 members together, Soda, she just spams her abilities and everybody gets buffed for it, so actually pretty good in those 5v5 situations. Team Snow, they do get to answer the bot lane, though, because you can pick aggressive champs into the Sona, and really hard Punisher in lane. If they get something, I was looking, okay, never mind, they're not going to go with an engaged support. They're going with the Lulu instead, and the TF for some global map plays.
Yeah, I'm thinking in my head, we see Zona, there are 2 answers. You said the engage, or you could try to match it with her own carry with something like a Lulu. Yeah. So what are the junglers that really want to have this? Olaf is awesome. We're thinking Diana as well can also be really, really kind of emphasized with a great enchanter, and even Xin Zhao. So Team Snow, they have their options available to them, and with this TF, I'm looking at a strong Baron lane play for Toki like we saw in game 1. What do they pair this up with against the Renekton?
But, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. You're trying to make a strong Baron lane play against the Renekton, who, I mean, can sometimes just outskill 1v2 matchups. Like, you send more people there, he heals up even more. So, it could be dangerous to do so. But they also get the Diana, very strong AP champion, still a little flexible. But Team Snow just insta-locking Vayne and Gragas. Interesting lane, specifically into the Sona.
Yeah, I mean, you have a Gragas now topside. You have the Lulu with the Vayne. Sona should be able to do some HP trades. When I look at Vayne, so far, whenever I play against Vayne, it feels like she's super, super strong and can be incredibly deadly, similar to her PC counterpart. And especially against someone like Jinx, I think that is a really weird pick, in my personal opinion. There,
I like
with
it
because
it's range, the rocket range of the Jinx plus the range of the Sona. Vayne, incredibly strong if you're able to get her off the ground, but can struggle to get to that point. She's also very short range, so you can take advantage of that, and that's exactly what these 2 champions in the bot lane will do for Dojo Ninjas. And they're pairing with the Xin Zhao, so an aggressive jungler that can play through the mid and the Baron lane. That's what I'm expecting, at least. It feels like Dojo Ninjas bot side will scale. Team Snow's bot lane will scale. So most of the action I would predict to happen towards the top half of the map.
Yeah, again, it is just 2 bot lanes that are just going to, hey, we're going to throw waves at each other. Jinx can have a little bit of an easier time controlling the wave thanks to those rockets. And this matchup, Gonzo Taki, I am so excited because the Gragas matchup, you can go AP if you're ahead. You can also go tank, and especially an early Bramblevest versus Renekton can make this lane very difficult for the Renekton. So Red Ninja and Savior, they have a lot of their plate and can snowball their team utilizing this TF pick on the opposite side of the map. Gonna have to wait to see.
And Alk, we're just seeing two very different compositions coming from both of these teams, which excites me because for Team Snow, if they can pull this off, they have shown proficiency with now two very unique styles. The poke style, control choke points at objectives, and this more global map pressure style where the TF will need to get around scaling in their bot laner. I think that will make them a legitimate threat. And Dojo Ninjas, if they can pull this one off, again, kind of similar for them. They're showing that, okay, maybe we just needed something a little scrappier, something that can be a little more proactive than last time around. But already a 5 stack here from Team Snow, just hard committing onto the Xin Zhao. Flash used by Red Ninja. Might just get out here. The follow-up, gold card flash from Sin. Jiggy with it, gets it. And first blood already over to Team Snow.
I love that, and now they get to start on this side of the map. I wonder what Xin Zhao will do. He can't answer into this top side. Maybe if Renekton now has answer into this top side, can push in this wave and get priority for his jungle to invade. But I never thought, in so far, so early into Wild Rift, that I would potentially see a 3-quadrant when it comes to jungling. That is just so devastating, and yet again, early game, 1,000 gold here available for Snow. They're speed racing their own time.
It was just the worst time for that Xin Zhao to die because like, the camps were just spawning. We also see Flash used early here by Diana against the Twisted Fate. So now down a Summoner spell can make this laning phase even harder, especially when TF can set up ganks for a J4 so easily.
I was like, okay, the only way Dojo can kind of come back into this is they go for a super cheese strategy where you're sending Xin Zhao at level 2 straight to top lane. You look at Gragas, he had to start Body Slam first. That is not the spell you want to use. And with the flash down, there is like very few options that you have. And now with no flash, like you were saying in the mid lane, I mean, TF just has full control of this map.
Full control right now. It's going to keep stacking up. We get the bottom scuttle taken here by Xavier. Honestly, could probably pass straight up towards the top one. I don't know how fast this Ninja is going to be able to take that. And we'll look for it, even as the Lulu following up too. But no, Red Ninja, he hasn't cleared it yet.
He has to smite it.
Approaching, smites away. Gold card set up by Sin, and the Gragas is here too. Red Ninja is in trouble. Flash still not up from the level 1. Goes down again. Snow hard punishing the jungle matchup and the roam from the Baron laner. That's 2 more kills to Team Snow.
And Gonzo tries to bail out his jungler, flashes over the wall, invests the Ignite as well. So at this point, all of the win conditions that we set up for Dojo's Ninjas, throw them out the window. They need to just find something at this point. They need to find a successful play anywhere on the map. It doesn't matter. They can't be picky at this point.
You got to get aggressive and maybe try and punish, the Vayne in the bottom lane, because Snow has also been pushing in this bot lane. They've actually had more priority on the lane than the Jinx and the Sona have with their poke pressure, which means, hey, blinking light, Ninja, head down there, try and punish that. But Snow's got the same idea. They actually have level 5 and Twisted Fate now, so you got to worry about that Destiny ult coming in.
I see this, and it is just that much harder now for Dojo's Ninjas to come out of this. Their jungle, right now, if you're looking at Red Ninja and the Scuttle Crab are the exact same. When you start doing a bunch of damage to Scuttle Crab, they throw up the little white flag. Red Ninja's like, please stop the cyberbullying,
please,
man.
don't invade me.
Look, literally invading over wards. Now, it is level 5 to level 5, so there's some parity there, but look at Sin, ready to use that Destiny. They're going to try and find this potentially onto Diana.
Xavier's just 1v1 in Diana right now. Sin does Destiny behind, but here's the answer from Dojo Ninjas. They actually almost pull it off. Xavier's still alive. Red Ninja chase him down. The Ignite coming in from Sona will be enough, but Jiggy gets another kill, and it's disaster for Red Ninja as his team falls around him. Orphan and Gonzo have joined in now, but it's too late. Jinx and Renekton cannot do anything to help out. That's 3 more kills over to Team Snow. Only 1 traded for Dojo Ninjas.
That fight, super close. I think that could have been Dojo's Ninjas' way of kind of getting right back into this game. Maybe if there is a Jinx ult that comes out, I think they might be playing a little bit afraid now because we saw that roam. They were first to the play. I mean, at this point, resetting at this point is kind of just useless. Like,
well, I mean, you got a longsword,
what?
and Vayne's got a full item, so Jinx,
Yeah.
they're looking a little dangerous right now. It was also walking towards this dragon, but that's just over to Snow. You cannot contest this as Dojo Ninjas. Orphan's
push the
looking for
waves,
it, though.
gamers.
Again, Orphan's very far forward. The Jinx caught out. Dragon's over. A beautiful Sona ultimate, but there's just no follow-up for Dojo Ninjas, and Snow will take 3 quick kills. You can just dive this Soda. Yeah, commit to it. Why not? Double kill over to Xavier. And Team Snow are showing a level of domination that we weren't necessarily expecting, but it looks good.
All right, Kangas. Well, I have great news for you. Orphan did, in fact, get the recall. They did go back to base to pick up some more items. Maybe not in the manner that we were expecting, but I was expecting them to say, hey, look, the dragon is a lost cause, and so far in the series, what we've seen so far is Dojo Ninjas, they kind of get a little bit antsy around objectives. They're saying, look, we have to fight for this. We have to fight for this. That may not be always the case, and they haven't shown that proficiency yet in understanding that concept.
It's something that I've noticed in solo queue. It's something that I've noticed prevalent in the community as a whole. Over-indexing into the importance of dragons. You can give dragons away. You don't have to contest every single one. The game is not over if you lose it. Yes, they're permanent stats that your opposing team gets. It doesn't feel good, but it's better to give it if you know that you're in a poor position to contest. So sometimes you just gotta bite that bullet and back off and find another way to come back in, because now they're 7k behind. They're also getting caught out here again. Sona taking a lot of damage. Does go down. Xin Zhao jumps onto the Lulu with the help of Diana. This is going to be great for Dojo Ninjas to start off, but the Gragas shows up and turns it around. Jiggy gets a kill. Now onto Red Ninja all alone, and Xin Zhao will pick up that one. Team Snow still with the clapbacks.
Yeah, you saw this? I was thinking, I'll hold that. Goodbye, Orphan.
All right, yep.
All right. Well, they get their first start of the game. They'll use the Destiny to answer in the top side, fix this wave for themselves. I mean, Snow, they're just playing pretty cleanly. I will also say that Dojos are kind of slamming their head into a wall, trying to find something, trying to find a kill, some gold. But we're back at 6 minutes, 10,000 gold again. Snow are just finding it pretty easy to replicate success.
And they're, again, painting a target on their back right now. They're being streamed.
Yes.
All of their opponents can watch this game. I know that they're playing their own games. They're probably not currently watching, but if they're able to scout this out, they can see exactly how they want to play. But now the answer from Dojo Ninjas, they catch Toki alone in the bottom lane. I love this play. Good. Isolate somebody from Team Snow and take them down by themselves. Xavier wants some of this action too. Goes in, gets out. Free pickup for Dojo Ninjas.
Okay, that's good, and no one is able to answer across the map. There's no mid-turret for Snow to take. Their top lane had just backed because of the some resource disadvantage at Sinhead. So they'll be able to push this top wave. They'll be able to push some of this wave in bot lane and get it available for Orphan. I would say that's a pretty nice win for Dojo.
Yeah, you got to find a couple more plays like that, but if you do, you're back into it. But now, oh no, Orphan's the one getting engaged onto the bottom side. Trying to get some damage back onto this J4. The turret will help, but Lulu ultimate keeps J4 alive. And the Rift Herald also drops. That's going to be another turret falling in favor of Team Snow. Now one going topside, though. Gonzo's onto him. Sin's in trouble. Throws on the gold card, but you're not getting anyway. This Crocodile's upset. Anyone
Wait a minute.
Kill. But oh, Toki! He misses the flash
body
slam, but Sin's out regardless. And Toki's got the damage. He will get the kill. Oh, that's heartbreaking for Gonzo.
All right, I don't know if it's blue suede shoes or just really nice felt fingers. That was amazing coming out from Sin. There's going to be another engage here.
Red Ninja's looking for it. This Lulu does not have the ultimate, so Jiggy's got to be very careful. Gets hit with the Soda ultimate, but Xavier is in front. Destiny is used. Red Ninja's got to be careful. That's a red card. Oh, the damage from Sin is enough. Xin Zhao goes down. Soda as well. Orphan with another death. A triple kill to Sin. That's got to be the most impressive TF play I've seen in recent memory.
That is really close, and Kangas, we might be speed racing yet again. I know this is kind of just now the Snow Parade. They're going to take another turret. They're going to push in this bot side, get themselves a Drake. They might just double Dojo's gold yet again, and I don't even know if we're going to make it. I think they might try to speed run their old time in game one.
Yeah, they're going for another dragon right now. What did they finish the last game in? It was what, 10 minutes, 50 seconds, somewhere around there?
Yeah,
they're on track to beat it.
I wonder, are they going to try and wait? They have a couple options. Obviously, they can just wait for Baron, try to bait Dojo Ninjas into a fight, get their ace, call it a day. Or do they just barrel down a single lane? Mid lane's looking pretty nice. There are some comeback mechanics. I will say the gold is not particularly even, like we said. And while the experience is kind of growing in certain lanes, the biggest here is for Jinx. But Jinx just needs a reset. She doesn't really need experience. I'll hold that.
Okay, fighting in the mid lane right now. Yeah, Dojo Ninja's just too far forward. They're trying to catch the wave with no turrets to fall back on. We've all been there. We've all done it. But Snow understand how to punish it, and they will take down 2 members of the Ninjas. And now that's a middle inhibitor turret. Yeah, they got a wave here. They can just go for the end. This could be a free 10-minute game, Alk. This would be insane. Gonzo's just destroyed. Absolutely blown up is the jungler as well. And even though they're respawning, they're just trying to delay the timers. Don't give them the sub 10-minute win.
Wait a minute.
Some damage, but this Vayne is too big. A quadra kill to Jiggy.
Wait a minute.
And now the next
I don't know if they can do this.
I don't know if they can either. Oh no, they don't have the health bar.
No.
Dies, but this mini wave should come in time.
All right.
The death timers are too long on Dojo Ninjas, so there we go. It's not sub 10 minutes, but it is 10-13, faster than game 1. Congratulations to the winners. Not Dojo Ninjas, but Team Snow on a fast 2-0.
That was speedrun territory. I mean, the game's in total 20 minutes. That is not even fair at that point. There might be an investigation for some cyberbullying. That was super one-sided games through and through. Snow looking very dangerous. Like you were saying, being able to play some different styles. I really love what we've seen from Sin playing the Ziggs and the TF. Wonder if we can get maybe some brawler play up in the mid lane. But I'm super impressed with some of these players and looking forward to see how Snow can continue now at a 1-0 lead. Takes one more game. They're on to the top 16.
They're almost there. They are at the precipice already. I'm moving on to the next round, Alk, and they looked incredibly strong.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what happens with the rest of that group, but we're going to send it over to short break before we come back and update how the groups are looking and getting into our second series of the day for the Summoner Series. So make sure that you get your stretches in now. Grab your water. We'll be right back after this break. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Wild Rift Summoner Series brought to you by Riot, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street. We're getting ready for our second match of the day, but before that, we want to update everybody on what's going on across the board in the event. So, AlkBattery, break it down for me here because we do have a couple of series that have already finished. I know ours we just casted was lightning fast.
I was going to say, yeah, ours was super fast. Again, we're looking at some of these teams. Cloud9 has already obviously gotten their bye. Most importantly, we're looking at some of these other groups. Group 6, Enemy and Good Vibes Random have already gone head-to-head. Enemy came out 1-0, so already taking front of the lead and kind of head of the pack there in that group. Group 7, the one we just covered just now, looking pretty strong. And we're looking at this group. In Group 3, this is one of the more top-heavy groups alongside with Group 1, where you're looking at 30K, and they're going to be clear favorites, right? They're going to be, we've talked about them already. I want to talk about the other ones. Wild Rifters and Noblesse Esports, they're fighting each other to try and find their way out of the group. That you see right there, they got their bye. Wild Rifters and Noblesse, they are basically two very hungry dogs, and they need to find their 2 wins.
30K is just already sitting up on the throne like, yeah, we got our bye victory. They're going to have to lose 2 in a row to get knocked out. So very difficult for 30K to not make it out of this group. It would have to be some insane performances out of both Nobles and Wild Rifters. But you're right. Those 2 teams are competing against each other, and the winner of that best of 3 will play against 30K, and that will be the match coming up next. Now, we're still waiting for that series to be played out, so we will send it back to another short break here before we get back for our second match of the day. We'll get our first look at 30K. I'm super excited because, Alk, again, we talked to some of the people on this team, or at least you had a chance to talk with them, and you kind of got to know some of their background, and all of them are coming from previous mobile MOBAs.
Yeah, literally all of them have played Arena of Valor. The bot lane is completely new. I got to talk with Rest, their AD carry. Basically, the bot lane is a team they used to play against each other. Actually, Beg was a support in Arena of Valor, so was Rest, but their AD carry was supposed to be Jackie, who's playing for Cloud9 right now. So their bot lane is a little bit of a ragtag duo, and the rest of them, I mean, you look at their owner, Michael Udall, is the mid laner for this team, was a pro Heroes of the Storm player, had won Heroes of the Dorm, which is a collegiate event for Arizona State, and basically a multi-game kind of champion at this point. Very high rank in Dota as well. I mean, that's like a super gamer right there. I'm barely good at like League of Legends and Wild Rift. This guy is just like absolutely smurfing.
TFT. That's what I got. I'm decent at TFT. But also, fun fact, you mentioned that you found out that the name of 30K actually comes from Michael Udall's previous performance. He hit like the highest ever score for ranked Heroes of the Storm?
Yeah, so essentially similar to like an LP system, he had 30,000 points, which is the highest anybody had ever reached in any region in Heroes of the Storm. It got changed, so no one else was really able to claim something quite similar after that, but hey, I'll take a first and never able to be replicated again.
Hey, I think it's cool. Again, sometimes there's just gamers. Gamers gonna game. They just have something in their genes. It just makes them incredible at these types of performances. So I'm really excited to see 30K. Again, we're gonna send it to a very short break while we wait for the other series to finish up. But we will be back with 30K versus the winner of the other match in their group, and we'll get our first look at one of the teams that we're looking at as favorites for the whole event. You're not gonna want to miss it. So we'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street. We got our second series of the day right around the corner. We will have 30K going up against the winners of the best of 3 earlier in their group, which is Wild Rifters. So, Wild Rifters, congratulations. You're the ones that get to go up against the big dogs in your group.
Congratulations, you get to go 1-0, 1-1. Woo! I'm joking. If they pull out a win, okay, that is true. If they get the win, we take those. The biggest fan right now. You're looking at their, you're looking at their opponents inside of their group. Noblesse is like the biggest 30K fans right now. Please win against them so you can get 2-0, and then we can go back to we can at least have a chance at fighting for a spot here.
Exactly, yeah. When 30K is already able to get their bye in the group, as we take a look at that group, yeah, they're up 1-0 currently. Wild Rifters tied with them technically, but don't let that distract you from the fact that 30K is full of players that we are expecting to show us a very high level of gameplay. 30K, all of these players are high elo in Wild Rift, and also all come from other mobile MOBAs like Arena of Valor. So they have experience already at the competitive level. Let's take a look at their rosters. Let's start with Wild Rifters, though, since they are on the left side of the screen. We got Zzz in the top lane, Raid Boss in the jungle. I love Ethiopians in the mid lane. Love it. Spread the love, everybody. Dark Magician 2007. There we go. A gamer after my own heart. Finally, some Yu-Gi-Oh references in these names. Part of my brand in the Dragon lane, along with Draven Player 13, ironically playing support.
Yeah, and for 30K, they've got MTS, amazing. They've got Sheesh. We've got Michael Udall, who we talked about earlier, literally the founder of this team. And it's Jackie and Kansui on here. I think that is just a mistake on our side. It should be Rest and Beg coming in for 30K. These are last-minute substitutions.
Okay.
Just because of some roster changes. Again, Jackie is over at Cloud9. And Rest and Beg have been teammates before, but they were brought in as kind of last-minute kind of just to fill in the roster. Yeah,
and that's the big weakness that we could identify from this team. If we're going to choose one, obviously it's the 2 new players that have come in. Could shake things up. Maybe they're not as polished as we were expecting going into the event, but they still, just the pedigree of the players alone, we have high expectations for 30K, which is why we're painting them as such Goliaths in this group. But Wild Rifters, I mean, do you have any information? Have we gotten any scouting on them, or are we pretty much going into their team blind?
We're going dark. We're going blind, straight up baby. Dark. Yeah. So just off of names, we've got Yu-Gi-Oh. We've got a Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
True, and a Draven player in support.
Draven player in support. That never sounds like a very good idea. Draven players playing support, because they are just like sociopath. They will just run you down. Hell or high water. They don't care if there's a minion wave there. They will just fight you.
What if they still play Draven support? Do you think there's a chance of that? I mean, he's got to stand aside. He's got a knock up, technically, displacement. That's a support ability, right?
If you really want to cheese out the bot lane, then go ahead. I would love to see someone like a Varus Draven. You just never get to press, you basically get HP traded on every single wave. Yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah, let's try and cheese against 30K. I think that's probably the best way to go. I mean, unironically, though, sometimes cheese will get you wins over these more polished teams, because they're expecting actual Wild Rift to happen, and you say, no, we're going to do something crazy instead.
If you're able to replicate what we saw from Snow, where you're just able to start the game off with 1,000 gold lead and slowly expand that as we go forward, sure, go ahead. That may work one game. You got to make it work at least 2 games in a row, or at least 2 games, period, in a best of 3. So cheese may work if this was best of 1. I'm not so hopeful for a best of 3.
Well, we did a quick kind of preview of 30K before the break happened, but it was a long break, so if you're just joining us now, let's kind of reintroduce 30K and explain again why we have such high expectations for them. Because I already stated they've played a lot of games, but you kind of have a rundown, Alk, in your mind of each of these players and each of their threats and each of their pedigrees. So just kind of walk me through. Let's start with Rest. What's the history of Rest as a player?
So Rest is a former North American support for on Allegiance, one of the best teams in North America for Arena of Valor, a now defunct esports, one of the better ones, and definitely a progenitor of mobile esports in the West. I would also say when you look at Rest, just playing a support, is now playing an AD carry role. Definitely a different feel. And with this bot lane, their beginnings, his name is Beg or Beginnings, as a full, also a support from Arena of Valor, played on teams like Immortals, Tribe Gaming, which is has a North American sector as well, also has played up against Rest. So this is kind of like, hey, you're pretty good. You were another support that was pretty good. How about you come play with me? Like, let's just put both of us together. We can put both of our support minds together and kind of just smurf. It's kind of like Core JJ in PC League.
True.
You have a former AD carry main now playing support. He now knows both sides of the role.
Exactly, might as well. I mean, that's the thing about Dragon Lane, is regardless of if you're one that's trying to have the thumbs and do the damage, or the one that's trying to keep them alive, do the peeling, all that fun stuff, you still have a good understanding of what each other's role is, probably more intimately than anywhere else on the map, any other two roles. So yeah, we do see a lot of lane swaps, or rather role swaps between those two in particular. But now let's move on. Again, the man himself, Michael Udall, founder of 30K. What's the history of this player? Because if you didn't hear this during the pre-show, it's pretty fascinating.
It's just great. Yeah, so first, we'll even start all the way from the top. 30K comes from his former time playing Heroes of the Storm, had 30,000 points on the ranked ladder, most that any player had ever gotten in the history of the game in any region. We're in a region where Korea is super dominant in this game. Love to see that one. Top 150 on the ladder in Dojo when he did play. He was a little bit of a streamer for a little bit, didn't play too much in competitions, but top of the ladder there. Heroes of the Dorm, which if you don't know is a collegiate program for when they were trying to get, collegiate players to play more esports.
It was a big deal. There was a lot of really high elo
I
players
remember
in
I remember Heroes of the Dorm, and I was super excited. I was just going into college, and I was like, please, I want to be on a really good Heroes of the Dorm team, because that'd be so sick.
I remember Heroes of the Storm literally came out my freshman year in college, and I remember thinking I was going to compete in that, but then ironically, I also started playing League of Legends literally the same month, so I just chose League instead. I feel like you should probably only invest in one MOBA, but then there are players like Michael Udall who invest in all the MOBAs. He's playing Heroes of the Storm, he's playing Dota, now he's playing Wild Rift. MOBAs... in practice, or I guess in theory, all have very similar approaches of you can kind of take your lessons you learn from one and apply them to the next. And Michael Udall is absolutely bringing just a wealth of knowledge now to the mobile space.
I'm trying to think of other players who came from different games and have performed at a really high level. BRTT used to play Counter-Strike and Dota. He was a former pro and is now one of the better AD carry who has had a pretty long history over in Brazil. Playing PC League of Legends.
Have you ever heard of the Fortnite player Psalm? CLG Psalm? I know it's kind of a fringe one, but have you ever... He got second place at a big Fortnite tournament recently, but he is a pro Fortnite player. He also used to be a pro Heroes of the Storm player. I got to meet him one time, and I asked if he's ever tried League, and he was like, I did. I played it for like a month. I hit Masters, and I just didn't have fun, so I gave up. And I was, I was just blown away.
Yeah, you have Genji.
Dude, I've been chasing Diamond my whole life.
He's like, yeah, I just very freely got Masters. It's fine. Like, it was just kind of like easy on the day.
I'm telling you, man, sometimes you just meet gamers, and there's no other way to describe them other than they are gamers. But yeah, there's a lot of examples, or maybe not a lot of examples. I don't want to overgeneralize it, but there are examples of individuals like that. And it's really cool to see Michael Udall now coming to Wild Rift, not only competing, but making their own team. 30K. I mean, the logo's sick. I think it's cool to see that if you're able to catch that on the group stage bracket that we had. It's cool to see that players are coming from other MOBAs and helping set the base for what Wild Rift Esports can be in the future.
Yeah, and so that's why I think it's awesome that people like him can kind of bring that experience. Obviously has been a part of esports in multiple different scenes, and that kind of wealth of experience is just not known, especially in a new esport like Wild Rift. You can bring a lot of stability, a lot of infrastructure, and just overall stability, and kind of lead the charge for other growing orgs to kind of join in the scene and take part in it. And I think we do have a little bit of a change in schedule. We will not actually be catching 30K for right now. We have a new match on the docket for us.
Unfortunate that we're just scheduling. We have to change it over to another match. I know that we were just hyping up 30K a lot right there.
It's the 30K hype show right now.
It's a 30K hype show. We just had a whole bit, but it's all right. We will still get to see them later on in the tournament, I am sure. But we will be pivoting to Group 5 because we do have a game ready to go right now. So we will actually be taking a look at Yawn versus Raven, the 1-1 teams in this group. Now, again, Yawn did get a bye, but Raven Gaming were able to take up that game or the series against Dino Nuggies. I just realized now their name is Dino Nuggies, and I love them for it. Something about Dino Nuggies, they taste better than actual chicken nuggies, right? We can all agree on that?
Facts. That is facts.
All right. But we're not here to talk about them. Of course, we are here to talk about Yawn versus Raven Gaming. So let's go through the rosters. Yawn have Tamago 2 in the top, or the Baron lane. Tony Deptry, I'm not sure if I'm saying that one correctly, in the jungle. 9, mid lane, and then Nam and Yuru Camp Fan in the Dragon lane.
And Raven Gaming, they've got Rito, Moo Juice, Raven, Dragonfire, Tips, and Zine. I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of Raven Gaming only because their logo is I was a big fan of
That's a sick
Yawn.
logo.
The Yawn logo is cool. The Raven one actually reminds me of Raven Studios. They're a game development company. They made Fable. I'm trying to remember. I think they made Fallout 2 as well. I haven't played Fallout 2. I just know it's
Raven Studios? It's Raven Soft. That was it.
Raven Soft.
Yeah, because I literally just Googled it right now. I was like, is this like a sponsored team right now that we weren't aware of?
They made Warzone. They made Call of Duty Warzone for all of the shooter fans out there.
Nice. Yeah, no, I'm a big Raven Soft fan. I got some friends that actually work on over there. So, but no, it is not them. It is, of course, Raven Gaming. So, Yawn versus Raven Gaming. Again, this is going to be our first look at both of these teams and also Yawn's first match. Now, I know that they got the bye because they're seated higher, but what do you kind of put more weight behind? Higher seeded team or the team that just got a warm-up in a best-of-3 series and is now coming into this game warm?
I will say, having only to play one best-of-3 is kind of just free. I will take that over a warm-up game. A warm-up game, you can go ahead, boot up your Android, your Apple phone, whatever, and just play a normal game, play a 5s game, call it a night. And you just go into one best-of-3. Okay, cool, I'm in top 16. I can go relax until later on today. We will also be streaming the top 16 later today, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that. But as a warm-up game is cool, but that means you've also kind of like you've played through a game. You're like, okay, there might be some fatigue. It's only been 2 games, but like I really just kind of just a bigger fan of just getting a free win and just saying whatever.
All right, well, we'll see who's more ready for it, because I'm sure that Yawn hasn't just been sitting around. Maybe they've been watching the stream. I mean, some of the teams that got buys probably did get a chance to actually watch that first series, get a scout out Snow a little bit, Team Snow. But a reminder for everybody that, of course, this is the day 1 qualifiers, but we do still have future qualifiers that you can sign up for. So make sure that you're not just sitting around. If you're watching this and you're like, I want to compete, you do still have a chance to compete. Make sure to go check out twitter.com. You can check out the Wild Rift by GiantSlayer Twitter account. There'll be links on how to sign up yourself. They've been tweeting out, retweeting out all this information. We've been trying to get as many eyes on it as possible, but we want to get as many teams as we can into these qualifiers because there's a lot of prize pool on the line, and then you get to say that you competed in the first ever North American Tier 1 tournament for Wild Rift. It all starts here, everybody.
And qualifier 2, the second qualifier is literally next week. So if you want, you can sign up now. Like Kangas said, you can go to twitter.com/GiantSlayerWR, and the signups will be there. You can go also on their website. You can find your team, find your friends. Maybe you just want to take 5 buddies, run it down on the Rift, see if you can take a couple best of 3s off some really great teams. And I think qualifier 1 and 2, the first circuit that we have, is so important for this because it is top 4 from both qualifiers, whereas the next 2 circuits are top 2. So automatically cutting the amount of teams that qualify in half, super big. And if you want a chance, teams as we get rid of more and more of like these top heavy teams, more and more teams, it's going to get closer and closer as we go through the circuit. So qualifier 2 is looking like an interesting set of games depending on who ends up winning on this one.
So a reminder for everybody, I know that we've just kind of thrown a lot of information at you, so if you're confused, there are 2 qualifiers going into the major. So the major will be coming up 2 weeks from now. This week we have qualifier 1, next week we have qualifier 2. There's going to be 32 teams available for each qualifier, and the top 4 from each week will make it to that major. So 4 teams this week will qualify for that majors. Next week, we'll have a whole new set of 32 teams, as we can actually take a look at that right now. So right now, we're in this July 26th through 27th. That'll be today and tomorrow, where we'll find out the top 4 that will be the first to qualify for the first majors. But there are future chances. So make sure that you're signing up for that August 2nd and 3rd one.
It's pretty awesome. And I just took a count. I just wanted to make sure I was right. it is 5 to 6 best of 3s for you to just go to a major and get 10,000 prize pool dollars right there. Like, and top 4 make it to the second major automatically, so you get basically locked in for another possible 10K. I mean, we take those. That's literally Wisdom and GiantSlayer and Nerd Street and Riot just saying, here you go, take this money, continue playing.
And the first one, we only have one like big org behind it. Cloud9's the big name here. So in the future, there might be more that will come in. We'll see, but there's a chance that, hey, next qualifiers, it could just be all 32 teams or 5 friends in a dream styling it out here. There's a really good chance you actually can make that run. But also, you got to get in early, because the more hype gets around this event, the more eyes will be on it, and the more teams will be looking to sponsor, groups. And hey, I mean, honestly, also, if you're a bunch of high elo players and you want to put together a group of 5, come chat with me. Maybe we can get you some sponsorships from other orgs as well, or go to the orgs yourselves. I know it can be tough to get those conversations rolling, but I know some are looking at Wild Rift currently. So it's just so fun to be part of the beginning of an esport, because we get to build it all together. It's all about the community. It's all about people, establishing what we want this scene to look like.
Yeah, and usually the biggest pitfall for, beginning a new esport is there's not a lot of centralized play, right? There's not a lot of, hey, there's this different league. You have stuff like the Origin League, you have SEA region who are doing a lot of tournaments, but you have people like Nerd Street and Wisdom bringing along, really great TOs, and also just, a really awesome set of tournaments in a row. That just helps kind of smooth out the beginning and kind of get into that soft ramp into being one of the bigger esports, especially in mobile gaming.
And mobile gaming has been taken off globally for a couple of years now. It's only going to get bigger. So I know here in the West, we got our PCs. We like to play our PC games, but I've also started to kind of move into the mobile sphere. It's just so nice to have your phone anywhere you go and then just play it. I've also been playing a lot of the TFT mobile. Have you been playing that, Alk?
I'm not a huge TFT player. I've been playing Unite. I've been playing Unite. It's been so much fun. I love me some Pokemon, but yeah, I'm not a huge TFTer. If we had Sam here, if Smax was here, then yes, this would be his alley.
Then we could get the TFT podcast going together. What about Legends of Runeterra? Any other Riot owned properties?
I used to play Legends of Runeterra. Not a big fan of it. Just personally, I'm also just not. I'm not a huge fan of card games for the most part. The only card game I play is Magic. So we're I'm gonna just keep constantly going away from Riot titles. Yeah, I'm a Magic player.
I respect Magic, but I'm a Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh guy, so it's just like I never understood Magic players.
That's understandable. Every time I look at Yu-Gi-Oh, I just get very confused.
There's a lot of big.
I think we got one. Valorant. We got Valorant together.
All right, there we go. We got to play some Valorant games. Although we play League every now and then on the PC, and we actually got to play a lot of Wild Rift this morning. It's fun when I get to actually wake up, and the first thing I do in the morning is like, I'm just gonna turn on my phone and play some Wild Rift because
you don't even wake up on time, man. Like, you're telling us 8 a.m. gamers, we're gonna game, we're gonna play some Wild Rift, and you weren't able to play with me, Rafa, Smax. We're just straight up terrorizing all of the Wild Rift, like a trio queue. We're destroying people, and you're just like,
lay it on.
I can't wake up. I can't wake up at 8 a.m. You wake up at 9 a.m. instead. You're too damn late.
I still got 8 hours to sleep, though. That's the important part. I sacrificed time with my friends playing Wild Rift so that I made sure I got the proper sleep. Yeah, I wanted to go to bed by midnight, but sometimes that TFT game just calling you. You got to click play next. You can't end on a loss. We all know that, right?
True.
Yeah.
True.
But I'm hearing that we're getting close to hopping into pick and ban for our second series. So overall, the event, it's been pretty fun. We've only had that one series that we watched to start things off. But again, it was so one-sided. It was over so lightning fast. I feel like as we go on, we're going to get closer and closer games. And with that in mind, Alk, let's start to think about what the meta is right now in Wild Rift, just to remind everybody, because we got probably a lot of people joining in. Maybe they play casually. Maybe they don't read all the patch notes. What have we seen as kind of baseline, what teams have been prioritizing, and then your thoughts on that?
I will say we also have a really unique situation right now, just like as a small asterisk right there. We're playing on 2.3C. 2.4 comes out tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll have a completely, possibly different meta, and we'll probably see way more Lucian. We haven't seen it so far in the first series, but I'm hoping that will change by the end of the day, even potentially in this next match. Tomorrow, we have a bunch of marksman items that are being added, which thank God, because there is so few items that I have as a marksman to be able to build. It's like, okay, well, I don't really have like 5 items to build every single game. And then my boot enchant is like the most, in terms of agency and what I want to build. Mostly it's just Zonia's. There's that. We also have some enchanter buffs that are coming on through. So we have some interesting stuff so far. We've seen a lot of mages in the mid lane.
Evelyn nerfs too, right? Those are hitting on 2.4. I'm trying to remember if that was if I'm behind or not.
Nerfed.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Evelyn, I think nerfed. I think Evelyn is nerfed on this patch, but
okay,
that champion probably won't be seen probably in today.
Most likely not, but it's crazy to think that like the first event, the top 8 teams. So today we're gonna go through all the group stages, and then we'll get into the top 16. We'll reseed for those groups, and we'll play those out. So we have 6 best of 3s ahead of us on broadcast schedule today. But then tomorrow is when we hit the bracket stage. So that'll be top 8 teams. We'll get to watch one of the quarterfinals, both of the semis, and then the finals. But that'll be on a completely different patch. So it'll come down to like the players have to prepare for today on what is currently good, but then also they got to be studying those patch notes and make sure they know what to play tomorrow.
You thought Aurelia was broken now? Well, guess what? She gets Wit's End. So, I mean, cool. Wit's End gets added to the game. You also have Solari Charge Blade, which is coming out, which now every champion that is named Yasuo just now has 100% crit chance on one item, which is just fantastic for some reason. A lot of awesome changes. Corki's also going to be getting a couple buffs. So Lucian, Corki, and Aurelia are my big 3 for this next patch coming up.
All right, and we've already seen, there was a Corki ban. We actually didn't see the Corki played, but I still think Corki, and you've already also said Lucian, they're viable now. So they're just going to be a higher priority going into tomorrow. But it's weird that we really haven't seen anybody pick them. Like, I guess we've only seen one match, so it's a very small sample size. But I gotta just remind teams, like, these champions are very strong right now. Surprised we haven't seen that priority.
Yeah, there's a ton of lane bullies in bot lane. Lucian, Corki, you have Varus, which you actually just got to see. It was a little bit more of that poke style, but there is a lot of availability in bot lane, and coming tomorrow, there's going to be a lot when it comes to what you want to be able to pick up. So I'm looking forward to finally being able to play AD carry tomorrow. Marksman duo role, do not queue up tomorrow, because me and Sam are going to destroy everybody before the show.
So when are you starting? Are you starting at 8 a.m.? Well, you're on East Coast, so
I'm on
actually
EST,
on opposite
so probably
sides.
So like 10 a.m. EST. If you queue up for ranked around platinum or emerald, just turn off the phone. Go on YouTube. Maybe go watch this VOD. That would be cool. You get to study up on some high level gameplay. There you go.
Yeah, spectate your game so they can learn it.
/GiantSlayer. You already know. But yeah, it's just don't queue up tomorrow, because me and Sam, we're gonna destroy it tomorrow. But
all right, I have a challenge then. I have a challenge.
Okay.
Somebody in Twitch chat or on Twitter, just shoot me a message. We'll queue up. I also play support. We're gonna take you down 2v2. Let's
every time
we'll queue up at the same time.
Every time you and me, or like just as a group, we've played in-house ARAMs or on opposite teams, you get destroyed.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, Alk.
No offense. The hands are not there, old man. So the future is now.
Wow, yeah, I just throw in the old man. I understand I'm a boomer by esports standards, but I compensate, and I guess deadlifting. I don't know. Yeah, I've kind of moved away from trying to be good at video games and trying to just work out more. You could
bench every gamer here, probably. That's just a fact. I will give you that. You could probably bench me. I'm like 150 pounds. That's probably free low for you.
Yeah,
but the games, the video gaming, that's where it's at.
All right. Do you do like any thumb warm-ups? Like, do you stretch them around at any before you get into a good grind session?
Nah, usually it is we just queue straight. I wake up at like 10 a.m. I get a message from Sam or Rafa, and they're just like, gamers? And I'm like, gaming. And it's not even coherent sentences. We just queue up.
Well, then, I hate to break it to you, but just give it like 3 to 4 years. Carpal tunnel is going to set in. I'm going to be wiping the floor with you by then now, because you're not going to be able to move your thumbs. So make sure you're doing your thumb stretches. We
might be the same rank by then. It might take you that amount of time to finally hit.
All right. I'm going to start grinding right now. Can I just start playing while we're waiting for the teams to get reloaded into the lobby?
We do have drafting coming. We do have drafting coming for everybody who's waiting on Yawn versus Gaming.
I'm here, we're ready. All right, we were waiting. There was a slight delay there, but we are ready to hop into it. So we can finally stop talking about all of our own gaming experiences and talk about what people are actually here to watch right now. We have Team Yawn going up against Raven Gaming loaded onto the Rift. So again, just a reminder, Alk, from your perspective, we're looking at things like Lucian, we're looking at things like Gragas, and you also threw the Galio in there. How highly are we prioritizing Camille? Because I'm kind of prioritizing her highly right now. Do we think that she's up there in that same tier?
So Camille can be very deadly and can definitely try to mitigate something like an early game jungler like the Lee Sin that we've been seeing. She just does a ton of damage and can be a split push threat if they want to go for it. I am not super high on on Camille, so I would like to see it. It could be a flex, but we haven't so far seen anybody really utilize too many flexes.
All right. Yeah, we actually haven't. We've seen flexes locked in, but like later in the draft when they're no longer flexes. But you already said Riven, I could tell because that was the ban that's locked in here from Team Yawn. So quick vote in the chat of... We didn't mention this, but we were going to do this for teams throughout the day because we have such silly logos. We got Team Yawn up here. We got Team Raven Gaming over there. Vote in the Twitch chat which one you think is correct. I don't know if we'll actually get a vote out, but you can just spam in chat. But the Riven is the ban from Team Yawn. And there we go. We do get a Lucian ban finally.
Oh, this is just like... All right, we're back into normal territory. We've gotten out of like Normalcy the Alice in Wonderland. Exactly. Lucian's banned. Nature's healing. Corki's probably going to get banned right next to Seraphine. Just, I can take a breath, I can take a drink, and everything is back to where I want it to be.
And again, when you're on the red side, you got to take away a lot of these prio first picks because Yawn will, on blue side, just get that one right away. But blue side, the drafting is a little bit more unique because you have to think holistically about comps, about combos that can be locked in as red 1 and 2. So oftentimes, I actually see the blue side go for bans like the Galio because you can pair it with a J4, the Camille for these wombo combos, but they're taking away the Olaf instead. So still just focused on these just individually strong champions.
Yeah, Olaf is just a really strong early game bruiser. He's kind of operates very similarly to the way that he does in PC, where you need to be an early game engine for your team, get off to a rolling start, and you can be a backline threat as the game goes on for the AD carries and the kind of low mobility marksman as we get further into the game. But so far in competitive, Olaf has not seen the most success in Wild Rift.
He's not that popular. He has windows that you can punish him. If he doesn't have his ult up, he's not nearly as big of a threat. And also, you know, you can punish him later on into the game. But he's still off the table regardless. Raven Gaming, though, taking away one of the biggest flex picks currently in the meta with that Gragas. I do like this takeaway. I think that blue 1 Gragas, pretty viable because you just are not giving over any information to your opposing team and still getting a very strong pick.
Yeah. Interesting kind of the band composition for Yawn. It's Riven, Olaf, Ziggs. I think at a glance you would think, hey, these don't really have too much in common other than maybe you have a strong jungler, you have a strong mid laner, top lane is obviously a bruiser, but I think that that's mostly just a kind of a benefit added to blue side. Not only do you get you don't have to ban all of the perma bans, which is what red side has to do because of blue side having first pick. You have at least some luxury and you can say, look, we can throw one ban away and say, hey, look, I want the Riven ban because we want to set up our top laner, make sure that they're set up for success.
Yeah, and we also just saw Ziggs, and we actually saw this champion played in the first series to great success, can zone control around the dragon, can take these turrets very fast, so it does make sense to me. Camille is the ban final from Raven Gaming, which means that Yawn, they do still have some priority options that you've been talking about. That Lee Sin in particular, looking juicy. Galio, also a top tier pick. Let's see what Yawn wants to go into.
Okay, they're picking up the Senna. Awesome. So still, you know, they will have some flexibility. It's obviously going to go into the bot lane, but there's a ton of tanks that I still think that they can go for. Malphite has been the secondary option for someone like the Senna, and so it's up to Raven. Do they read that it's going to be a Malphite? Do they want to try and pick Malphite for themselves? It's really early on, and I like the position that they've put Raven into.
Yeah, because if Raven pick a Malphite for themselves, you can then try and counter that Malphite in lane. You can always lose gracefully as Malphite. You're still a rock, you're still a tank, but it can be punished by some of these more aggressive side laners here. But, ooh, very defensive answer. Ezreal and Braum.
Nice. Okay, it is, you can answer the bot lane. with Ezreal and Braum, it's all predicated on, does Braum land the Winter's Bright? Are they able to get the concussive blows and set up for an Ezreal trade? But another big thing is, when you're playing against Senna, you have to you have to make that choice as an AD carry. Am I going to itemize early on? Am I going to spend that 800 gold, or spend that 1,000 gold to pick up a Grievous Wound item? Big ask there.
It's an investment. It is an investment to go for that. So let's see what Raven Gaming decided to do in that regard. But also just the fact that they can now opt to pick other lanes to play through. This opens up their jungler to not have to focus on the bottom side. But Yawn, wow. Varus, and they do go for that Malphite. So what do we think will be the pairing with the Senna then?
All right. So it could be Varus Senna. You just have a ton of damage in the bot lane where you're poking. You can always outtrade Ezreal. You can outrange him with Varus Q and the Senna. You could also send Varus mid lane. Varus mid lane has been something in PC League of Legends that was available. You'd go AD. AP Varus is actually very, very strong on Wild Rift, and you could send them mid lane as a poke mage of sorts. There's I don't want to quite lock it in, and obviously Malphite has a ton of flexes going either bot or support. So I kind of like this from Yawn. It's flexible. It doesn't quite give away what they want to go with, and still keeps them able to kind of reach into different buckets in terms of gameplay.
Exactly. If we're confused, Raven Gaming's also probably a little confused, thinking, okay, where are they putting these champions? What do we need to draft for ourselves? Now, I think you go for a jungler for sure, and then maybe try and pick a laner that could still be flexible. Even better if you can find the double flex, but of course we also have to factor in player champ pools. Not everybody plays every single champion to the same level of proficiency. So Raven Gaming, they're out of time. Let's see what they want to lock in for their final two picks. Whoa! All right, we do get the jungler. Kha'Zix's locked in. Exciting stuff, Assassin, and they get the Galio.
Okay, so Galio is going to be mid. It's going to be their AP mage, and now Yawn has the option. Do we want to send Varus bot lane? Do we want to send Malphite into the support role? What is our answer for the jungle as well? Kha'Zix has been really, really difficult to deal with in some certain cases. Can be very strong, especially if you pick up something like a Mortal Reminder second as the game goes on. But I mean, you could just pick a tank here. You could pick Jarvan. You could just pick Lee Sin and try to go for the 1v1 outplay where you're literally just jumping into that backline. And there's the Lee Sin with the Diana. Very dangerous, I think, into Raven's comp. You look at Galio, you look at Braum. These two melee champions that they've picked on Blue 4 and 5 just excel perfectly.
Yeah, and also this is telling us that it's going to be a very oppressive bot lane, because I don't see Diana going top with Varus mid and Malphite bot. So that means it would be Malphite in the top lane, Diana in the mid lane, and then Senna, Varus in that dragon lane together. Just, I mean, again, Braum's got one shield. Once that's down, pretty long cooldown. You're not going to absorb this much poke and oppression from Yawn's bot side. What does Raven want to finish out the comp with? Renekton, right?
I like it. I really like Raven's comp. Yawn had a ton of flexibility, but I think they may have wasted it on this Blue 4, Blue 5. I'm a huge fan of Lee Sin. We've been talking about it so far in these two series, but I mean, you're having Lee Sin jump into a Galio. If he ever uses his safeguard into them, well, guess what? Now Galio just presses taunt, and you can't. It's gonna make that dragon range combo very, very awkward. Braum as well. He puts up the shield. He can use the ultimate. The Winter's Bite makes all of these melee champions very sad. So. And you're only blocking one skill shot, really. Like, you're using Braum's shield to block either Senna ultimate or the Varus engage. So, a lot of great tools here.
Oh, Yawn, they have committal engage, too. Everything that they have to start the fight, they got to get in that fight, which means that Galio is going to be even better for that. And then the Braum as well can just keep Ezreal alive as he's jumping back. Kha'Zix can look to reposition onto the Senna and the Varus, who all their tanks, all their frontline, they're going that way. So that means that who's going to try and peel for them now is the Assassin jumping on them. I don't know who I'm giving this one to. Both are unique. I am slightly leaning over to Raven's comp. And of course, I also am factoring in the fact that I think that you just will come into a best of 3 in a better mindset having just played a best of 3 previously. I actually do put a lot of weight into that, especially for an event like this that has pretty high stakes, high pressure. The game's being streamed right now, so these players, hey, let's see what you got.
Of course, Kangas, the fitness dude, is into getting the team with the most amount of warm up. Make sure that they're all readied up.
If you're going
Exactly.
for a PR, if you're going for big numbers, you got to make sure that you get the blood flow circulating, get your muscles warmed up. You might
Even if it's not a PR.
Even if it's not a PR,
just regular fitness.
People that
Stretch
say,
gamers.
no, I don't warm up because I'm wasting energy. I say, all right, we'll have fun, with achy joints by the age of 30 then, because, you got to make sure that you're doing it properly here. Speaking of, I actually, I am moving at the end of this month, Alk. I know we haven't talked about this. Probably, maybe not the best time to chat about it, but I'm going to set up a whole home gym. I'm going to get gym streams going, so I'm excited for that. Yeah, as we take one last look at these two team compositions. So back onto the topic of Wild Rift and the game in front of us. If we had to identify early game strategies, early game win conditions, what are we identifying from each of these squads? As, again, we have Raven over on the red side. And it does not look like
it's
Z.
Yawn.
Z is because Yawn.
Dude,
Yawn.
Oh my god, that is a great tri-code. That is a fantastic tri-code.
I was confused at first, but now I get it, and I'm a little upset, but I also respect it.
I'm a huge fan of that one. We're getting the blue side vision. The early game objectives. Now, if you're looking at Yawn, scale. Please just scale. You have Senna, you have Malphite, you come to team fights. You can even do it at level 5 if you really want to, but come level 11, we get into that 8 to 9 minute territory, and we just have an amazing team composition for yourself. Raven, it is all about the early game. You have a Renekton who can bully this Malphite, can try to take control of the lane early. You have Galio, same thing in this mid lane, and you want Kha'Zix to be an absolute menace on the Rift.
All right, you heard it from Alk first. Let's see if Raven can win that early game, or if Yawn, aka Zzz, can actually make that late game. Currently, cameras locked on this top lane matchup as they're duking it out, trading health bars aggressively early on. And we see junglers starting on the bottom sides here, and will be both passing towards the top lane, but already Renekton winning out on those early trades.
Yeah, so in my spare time, when I'm not able to play with Sam and just get free elo playing in bot lane, I'm a Baron lane player. I have played a ton of Renekton. This champion is so free. It sucks whenever I have to play against Fiora. That champion is so disgustingly unbalanced. But this Malphite matchup is always super difficult to navigate because eventually he's just going to out-trade you. And speaking of out-trading, mid lane, they are just throwing blows and spotted on a ward. Galio has to be so careful here.
He knows that he's there. He's here. Galio, gotta stay safe, stay back. Nine trying to bait him in, but Tony, he's just wasting time right now. Does not realize that the Lee Sin was spotted on that ward that was in the pixel brush, and still looking for it. I like this from Galio, just baiting him in. Now Nine goes for a trade aggressively. Tony is here. Flash out of Galio. Nine looks for it under the turret. Takes a turret shot. Another, and a botched play mid means first blood over to Raven.
Oh no, Tony, he thought the Q landed onto the Galio. There's those quick moments in between the game. And even then, able to get covered. Now he just gets to start the game with 2 kills.
Wow, Galio gets another kill. Will get answered here as the bot lane roams up for Team Yawn. Not going to go unanswered. Well, that means that they're going to lose some prio bot side as they push in this wave mid. So still 1 to 2 trades, advantages over to Raven.
Yeah, that must have just been, hey, Dragonfire at that point, he had to just cut his losses because we saw right there, they left bot lane pretty early on. They got the first scuttle for themselves, so they're a little bit up when it comes to gold. They've now gotten a kill. This may be a kill now onto the Ezreal. They're level 5.
Getting aggressive down here. Ultimates are available. Chains of Corruption goes out. Braum Shield absorbs all of the damage, though.
They can win this.
As now Ezreal's actually out trading Raven's bot lane. Playing that one beautifully.
Yeah, they don't utilize some of Senna's great utility in the lane, which is just being able to sustain through it using the Q. And that was a rather close fight. I think the big difference maker there is obviously having the level 5 on supports versus each other, as well as now, I mean, there's a red buff on Varus. You'll be able to recall, get a few more items. We'll see what they go for first. I mean, literally gets the first item back for Mana Mune. Yeah. That is huge.
Was up in CS, leaving that bottom lane, gets a kill in the mid lane, so already item completed here for Varus. Nom's going to be feeling great about that one. Jungler's also around the bottom side. There's a ward in the tri-bush. Let's see if they actually want to go for a play down here. As Dragon's up in 20 seconds, they at least want to make sure that they have priority.
Yeah, they have it again. We were talking about it earlier, but Ezreal Braum does no favors for you if you want to try and get this first recall and get this first Drake. Now, both of them are about on parity. I would say that obviously Varus is a lot stronger when it comes to being level 6 so far early into the game. But Kha'Zix is here coming off of a reset, is going to be picking up that Black Cleaver first. And now there's a couple options. The solo laners have left. I don't think this is for Raven to contest. You just want to take control of the lane.
No, they have Galio. I actually like this. I think Raven can go into this one. They're
Look at
pulling
it.
off the Braum ultimate onto 3. Galio looking to combo. Doesn't hit anybody as flashes are used. Now Braum's in trouble. Goes down very quickly. A double taunt with a knockup.
Watch 9.
Damage coming in from Raven. But look at 9 on the
That's a huge ult.
Massive moonfall from Diana. But Renekton running rampant on the backline of Yawn. Not going to do enough. Raven lose all 5. It's a 5-for-2 trade in favor of Team Yawn.
It started good. I like that you mentioned that the Galio, you come in with the hero's entrance, but it just took too long for them to find a kill. And I like that Tony is able to open that up, start off with a kill. And we saw there that 9 just comes in and sweeps. Now, most importantly, look at the item completions for some of these teams. You already have an Umbral Glaive early on for Kha'Zix, can continue to be very stealthy, but Malphite got in a really nicely timed back where he hits the Summoner Recall plate, finishes the Sunfire, and is able to come into this team fight pretty ahead. So looking good for the side of Yawn. They have complete control of this bottom river. If you just look at all of this vision for them, it is all in their favor. And I
Dragon
think now
wasn't
Raven,
taken, so they can go back for it.
Exactly. They can go back to this anytime they want. And so now I think Raven, smartly so, you see Mujuice, he's doing the Wolves, can either come to contest this or look for that Rift Herald in 25 seconds.
Rift Herald could be a traded objective, but currently Raven, they do have their jungler down here. Mujuice looking for it as Kha'Zix has the ultimate available, but not going to actually make the play. Instead, just starts the back recall. Will spot to see if Dragon has been started by Team Yawn. It hasn't. So far, the teams aren't actually committing to this objective. I think they're just feeling each other out after that first play. And Yawn seem a little scared to commit to it again.
Yeah, I like that coming out from Raven. Yawn knows, hey, maybe we could look for something on this bot play, but correctly so, Mujuice reads the play, says, hey, they might be bot lane, and now with all this vision sweeping over, they will definitely see they're taking this Dragon. Are they going to try and go for this? Look at where they're positioning right now. Galio and Fog.
Too slow. Dragon's dead. But
they might just go for a
might get
Linkage
caught
fight
out here. Braum hit by the Seta root. Also carries it over to the Galio. And oh my goodness, Yawn's actually looking for the hard engage. Jumping onto Galio. Nan's in trouble.
That's
and
one.
Varus is dead. But
Wait.
it's traded right back. Look at Tony with the double kill. Massive damage from Lee Sin as the engage follow-up from Senna, setting him up with a double root. He wants more. Lands a Sonic Wave onto Zine. Does he take it? No, he does not. It's probably a death sentence if you jump onto that Braum. But still, Dragon over. More kills yet again. Yawn just keep finding leads.
Look at how broken Lee Sin is. I'm so glad that we get to see Yawn kind of showcase for everybody at home. Lee Sin is so good. You have a freeform dash. I don't think that's one of the abilities that should come to PC League of Legends. I'll just be honest. That just make the champion way too busted.
That would be nuts.
Like, look at how he's able to kind of maneuver in that fight. He gets an E. He uses a Tempest right in the middle of 2 members. He's able to pick up a bunch of kills. Lee Sin, rightly so, is one of the kings of the jungle right now. And so far, Kha'Zix not able to really match that. So 3,500 gold almost here for Yawn. And they're all grouping up. Everybody has made their way to the Rift Herald.
Everybody's got an item. Raven, everybody as well. And Raven, they're not going to be scared. They will just hard commit now for the engage. You got to worry about the Malphite re-engage. Galio used it. The Malphite unstoppable force on the 3 members. And Ezreal still doing damage on the backline here. Can he do it? No, his front line's dead. Flash forward. He's in trouble. 9 trying to get on top of him. A triple kill over to Nam. This Varus outputting insane DPS. Team fight 1 for Team Yawn, and they're looking at mid-turret.
A Pyrrhic victory there for Raven. They may have gotten the Rift Herald, but more and more members are going down, and that just means more gold in the pockets of Yawn. They'll continue to kind of snowball their lead and take control of this. And now with mid-turret, you have to think some of these camps that are closer to this mid-turret are going to start to fall. And now they're going to move towards bot lane. You see multiple members already there. This makes it much more difficult, and I think it's okay for someone like Galio to have such a long lane, can always move across the map with that hero's entrance, but now we'll just have to watch what Tony does versus his Kha'Zix is more and more of this lane, and we haven't touched on it since the beginning of the game, but Malphite is in the ultimate just like sad purgatory.
Yeah, he's just got to catch this Crocodile over and over again, but the bottom side catching each other out right now. Braum, tanky, no shield anymore, has to retreat. That means Raven do not want to take the play. The range advantage of Yawn, the Senna, and Varus, you can feel it right now.
They're doing so
Tony.
much damage. Look at this,
over.
Tony.
Oh, no, yeah. There's no way.
He can
No
just jump over. Look at how broken that is. You don't even have to. It's like the ultimate form of non-committal. He can throw a Q, never has to connect it, but he does. Jumps over the wall. Like, look at how good this champion is. And we were talking about it before, but the support that you have behind you. You have Senna, you have this Varus as well. So many things, and it just kind of allows for a lot of agency on the side of Yawn in their individual playmaking.
Senna doing incredibly well right now, but Varus as well, 5-1-6. Making a statement performance right now in game 1 of this best of 3. And Yawn overall just making a statement, but I'm already happy to see it's not a very one-sided game. They could still go both ways, but not when Nam can do that. Just finds out the enemy assassin, says, wait, who's assassinating whom?
Goodbye.
Malphite hard engages. That's 3 dead on Raven. 3 picked up by Yawn. And guess what's on the table, Elk?
It's Baron Nashor, the ultimate objective. They come out with a huge kill there, Kangas. It's a feels-good day as a marksman when you can just solo kill the enemy jungle. That is not something that typically happens. They may try to look for a re-engage here. Tony's over the wall. Dragonfire is just going to do something about it, but unless it's a magical steal, it should be theirs.
Protected. He tried. I'll give it to you. Valiant effort. Not finding it, though, is now this Galio has to shield up, trying to do what he can to stay alive. Braum just running forward, getting sick of those chains connecting. Like, please let me do something. Even flashes away, respecting that Senna potential re-engage. Oh, with Baron buff, this game's pretty much over. Yawn, I'm starting to get ready to call it. They are looking dominant right now.
Exactly, and there's always a huge problem when you're looking at your team. You're saying, okay, we're on a clock. We need to try and get our advantage at least early on. Either start a Drake stack pretty early, or get some early kills for our side. But Malphite has more gold than anyone on your team, and that is going to make it so difficult when you don't have anybody except maybe this Renekton now with the Blade of the Ruin King who can really carve out any kind of damage against Malphite.
You got to worry about the rock jumping onto your backline, but you also have to worry about the range that comes from the Varus and the Senna.
He just walks up.
He literally just takes the turret. Yeah, he is the turret. And we also see his team, Yawn, taking the Dragon bot side as Raven trying to hard commit onto this Malphite. He's just so tanky. They can't kill him. Braum's going to go down, barely living through this as Tamago's still alive. 9 with the Moonfall tries to take down Braum. They get Ezreal. 9 takes down Renekton. A double kill. Make it the triple. Unstoppable. Over to 9. What a Diana performance.
Oh, man. All right, that's 13,000. Rift Herald's like, do I go the other way? I thought the turret's already gone. They'll spawn it. They'll get a little bit of gold, but it's mostly just a pleasantry. It's a complimentary. It's mostly complimentary when it comes to Raven at this point. They're having most of their base just torn apart, all 3 lanes. And I don't know if this will be the final push. Malphite can make his way over here, but I think for right now, we're going to see a couple recalls. And
Rommel, shield's about to go down. If they get him, they didn't kill him. Oh, the setup, not quite enough.
Jesus.
All right, Galio engaging. Gets up to Diana. If they can lock down Diana, this might be good, but no, they're all out. Team Yawn disengaged successfully. And again, the Lee Sin just being a menace right now.
Oh, man. I was talking about it earlier. Talk about non-committal. You never actually have to go in. You can just say, oh, look at that. I'm just going to bait you. I'm going to bait a couple spells out. See what happens. Yeah, so they'll get the reset. They'll now start to cannibalize the rest of Raven's jungle. And it's basically from bad to worse at this point. Like, where do you get gold? How do you get gold on some of these other members? I mean, I think at this point, Kha'Zix is at his max items that he's going to get this game.
Probably max items, but maybe Raven can find a pick here. If they can actually get onto 9, make this connection happen. 9 goes back in. Stasis, staying alive from that Galio as he Justice punches, and Braum's just dead! And now Team Yawn can look for the engage in a 5v4. They will win it out. I don't think they're going to lose a single member right here. Raven are just too far behind. They went too aggressive. They were hoping to get that miracle pick. Maybe Rito can pick up at least one. Yours not even going to fall. The Senna will still live through it, and that is another ace to Team Yawn. Rito tried for the hero play, and that's just going to be game. Team Yawn can walk in these supers and take game number 1 against Team Raven.
Awesome job coming out from Team Yawn, but want to see a little bit more from Raven. I like the game plan. I like some of the strategy there. And we saw just how powerful you can utilize some of these flexes. In theory, their draft was pretty good, but I mean, that felt more over that it was just like a hands difference. Like you saw how well some of these are playing
in the second half of the game. Early game, but actually still felt like we had a pretty good back and forward happening. So when we compare this to the first series, this still was closer.
It definitely took longer than the first game. So it was 13. It was almost 14 minutes. So we're making headway here on the stream in our second series. But this is definitely a much closer game. Yeah, the damage is just not even like it's just not fair, man. Like I'm looking at Malphite doing
on this Varus. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and just had so much gold. Like you look at this, and it's just like we're just throwing wallets around at certain points. You're just smacking them with your wallets. You can move around the map. You do whatever you want.
Full 6K gold lead between Varus and Ezreal. Yeah, it's going to be tough to play out that game stay by the end there. And of course, there were certain moments that we hit those breakpoints. It wasn't like they started with that gold lead. They earned it. And again, there still was some head-to-head. There was some back and forward earlier on. The big thing was Raven hard committing to that first dragon fight. When they used the Galio ultimate, they tried to lock down Team Yawn, but they just couldn't quite get on top of them. Kite back from Yawn's too good, and then their range follow-up was able to turn that play around. And from that first dragon, Team Yawn never gave over the reins.
Yeah, and you know, Kangas, you talked about it during the show. We were talking about it in the first series. You definitely gave a professional guide when doing it. You don't have to contest every dragon. You can just give it up. Every dragon is not worth it. It's just stats. It's a little bit of gold and a little bit of experience. But if you're looking to just scale, or if you're currently behind, don't set yourself up at a larger disadvantage. So I'm hoping that as we get further into the tournament, we'll see more and more of this willingness to kind of give up certain objectives that maybe we aren't allowed to get and just focus on laning. So far, what we've seen in these two series is laning the first 2 minutes of the game. So important for setting up your team for success.
And that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. That's just Wild Rift. The first couple minutes in a Wild Rift game matter so much for tempo because if you get an early gold lead, you can really throw that around, and it's hard to come back from gold deficits in this game. So with that in mind, let's start talking about game number 2. This is a best of 3 series after all. If you're Team Raven and you're saying, okay, how are we going to not allow that to happen again? What do you think their approach should be? Because I still liked their draft overall. I thought that it had some cool tools that they could utilize. So what was really the big issue, and what's the fix?
All right, again, as a bot laner, and as you know, the same thing I was saying in the last series, Ezreal Braum is not it, guys. We need to have some priority in the bot lane. We need someone who's able to contest on the wave. Lucian was banned. I'll be on it. I'll be fair. Karki was banned as well. Either that or we have to start getting rid of Varus, because so far, Varus has been looking super strong, can take control of the laning phase. We haven't seen anybody really contest it in terms of fighting either over HP or fighting for a wave. So Ezreal Braum, so far in this tournament, you know, the thing that I love about individual events is sometimes you get that localized meta, localized tourney meta, where just you get certain champs that maybe not be popular in other places or in competitive as a whole. But Ezreal Braum, we got to chuck it in the bin, guys. We're saving this for later. Someone's got to go.
Our sample size of 2 games. We're cutting it. No more.
It's 3 games. It's 3 games.
Oh, that was all
I'm
3?
Sick of it.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably not, but oh, man.
Yeah, okay. The thing about the Ezreal Braum, when I look at this combination of champions, I don't want to draw too many conclusions, so don't quote me on this. Take this with a grain of salt. But when I see this kind of combo, I think to myself, the team wants to put their bottom lane on easier to execute champions that can play safe, which allows the rest of the team to step up and carry. But we didn't necessarily see that. We didn't see anybody step up and be the primary carry from the team. So if you're going to do this, I'm holding my judgment for now. If we see another loss with it, I'll join you. I'll commit with that.
There we go. Results-based analysis.
Let's do it. Results-based analysis. But for right now, I still am okay with it as long as you play through something else. But we did not see the Renekton get ahead. We did not see the Kha'Zix pop off in the jungle with the Galio combos. Yeah. And that's what the team composition really needed to happen in order to help, you know, make an argument for why Ezreal Braum was picked in the first place, which is just to kind of lose lane gracefully and then show up later in the game.
Yeah, and I think that was answered really well when you look at, hey, our bot lane is just going to say, hey, let's lose gracefully when there's a Renekton on the opposite side. Or when there's a Malphite on the opposite side. Their top laner also just wants to lose gracefully. And guess what? Now you have this really odd mismatch where your team wants to play around the top side, but can't really because it's Malphite. And you play around bot side, and guess what? Now you have a Drake advantage. So far what we've seen is the meta is basically kind of localized on, can you take Drake first? Can you get to start to stack yourselves up early on in the game?
Can you get Drake first? And can you bait your opponent into fighting you at Drake after you've taken it?
Yes. Can I taunt them to fight me? Can I type in all chat, fight me? Yeah. Exactly.
So another reminder, if the enemy team gets the dragon, you are not contractually obligated to fight them immediately after. Sometimes you do just say, all right, they got it. Let's take something else. Let's invade their top jungle. Let's gank the Malphite instead. We can send Kha'Zix up there with the Galio to try and lock down Malphite while the Renekton picks up the kill. Maybe you can play through that. Options were available, but obviously Team Raven didn't take those specific choices. But you're right, every game we've seen so far, it's been dragon, fight at dragon, and the same team that gets the dragon is the same team that gets like 2 to 3 kills afterwards, and then they just snowball it to victory.
Until we see teams, I think this will solve itself as we get further and we get to like top 16, top 8, whatever. Teams with better identified or better tools at identifying their own strengths, specifically being able to play around potentially a solo laner like Baron lane, will become by and far clear the best teams in Wild Rift. Especially with how popular Galio and TF are, these champions can just ruin that Baron lane. And Baron lane is one of those lanes, same in PC, where if you lose or if you die solo in top lane, that lane's over. For the most part, it's over. You're done. You're not playing. You are at the mercy of the opponent.
Especially when we see champions warping the meta like Fiora as well. You mentioned her earlier in the day. If you get a champion like that can pop off and get an early lead, good luck coming back from that game state. But also a tougher champion to master. We see a lot of Wild Rift players just opt not into playing these solo carry top laners because it's harder to execute, especially in solo queue, than the Malphites, than the Gragas's, and these champions that are just, hey, survive in lane and then be impactful later.
I agree. Malphite is the easiest champion probably to play because you just press one button and that's it. It doesn't matter what your laning phase was. You landed a 5-man. Exactly. The oh cool, the game's over button. I mean that's awesome. I would say Gragas at least a little bit more skill. We played a Gragas game today. That ultimate is so hard to land on.
I didn't do half bad. I only missed like 50% of them. Okay, Alex. So I don't want you to bring up my Gragas gameplay here.
Wait, I didn't watch that one. I didn't watch that game. So you just outed yourself as a bad Gragas. Well. I played Gragas bot lane and I was solo killing in support role with Senna. That was so free. That champion is disgusting.
All right. Well, clearly we've had different Gragas experiences in our solo queues, but we are ready for game number 2 here in this best of 3 series. We have Raven up against Yawn. Looks like we have the incorrect scoreline though. Yawn did pick up the victory in game number 1, so it should be switched around right there. Yawn with 1, Raven
point.
with
I'll
0.
Take that point, please.
Give that over to Alk. Give that point over to Alk. At least in your minds, everybody watching from Twitch right now, or wherever you are watching from. But Raven now on the blue side, we do get to see a new look from them here. Let's see what they ban. Okay, the Senna. I actually do like that pick. I was just going to say,
thank God,
deal with the Senna because that was so hard for them to match early on.
Yeah, Senna just provides so much utility in the bot lane. And again, they were able to flex it for super long until they picked up the Varus, and then eventually, we got to see it. But they didn't have to commit to much, and it just means that also, hey, we weren't really looking to first pick Senna. We want to pick something else, so I wonder what they're leaning towards. Remember, we saw things like the Ziggs. We saw Lucian and Corki gone. What does that mean for Raven, and what does that mean for Yawn now that they've swapped sides as to kind of their priorities here?
Again, when you're blue 1, you want to usually go for one of 2 things. Either the top priority pick, the busted OP stuff that has been left up, or something that's flexible, something that doesn't give over a lot of information to your opponent, so that way you can have an advantage going through the rest of draft. But Yawn focused on, again, this Riven. This is now 2 games in a row that they first banned this. To me, this is saying that Rito, this is just a comfort champion that Rito likes to play, and that Yawn has done their research.
I want to know how they did their research because I was trying to find OPGGs and stuff, and it's just the API is just not available.
Maybe it's just Tamago. Tamago's like, I hate Riven. Please.
Tamago's got the read. Tamago's got the read. Yeah, I would also, maybe advocate maybe we just drop ego. I know some top laners, myself included, would probably say like, I could beat Malphite in lane. I can make sure that this lane is doomed. Maybe we just ban it. Because the win button is pretty strong. Win button is pretty strong. You're almost invincible in lane unless they really start to dedicate dives under your turret and start to coordinate waves. We haven't seen that so far. So from information that we know right now, Malphite is just like stonks
top
up.
choice, top priority.
Yeah.
And so Raven Gaming, they have their final ban. Again, everybody gets 3 bans during the banning phase here for the Wild Rift Summoner Showdown. And Malphite's on the table. Let's see if they want to lock that ban in. The Gragas makes sense to me. I still do like that one, even though I do think it is blue oneable. Yawn, I also do like the Ziggs ban here. It's just such a strong priority pick. So everything making sense so far, but it's not the Malphite ban. Raven Gaming go for Lee Sin instead.
Awesome. Okay, take that away from Tony, because that was 100% one of the biggest early game engines for this team is Tony on this Lee Sin. The early game, it did end up with a double kill for Dragonfire, so it wasn't the cleanest. It was, hey, we made a first few minutes blunder. It happens, but Yawn now, wonder what they're gonna ban. Seraphine is still available. Malphite, like you said, that means Lucian has gone through the ban phase, and Olaf back on the table.
Yeah, this is not the second time Yawn has banded that one away, so clearly they either just don't like playing against that champion or have done a little bit of scouting just because their bans aren't necessarily what we have been seeing prioritized in the meta. But yeah, Lucian's on the table. So is Camille. We actually get the Camille lock-in for Raven.
Awesome. I love this Camille. Like, top lane, it's a menace. It can deal a lot of damage, and especially against someone like Renekton, it is a little bit of a harder matchup to play as the Renekton. And it just means that there's a ton of options here for Yawn if they really want to go for it. What do they want? They can flex this Camille as well.
Yeah, exactly. You can put it in the jungle too, so it's not showing your hand. I love this. Finally, we get the Braum, but with an 80 carry, a marksman that will synergize very well with it. It's aggressive. You can actually make plays yourself and still flexible. You don't have to put Lucian bot lane.
Exactly. I would not put this up against Camille. It's great every level that isn't 5, but as soon as you hit 5, if the jungler is there, you're doomed. It's just go next. We're not playing it out. And we're even getting the Lovers duo in bot lane, something that can try to punish onto the Rakan. This is a difficult matchup for Rakan. He can knock up Braum, but if Braum ever just decides Winter is bright and you're dead, it's so difficult to get away.
I argue it's a skill matchup because the Rakan can go in, get the knock-up, and Braum doesn't have instant CC unless he commits ult. Yes, you can stack the Winter's Bite, but with the range, the extra range to get back from the Xayah, the pair, that's how the third ability passive works.
Battle Dance.
Xayah, Battle Dance can get you back safer, or for a longer distance. You can usually get back to safety before the Braum passive actually happens, or, mid-flight, so at least you get some distance. But we'll see how the Yawn bot lane wants to play that one out, because they're picking a lot of global ultimates, Galio and Pantheon.
Okay, all right. They want to force Raven's hand. They want to say, look, show us where Camille is going. Show us who your top laner is so we can get this counter pick. Tamago did play the Malphite and had a pretty okay performance, and I like this Pantheon because now you say, hey, look, we could put Pantheon in a solo lane, and it is a ultimate kill lane. But Raven say, look, we're going to play Darius, we're going to play Akali, and we're going to try and skill check you. This whole team for Blue is just, we are fighting.
Let's duke it out, baby. I love it. This is fantastic. The Darius in particular, you can really run away with some lanes. You were talking about the importance of first blood in the Baron lane. If you get that, you're probably going to win the rest of the laning phase. Darius in particular does that well.
Darius is such a strong lane bully. It is, there's a couple of things you can do. And finally, we get to see the Grand Duelist herself. She makes an appearance on the Summoners series here. Fiora. Hey. I love this champion. I've tried to play it. It's difficult. I'm probably not as good at it, but it is so dangerous to play. Please tell me that that is not what I think it is. And we're not going to see Darius jungle.
I hope that this is production trolling us and this isn't actually what it is, because I was just going to say, I like the Darius into the Fiora in that 1v1 more than the Camille. I feel like Camille's way easier to riposte. If you use the hookshot onto a wall, you have travel distance. So Fiora has the ability to just riposte you. Very, very easy to do. Whereas Darius, very fast. when he tries to pull you in to
Instantly.
apprehend, it's instant basically. So it's difficult for the Fiora to time that riposte correctly. You can riposte the ultimate. That's the big one there that you're going to be looking for. But I mean, we'll see. It's looking like we're stuck there. So that means it will most likely be the Darius jungle.
Okay.
Exciting stuff, but let's try and break down what these team comps are trying to accomplish here, Alk. I'm actually really excited about Team Yawn's composition. Okay, wait, no, they did swap. They did swap.
It's
All right,
fixed.
let's see what it looks like going into game. I'm still going to hold judgment there. But while we're doing that, let's talk about Team Yawn's composition. Because with double globals, there's a lot of crazy plays that they can look to go for.
Yeah. In my mind, I really just want them to play for Fiora. Please just play for Tamago on this Fiora, because that is the whole point of this champion. If you can get her ahead, she's a self-sufficient champion and can be a menace on side lanes. Almost no one can at that point answer her. And that's exactly what Galio can do. Galio has a great matchup into Akali. You have a pseudo tank in the side of, in the form of Pantheon with his E. And so it makes diving incredibly easy. And that's what I want to see. If Yawn can be the team, we were just talking about this. If you can identify yourself as people who can play around your solo lane, particularly around your Baron lane with a carry and something like a TF or a Galio, I think personally, as the way that I interpret Wild Rift, that is just such a strong playstyle for you to try to find wins with.
And it's unique because we haven't seen that yet today. So it's also showing that you have multiple playstyles that you can implement as a team. And if Tamago's able to pull this off, Malphite into Fiora, there's really not two levels of difference between champions. Those are two extremes happening here. So I think that as a player, you're starting to make a name for yourself in the scene now, saying, yeah, I got the skills to pilot multiple different
lane swapped.
champs. Lane swapped? No.
Yeah, Dragonfire's top lane.
Yes. They did have a last-second swap around. So Dragonfire, the Darius will be in that lane against the Fiora. We did have confirmation from production. The players were, in fact, the ones trolling us as they were holding that swap till the very last second. So I do like this more. I think that this makes way more sense for Raven.
Yeah, and I mean, just speaking about roles in general, this is literally just a lane swap from... because Dragonfire is supposed to be their mid laner, right? Like, you just played a game on
the role swap. Yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah, it's an actual role swap. It's a legitimate actual role swap. They recognize, hey, maybe Dragonfire is like, look, I'm a better Darius than you might be, or you might be a better Akali than I am. So just switch. Let's just swap. And I love that. That is something that we were talking about. Hey, just having flexibility, huge. And now Tony,
oh boy,
might go for the dive here.
We might have a very early dive. They got the burst. They got the damage. Dragonfire should go down. Can he get the kill first? He does. Bought enough time by flashing past the turret. So trade of kills, but the first blood over to Raven. Tamago could be in trouble here. No riposte from Ujus. Looking for the gank. Has the red buff. It takes a huge chunk of damage. That Vital was at the correct position for Tamago right there. So Mujus will just grab the wave.
That's a win. That's a win if you're looking on the side of Raven Gaming. Because your Darius just survived a 2v1 gank. Got the flash out of Pantheon. So a lot of that kill pressure is now gone. And now answering into this, they don't know. Okay, so they just saw Galio move over. That is really good for Raven, even if it's just a trade.
Fantastic stuff for the Darius. Let's see what he's able to do with this now, because having that extra kill comes back with the Sheen. We actually haven't seen Tamago go for a reset yet. Still just has the longsword, but in the mid lane right now. Taunt with the knockup onto the Akali. Very easy combo at the top side. We saw Dragonfire. Oh, he just barely lives. Oh, very close right there. I got the solo kill at the end. Got the solo kill with that extra Sheen. Yeah, Tamago tried to take the 1v1 when he was down a full item or component.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying to think of like ways you win that. You have Fiora with red buff. That is very dangerous. Maybe it's because of the barrier difference, right? There's no barrier available for Tamago anymore. So not able to kind of sustain through that fight and find that last vital proc before you win. So now, I mean, Yawn, we were just kind of hyping. I was hyping up, hey, maybe we play through this top side. Now you've endangered your one true win condition. This is so dangerous. You know your jungler's on the bot side of the map. Both junglers have to have a feeling that they're here. It makes it that much more difficult now with the wave where it is. I mean, we're watching it now. We can see it on the mini-map. Dragonfire is just taking complete control of this lane.
2-1 Darius. Not what you want to be looking at if you are Yawn right now, and the gold lead's dead even. There was still a lead over on Team Yawn's side. They were up almost 1,000 gold despite the fact that Darius was able to get that first blood, but now he can shove out this lane. Still needs to worry about the globals, though. We were highlighting that before. The Galio, the Pantheon, they can easily gank that top side of the map, but currently action's on the bottom side. Pulling comes out here from
here comes
Nam.
Pantheon?
Pantheon ultimate as well. It doesn't even get over the Dragon Pit wall, so they just start the Dragon, I suppose.
Okay, so Zine did just use the heal. I think that was a little bit preemptive, maybe trying to just heal up their jungler, but he has red buff. Should be fine. This cannot be their Dragon. They're making a recall on their Lucian.
Look at Dragon
And unless
Fire.
Nam wants to... Exactly. Unless he wants to do this, like, this is just... It's just their Dragon.
I like it from Dragonfire saying, all right, I got a Trinity Force on the Darius, and Zine actually finds the engage onto Braum. Flash used there by Yoru. But the Darius sacrificing a wave in the lane, some plates on the top side to go down and secure that Dragon. But Tony's here. This might even be first turret, honestly. They take these very fast. Yeah, that's going to be a turret already down.
Oh, Kangas, this is just so beautiful. We're finally seeing it. This is the first game of of the day where they do not just they just give up the Dragon and they say, look, we can go for something on the opposite side. We can get the Drake, try to equalize the lead. And this was small. This is a small thing that I don't think anybody was able to see just because of the cameras were moving towards top side. Lucian stole the scuttle with the Ardent Blaze W.
Oh, no.
That's just awesome. As an 80 carry, you'll take that free like 30 gold. That's just it just feels good.
You love to see it. You do, in fact. And because of the gold plates taken topside, because of the turret taken topside, Tamago's actually, as we can zoom in on that, there we go. Congratulations, Nam. But the Fjord's actually ahead in gold right now. Up 300, despite the fact that died in the 1v1, and that's a 2-kill Darius. Now, Rito could be in trouble mid lane, leaves the Shroud. It's exactly where Tony wants to find you. Has to flash away.
Yeah, with Taunt and with Pantheon, it's so difficult to get away there. So investing the flash, smart coming out from the side of Rito. I will say the 300 gold is cool. It's great, but you need to turn it into something. If they're just on equal item parity, which you see that they are, they both have Trinity and Boots, it is this Rift Herald fight that I think will change it. What do they get from it? They're pulling all members across here.
Darius,
so this is going to be the team fight.
Darius a little more impactful in these 5v5s and already lower health bars on the side of Yawn. They got to be careful here. Darius with the flank gets onto all 5 members, but he's taunted, he's stunned, he's dead!
Nice turn.
Darius goes down before the fight even begins. And now the re-engage.
Oh, the
4-man Galio ultimate knockup. Team Yawn are just too good in these 5v5 situations. They will take a 1-for-5 trade and the Rift Herald.
That was massive. Not only did they get a Pantheon sweep, but that huge Galio ultimate just changes the terrain of the fight instantly in favor of Yawn. They'll get the Rift Herald, like you said. They'll now shoot in front of the lead in terms of gold. And I loved the patience there from Yawn. I think a lot of other teams, they would have gone a little bit antsy. They would have seen, okay, guys, we have Rift Herald. We're losing a lot of HP and we're starting to get pincered. But immediately they say, let's just turn on to Darius. And they do it so fast that then they have time to make the call, fight for this Rift Herald. Awesome job from them and a really great communication.
And they're not even done. Yawn's just going for another play now onto Dragonfire. Uses the Rocket Belt to get to safety and has his support to re-engage. Now apprehend onto 2. Massive damage with the Decimate. And there we go. Kill picked up for Raven to start things off. Nine's in trouble as well. The Galio goes down. The trades for Raven. They're coming back into this game as they dive under the turret. Can they get the support? They get the 80 carry. Lucian's dead. Now they got to worry about this Fiora. Fiora's popping off. Tamago's got the damage. A double kill.
He has red buff.
Needs to get back under this.
Oh,
turret.
no!
Massive feather recall. Almost takes down Tamago. Doesn't quite get the kill. But Raven, they're still strapping in this game.
Okay, whoever on Raven, you need to give a massive, massive raise. Give all your money if you win this tournament, or whoever, you need that melee minion on salary. It blocked the Winter's Bite, and it stopped them from getting potentially more damage and maybe goading them to continue on trying to dive the Xayah. So, huge. Some small interactions there just completely change the fight. They get a ton more gold, and now it's Dragon with a couple summoners down. Tony no longer has that flash.
Yawn have inside. Yawn have that scuttle though, so they can actually use that to help their engage, help get on to Raven, and they also drop the Rift Herald mid lane as a distraction. They'll start this up. Raven will have to approach it.
Okay, watch this. We're going to have to watch for Zen. It is all on this grand entrance coming in from the Rakan.
Camille doesn't actually get the steal. Dragon still over to Yawn.
Oh,
they
no.
kill Camille, and now in the pit in a 5v4. It's going to come down to Darius. Does not get the ultimate reset and does fall down. A double kill over to 9. And Team Yawn gets 3 for 0 and the Dragon.
Yeah, again, I think it's just a communications difference right now. When you look at the side of Yawn, they're all coordinating at the same time. They'll take this turret. They can even do this.
Oh, they're just
there you go.
Oh, the burst. No hope for tips.
You see, oh yes, and 9, the Savant. They'll cancel some recalls. That's a dead Rakan.
Was it worth it?
Same thing with Moo.
Was it really worth it? Yeah, okay, you stopped their backs, but you gave them even more gold now. Wow. Team Yawn are just so far ahead, and you can tell Raven, they're getting desperate. They're realizing, okay, the game's slipping away from us. We won our last series. We're hoping to take one against Team Yawn as well. Oh, but it's going to be so hard.
They're fighting it again.
Dragonfire's trying to be on the front line, but he's just not tanky enough as this Darius. He's just blown up every fight.
Yeah, great target selection, I think, coming out from Yawn. And guys, just back in like a bush or something, just pull back. You don't have to constantly take the greediest recall locations. You need to be able to get back onto the map. It's probably not going to matter all that much because of how far ahead they are in the game right now, but I mean, we saw right there, this is the Galio tech that I was talking about earlier, where you have Righteous Glory, and it is impossible to dodge out. Tony, is this worth it?
No, he doesn't steal it. Oh, is he dead? He's dead.
He's dead.
He tried. Hey, bold move. I like it. You know, just go for it. Why not? But that's a way for Raven to come back in the game, too.
And that's a kill. It does stop them from taking Baron, which I think Yawn was trying to get into position for. You see how they redeployed back onto the map. And right now, they can take this 3-man core. Yes, this is a good timer for them.
Go for the engage. I like this from Raven. Oh, they missed the engage from Rakan, though. Zine doesn't quite find it. He's going to look to trap, though. Braum ultimate comes out, the taunt onto Darius yet again, and they just can't find the plays. Raven, despite having the setup, they might still lose this one. 9 picks up the first kill, and now Knobs joined back in. It's disaster for Raven as Team Yawn yet again will win another team fight, another ace. They didn't even have their jungler. They didn't have their AD carry to start that one out. It doesn't matter. They're just better.
If this was a slightly closer game, that is an actual team fight that potentially Raven could look to get back into the game, but it's too early and it's way too much gold. 11,000. They'll be able to break this down. They could go for an end. They have a couple minion waves and they have really good champions that do a ton of damage, but they're going to take the safe way. They're just going to say, look, take the Baron, let's start it up, either bait them into another team fight or set ourselves up with an Elder objective.
And I'm starting to notice a trend here from Raven. The fact that Dragon feels like he needs to be the one to go in and start the fight, but then he just gets blown up, and his support's blown up, the one that's supposed to be the engage. Big pickup for Yawn there, getting that pick. That will pretty much seal the deal here for this team fight. Raven just have to try and get back to their turret, but they can't even. They're not even safe down here. They have the Camille ultimate and stuck inside of a Fiora. Yeah, that's not the best place to be. 4 more kills over to Team Yawn. And oh no, this poor AD carry's just all alone on the map. Xayah wanted to push out mid, and that's just going to be Baron disease.
Yeah, this should just be Yawn's game at this point. Like, if it wasn't already apparent, 13,000 gold, and just how they're running the map as a whole. They weren't able to, I mean, really, it starts from level 1, right? It starts from the fact that they weren't able to get this dive kill onto Dragonfire. And after that, it completely turns on its head. We were like, okay, this should be Ravens to take. But, I mean, Tony has made a lot of effective plays. And I think 9, as a kind of auxiliary member with this AP Galio, has done a fantastic job at shutting down any attempt from Raven.
And also the fact that they gave us our first glimpse of what it's like to trade objectives. They did not fight the dragon. They gave that over to Raven and took the top turret instead to get Tamago back in the game. And that means that they now have this massive gold lead that they can take the dragons afterwards. Tamago's just over the wall in a 1v3 situation here. Could be in some trouble. Will get locked out. Team's joining back in. Tamago's still not dead. Is charmed up, but healing as well. And the team will just dogpile onto Raven, picking up a double kill to 9. Godlike for Tamago. That's just going to be game with the Baron buff and now 2 dragons under the turret getting onto tips. Feather Recall does root them down. has the ultimate, pops it, can get back to the fountain.
Wait a minute.
No minion wave
You
here.
can't
Tony
live that.
actually goes down. Tony, a bit aggressive in this game, buddy, but still shouldn't matter at the end of the day, as it's easy enough to take down the Xayah. And just like that, Team Yawn give us another Quake 2-0 second series of the day, going over to Team Yawn.
Team Yawn, super strong. They had a little bit of some flubs, but one, they're picking Theor and Lucian and Galio. I think they're just picking the strongest champions that give you the highest chance to win. And they executed pretty flawlessly, I would say, minus the first 30 minutes of that game. I don't want to remember the first couple of minutes. Those were great for Raven, and it worked against their win condition, but the Darius was just not enough.
It was the fact that they botched the first dive, and also the first Pantheon ultimate, if you remember, went into Dragon Pit. I think he was trying to get over the wall, didn't quite pull it off. There were windows for Raven to try and punish, but then we saw Team Yawn take a step back, not get too aggressive at that dragon, and that play for the top lane is, I think, really the key thing that kept them in that game. They got the gold lead back in their favor. They got their Fiora back in a position where she could then 1v1 the Darius. And from that point forward, it was pretty easy for them to close out that game because the engage never came through for Raven. So let's take another look at the group and how things have shaken out here. Again, just a reminder, we were watching a game from group number 5. Yawn had the bye off, but they do get a swift 2-0 against Raven Gaming. So that means that they're currently leading the group, and they're out of the group. They've made it to the top 16 now.
There you go. See, I told you, warm up, be damned. All that matters, take the free win. We take those. So it happens. Yawn is one of our first teams, I think, to actually make it out of the group. 30K as well. Actually ended up winning 2-0 versus Wild Rifters. We'll get a full breakdown of the rest of the groups when we come back from the break. But I mean, group 5, you've got your first winner. You got your first. We've got some of our teams already making their run into top 16.
Exactly. It's fun to see. And we'll have more catch-ups on that after the break that we'll be sending it to shortly here. But our next match we have is still going to be in the top 32. We're still in the group stage, Swiss round robin here for the first teams to then try and qualify for the top 32. So we will have Tilt City versus Aphelion coming up next in Group 8. So we'll get a chance to look at that group coming up after this break. Go grab your water, do your stretches now, because we're going to be back with more Wild Rift action right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom Game, and Nerd Street here. We got our third series of the day lined up next. We've already seen a lot of Wild Rift action, and it's been a lot of fun so far, Alk. So let's take a look at how all the groups are shaking out so far, because we've got a lot of movement around here. We got our groups 5 through 8 to start us off. We just watched Yawn pick up their first series win, as they did have that bye. Okay, we're jumping back over to groups 1 through 4.
We got to jump back to group 1. It happens.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
So
okay.
talk me through, are we seeing anything surprising here? I mean, obviously 30K were able to pick up their bye and their victory themselves, but we actually haven't seen Cloud9 finish their second series yet.
Yeah, I think they're in the middle of theirs. Just between Team Celestials, there were some hiccups trying to get that game going. From what I remember, Bulbasaur has made it through. Awesome name, kind of fits. I'm looking towards the other groups that are kind of 1-1 now. As we go to our 5 and 8, we come back to these. Every single one of these groups has a team that has made it out, and you have a bunch of 1-1s. Specifically, we just saw Group 5, but even Group 7 now. We were looking at it just coming into the day. Group 7 was our team with Snow, and our first match of the day, where Snow has now finally lost. And now with Group 8, you have Brawl Star Pros with the 2-0, and this is the final game for the top of 32. We're going to have Tilt City Banditos and Aphelion, where after this, we're going straight into some top 16s and looking to qualify for tomorrow.
Competition will only get hotter and hotter as the day goes on, and the winner here will make it to that top 16. So let's take a closer look at these two teams. Aphelion versus Tilt City Banditos. Aphelion have Kim Chikun in the top lane, Patrick in the jungle, Bobby and Jello in the mid lane, with Mega Mewtwo and Kusi rounding out the dragon lane.
Awesome. And Tilt City Banditos, you've got Flawless, King Slippy, Rix, Mr. Legend, and Chicken Lady. That's a sick icon, by the way.
That is pretty sick. I both of them kind of look like I'm trying to think of the way to describe this. Like, if you were able to, I know a couple graphic designers that have designed like Twitch logos, like for individual streamers. It looks like you could just throw that up behind somebody and just be like, "Hey, I'm the Banditos captain here, ready to stream some Wild Rift." So awesome to see that kind of stuff coming through here for the Summoner Showdown. We got a match between two teams though that we haven't seen before. So that's a big thing to highlight right now, is we're going to learn about these teams as we're going into that. But if we want to remind anybody, if somebody's just joining the stream, Alk, so far, what have we been seeing as our little mini meta developing here on the day?
Ezreal Braum is a great pairing.
No, I thought we had that's the opposite.
Very so far it's just been, we're looking at what is the meta of bot lane, right? We've seen now Lucian kind of enter the fray, but mostly it's been Varus, and I want to see a little bit more. I think Yawn was the exception to the rule of what we've seen so far, where we're playing around our top side. We're going to show a game where we can do that. And Snow, I think, showed some interesting things with their mid laner and Sin. So far, I think it's been about standard. There hasn't been anything that's really caught my eye when it's come to new innovative picks. But
the big thing is
awesome meta so far.
We've seen the Fiora now. We highlighted it that we might see Fiora, and I think the later on in the event we go, the more we'll see these kind of solo carry Baron laners, because they are so prevalent in the meta. But right now, it still seems like teams are generally more comfortable playing these big engaged top laners instead. Malphite in particular has been showing up. So I don't know. We'll have to get to know Aphelion, NA, and Tilt City Banditos to see what their play styles are. Do they want to play through Baron lane or through their bottom side? Because the big thing that we've noticed is it really hasn't been about mid lane. Like mid lane has not been carrying these games. It's been more about the Gallios to get around, the TFs to get around.
I will say, Malphite is significantly easier to play than Fiora. So sometimes ease of execution can just carry you through a few wins. That is just like, it's pretty fair to say. Mid lane, like you were saying, has not been the highest impact role so far. We've gotten things like the TF, we've seen Ziggs. It has definitely been one of the larger proponents to a victory. We saw it in that first game with Ziggs especially, but it has not been the role that we've seen that just completely turns a game on its head.
Yeah, it's been a lot about facilitating your team to then carry instead.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple breakout performances from Varus as well. I think that that's a bot laner that has been played twice now. We need to keep our eyes on throughout the meta. But we also finally got our Lucian pick. I mean, going into the day, we were looking at things like Lucian. We were looking at things like the Galio and the Lee Sin as kind of our top 3 priorities. And we have seen all 3 of those showing up now throughout the day. Now, have we are we like confident to say that we found answers into those yet? Because we haven't seen them with 100% win rates yet for all those champs, but they still have looked good. So if we're expecting those to be picked up by teams going forward, how do we play against those kinds of picks?
You can go for the more kind of just head-on strategy, which is pick a really good matchup. For Galio, it's Renekton. You can play in the mid lane. For Lee Sin, you could just play Jarvan, call it a day, try to just wipe your hands clean and say, like, I'm not going to try to interact with you. I'm going to just bring myself to a team fight and try to provide more where I erase your team. And I think that that's been the bigger thing, where we see all these really awesome picks. Sometimes they fail, but I don't think it's necessarily, it's not their fault that it happens. There is extenuating circumstances, like, oh, another lane got destroyed, or we went to a dragon fight and the game kind of just ended from there. So I would say no results-based analysis quite yet, not until we get into top 16, where we can just fully say, like, the champion is terrible. But I'd say that less teams have been focusing on lane counter matchups and more so just picking easier to execute compositions, trying to get through this first qualifier event. And then maybe, as we get further and we go up against higher quality teams, we can pull out some nice pocket picks, maybe something spicy.
Exactly. And a reminder for everybody that this is still just the first qualifier. So of all the teams competing this week, only the top 4 will be making it. So after this, we're going to have our top 16. That will go into top 8 in the bracket stage that will be starting tomorrow. So we'll play all through the top 16 through today. But then there will still be another qualifier next week. So make sure that if you're interested, if you're watching right now and you're like, this sounds like fun, let's try and get on stream or at least just compete against some other teams. You can check out some Discords around. I know that we have a Discord here, Giant Slayer. And then you can also check out, there's other Discords around that have communities with large Wild Rift fan bases, large Wild Rift player bases. You can check out Reddit, check out Twitter. Just grab your friends and say, hey, we're doing it. We're signing up for the qualifiers. You never know what's going to happen, but we'd love to get as many competitors as we can. And next week, we still don't have full. So make sure that you're signing up if you are interested. Because again, just a reminder, Alk, what are we competing for here in this qualifiers?
Money. Oh, sorry. Qualifying for majors. Yay!
Money at majors.
Which technically is money. Exactly. You get your first major. You can get you take part in that $10,000 prize pool, and then you auto qualify for the second major. Why not make some more? Then the third one, make some more. Show up at NA Regionals Championship. Get to take part in that 70,000 prize pool for that one. So pretty awesome stuff. And it just turns into like a snowball effect. You win one and you keep going. You get that momentum going for yourself.
Exactly. And that's a cool thing is that this is the first event, so it's a lot of new faces. But going throughout the entire month, we're going to be able to get to know these players very well. We'll probably have, rivalries by the end of this of teams that have faced each other or in different qualifiers in different majors, then refacing each other again in the next major, maybe even the next qualifier if they're not both able to make that top 4 and then into the auto qualification for the next major. The format of this whole event, really fun. I don't know who was the mastermind behind it, but it's cool to see like 3 different events over 2 weeks or 3 weeks each themselves, leading into a big event at the finals. It means that even though there's not a large history of Wild Rift competition in North America, we get to build that together.
Exactly. And it creates a really nice circuit where if there's if there's even a modicum of success, it's replicable. You can do this basically 4 seasons out of the year, and you can make it Spring Gauntlet. It's the Summoner series. You can turn this into the Summer series. Just giving you a little bit of heads up, wisdom, in case you want to try that out a little bit.
Yeah.
But exactly, you could do a full seasonal, and then now you have a central. You have centralized tournament play at the highest level for North America. And now you can start to maybe you get those training, you get those reps in, and you can send really awesome representatives over when we start having international events sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm excited for the if international events eventually come to Wild Rift. I mean, it's a big, or not a big if. It's a tiny if. I'm expecting it to happen.
It's a win.
It's
a
not
win.
an if,
it's a win.
More of a win than an if. But that means that we got to make sure we're ready, okay? I don't want to have another League of Legends PC happen, where every time we go to Worlds or a big international event, maybe we can make it out of groups, maybe at like the not Worlds, but like the MSI pre-Worlds International Tournament, we can make finals a couple times. I want to be legitimate contenders, and it all starts here in our own regional events. So again, just a reminder, if you think that you're good at this game, you better get your butt on some your thumbs, I guess, on some phones, and then actually play compete here in these events. I'm gonna start talking while we send it to a short break before we get ready for this next pick and ban for our next series. We do have a slight delay, so stick with us. We'll be right back after this. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Wild Rift Summoner Showdown. We have our next series prepped and ready to go. The teams are getting into pick and ban shortly, so we are ready to hop in. Just a reminder, it will be Aphelion NA versus Tilt City Banditos. We'll be in Group 8 here for this one, and big surprise, it's a new tournament, new teams, new players. We don't have a lot of information on these teams, but we're going to get to learn all of that together. So, Alk, just a quick reminder where we are currently on the day's broadcast and then what's coming up next on broadcast after these games.
Yeah, so right now as we get into draft, this is basically kind of like the game that gets you into top 16 or makes you have to wait until next week to play. And after this, we're going to go into our top 16, where it is the top 4 from today's games that will go on to tomorrow, if I'm correct.
Well, we're going to finish out top 16. We'll get the 8. Yep, top 8 will go into tomorrow, and we'll have the bracket.
Yeah.
So Yeah, a lot on the line. The winner here, the winner of this series, will make it to top 16 and continue on throughout the day. If you lose, you're out. Yeah, you can still qualify or sign up
See
for
you next week.
next week's qualifiers. Yeah, see you next week. There will be other majors that you can try and qualify through as well, but that will be the end of your competition on the day itself. So a lot is riding on the line here. Aphelion NA will be on the blue side, taking away that Jinx. We did see this in the first game of the day, and I still think that she's pretty strong in the current meta. I do like Jinx right now. Worthy of a ban? Not fully convinced, but still Aphelion NA don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, when I look at Jinx, I played a ton of her when I was starting out Wild Rift, and then slowly we made our way over to the Kaisa, and then Lucian got released, and we're dropping Jinx. Jinx just takes forever to get going, especially on items. And while you could try to mitigate that with just using the passive and getting excited, you could just, I think there's a couple other options that just do a little bit more a little bit earlier.
Yeah, the big thing I liked about her was just the range in lane, and especially against things like the Kaisa and the Lucian. If you know how to play the matchup, it's nice. But the ban from Tilt City Banditos, taking away Braum, another champion that has been very popular throughout the day. Teams have been hard prioritizing this, much to our dismay, if they're pairing it with things like the Ezreal, but taken off the table this time around.
A lot of support priority, and specifically just bot lane in general, right? Galio can be played in the mid lane, and we've seen it more often than not there, but is available for the bot lane position. So now with Braum gone and with Jinx gone, do Tilt City Banditos, do they try to focus another marksman ban, or are they going to match with another mage, or even potentially something else? I mean, Lee Sin is still available. Lucian, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we only have one of those top three that you were looking at on the day, but there's number two. Lee Sin is taken off the table. If you're a Aphelion NA, I think that you could realistically be looking at that Lucian ban, unless you're willing to first pick it for yourselves. The reason I think Lucian from Aphelion NA is that then you're kind of putting pressure on Tilt City Banditos to take away some of these big flex picks, like the Gragas, like the Camille. But no, Aphelion NA, they're still identifying the Ziggs as a big threat for themselves, and still it has found success today too. So I don't hate this ban either.
Ziggs has been we only got to see it one game, but that is as many games as I want to see it at this point, because Ziggs is popular on PC, Ziggs is popular here. I cannot get away from this damn Yordle. It is really annoying to play against, so glad to see that they are constantly hitting the ban table, and that's Diana, which we've seen a lot of Diana played, but not necessarily banned, and I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that. I wonder what Tilt City Banditos have in store.
And there we go. The Camille lock-in again for Aphelion NA. Can be played top lane, can be played in the jungle. I like this because it's really good in the current meta, and also still gives you a little bit of flexibility. But Lucian's still on the table. Tilt City Banditos could go for that, along with a Gragas here if they wanted to. Gives them a strong flex pick and a strong AD carry. But no, they go for the Kaisa Senna.
Kaisa in Wild Rift, I learned pretty quickly from talking with some just listening to some pros and getting some feedback from other casters, that Kaisa in this game particularly is all about just being a lane bully. She really utilizes her Cathy and Rain to the most efficiency in Wild Rift compared to her PC counterpart. And where in League of Legends on PC, you are playing a scaling champion who's really good in the mid game and has some very dangerous quantities as we get closer to the end game. Here, it is all about first couple items, getting components so you can get that Q evolve and be very dangerous. So we'll have to see what happens here with a scaling Senna.
With all champions, in Wild Rift, you're a little more accelerated on getting towards those evolves, towards those builds. But yeah, the Senna kind of slows things down. And wouldn't you know it, we got an Annie lock-in over for Tilt City Banditos. I didn't expect to see that in the professional setting, but still can provide a lot of burst and a lot of engage.
It's a good matchup into Akali. As soon as she hits Shroud, you press W, you press the I think it's Disintegrate? Disintegrate might be your Q. But you press W, boom. She's stunned inside of her charm. And if you have the ultimate, you have stun up, boom, you can drop that as well. So I think a niche counter pick to Akali, but also does really well against the rest of Aphelion.
Aphelion have a very short-range composition outside of the Varus, who will be providing that range engage of the Alistair Rammus, and then these kind of like assassins of the Akali and the Camille. And Tilt City Banditos, they got a lot of range to play with the Senna, with the Annie, and then some engaged tools of their own with Wukong and Pantheon coming in. Man, we've seen so many unique champions already. I feel like I keep trying to figure out what the meta is of the day, but I don't even think that we have an answer right now because we've seen so many different looks from these teams. It makes it fun, makes it fresh, makes it exciting, and it makes me want to watch exactly what's going to happen in this game. So talk me through it, Alk. From your expert opinion, there's a big brain bot laner on the desk here. What do you think about these teams? Who are you favoring so far?
I really like Tilt City Banditos. I will also give a little bit of a caveat. Philion, see, Rammus is just a shapeshifter. I'm sorry, going super off tangent. The Rammus earlier was a Vi. Rammus is now just an Evelyn. Whatever. He's a shapeshifter. He's actually just Ditto in disguise. So that's why he just says okay. He doesn't say much more after that. Caveat for Aphelion, they have high execution kind of in terms of gameplay. Really high skill cap champions. Camille, Evelyn, Akali, these solo lanes in the jungle in tandem with each other, so dangerous to deal with. And Varus, we've seen so far, has been a dangerous bot lane duo with about anybody you pair him with. So looking at this, I want to say Tilt City Banditos, it is a much easier team fight composition, but Aphelion have their kind of tools to immediately disintegrate any fight from beginning.
I'm going to be looking at Patrick. I'm going to be looking at this Evelyn. How stealthy are you? How quickly can you hit that level 5? And then look to catch out isolated members on the side of the Banditos. And we said going into the day, might not be expecting Evelyn picks, but still, even with the nerfs, not the worst jungler, still without any form of control wards in the game to spot you out on your roams. You still do provide just pressure by existing at level 5. Let's see if they're able to pull this one off here as we're loaded on to the Rift and ready for our third series of the day. The final in the top, or the round robin, the first Swiss round robin here. All 32 teams competing. Winner will go on.
Now, Kangas, as a voice for pro guides, what would you say? I'm sure that you guys have made millions of videos telling players, please abuse Evelyn if you're a jungler. Champion is broken. I played against it. Champion is ridiculous. What would you say is your first kind of heads up against this champion? What would you give as a tip to play against this champion?
Tip to play against this champion is do not be afraid early. You once she hits level 5, you should be a little afraid. But that's when you just start to try and group up and go for objectives, make sure that people aren't isolated. But early on, try and tell your laners, hey, push this wave and then roam with me to try and get aggressive. But actually, currently,
there is
we
no
don't
Evelyn.
See Patrick. Yeah, Patrick is still in the fountain, has not purchased any items, and the teams are playing it out.
Now imagine this is the scariest part about playing Evelyn. It is the unseen Evelyn is the dead.
Yeah. Unseen Evelyn, when you don't even know where she's clearing camps because she isn't clearing camps. You walk into her jungle, you're like, wait a minute, she's not top, she's not bot. Where could you possibly be? Well, yes, we do actually have a remake because there seems to have been some connectivity issues on the side of Patrick there. Makes a little bit more sense as to why the Evelyn was still in the fountain. Looks like we also had the team picking the wrong character, so that is the reason for the remake. So probably just Patrick communicating with the tournament admins there. We will be sending it to a short break while we give the teams time to redraft, get their correct picks in the correct order, and then get back into the game. So we might have some slight differences for the drafts once we come back, but we will come back after this with our third series. Winner goes on to the top 16. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this. And we're back. The teams have figured out what's going on with their draft, so we're ready to hop into the game shortly. But before that, let's catch up on what the drafts actually are. So it appears like the Evelyn pick in the actual game was a misclick, and it is going to be a Rammus. So according to what we have on the lower third right now, that is what is going on. Let's take a little bit extra time now to talk about what these compositions want to do, Alk. We mentioned a little bit over on the side of the Banditos. Let's bring it back over now to Felion. And what is the purpose of these 5 champions locked in together? What is their goal here throughout the game?
Well, you have Rammus, who does fantastic into some of these lower ranged compositions. Annie has actually a pretty long range in terms of auto attack, but Kaisa, Senna for the first couple minutes in the game is going to be pretty low, and a lot of these champions don't have a lot of interaction versus Rammus. He uses his ultimate, goes over. The best addition to this champion by far is making him into a moving cannonball. That's the best part of that. No, hands down. And really, I mean, you have a bunch of tanks that can kind of frontline for what is a huge deathball comp now, where you have Kaisa who can go in with Wukong and Pantheon, and supportive elements like the Annie and the Senna just provide that much more damage and some healing.
All right, so the front line's going to try and hold the line against the death ball is kind of what I'm hearing. But the problem that I'm starting to notice is that Wukong Pantheon can be a little slippery, can be hard for an Alistar to actually stop from getting onto the backline. Wukong with a clone, and Pantheon just ulting past you at that point. So that means that this Varus will have to be careful. But the nice thing is, that's really the only person that you're trying to dive onto. Because like Akali, she's got a Shroud. Camille's going to be going in with the Rammus, with the Alistar. It almost feels like these comps are just going to be kind of ramming their heads against each other and just seeing who comes out on top.
Yep, they're just gonna put on their helmets and just run at each other. We're just running full steam ahead.
Have you seen those videos of like two goats fighting?
Oh, those are awesome. They're
Yeah.
just like bucking. They're like bucking with their horns. That is so cool.
Yep.
I can't do that. Obviously, I don't have any horns, nor am I.
Oh,
goats,
as a bald man, that's how we have to fight. If I ever like lock eyes with another bald guy and like we got beef, we got to drop the hands, and it just comes down to headbutting. Yeah, little known fact.
I thought you guys just started polishing. I thought you guys just started polishing the tops.
Oh, well, you do that for... Well, if you polish it too much, though, you just kind of like ricochet off of each other. So you need to make sure that there's solid, connection going on there.
Some matte finish at the top.
Yeah, just a little spit to help it out. But yeah, that's essentially what I'm imagining for these cops here. And we just a general trend we've noticed throughout the day is that there's a big priority put on the dragons. The first dragon kind of will decide who takes the lead. That's been the case for every game except for the last series that we just watched, where they were able to trade for the top turret during that dragon take. But usually these teams are opting in for the dragon fights early on.
It has been kind of the meta. I was hoping we were going to see more of, hey, take control of bot lane, things like the Varus, the Corki, the Lucian, and just put yourself in a position with this dragon. Moves start to shift. I'm sorry, I'm distracted by this Rammus walk animation, man.
This is
incredible. I don't play enough Rammus. This is so good.
You didn't realize this is what happens? Yeah, it's so much better than the League PC. It's like they just took his identity and said, we're just going to make him more Rammus, and yeah, you're just going to deal with it.
That's just perfect, man. Like... we were talking about this earlier. Things that need to come from Wild Rift into League PC. That is one of them. I will actually just play Rammus if that is the walk animation.
Well, they did already add his ult, so he does now have the extra distance on it. So that's one part. I love that. Like this is kind of what they're semi doing with Wild Rift. Not for everybody, right? But they'll take abilities, try them out of Wild Rift. They work in the mobile. Maybe we'll bring it to the PC version as well. But currently catching up on what's happening in the game, the junglers both starting on the bottom side. We do see Rammus go for a full clear option, whereas Wukong's actually passing towards the top. And I mean, hey, why not? Your top laner's trading aggressively against Kimchi-kun. Probably could look for a dive.
As soon as we see that Kimchi-kun has now taken the plant, this is the cheese gank now. You get on level 3 on Wukong, and I love the way that Flawless has been playing this top side, trading HP, trying to get a low advantage, and now with red buff being the last buff, it'll stay for an additional amount of time, and this is the time you're going to go for a scuttle, maybe try to prolong the gank potential, but they go get seen on the ward. Ooh, that's really nice. Okay, I love that. Getting it away from the ward, won't be seen. There's a couple of pings. They have to know it's being traded.
Yeah, I think Kimchi-kun's got to realize, and now I don't know if they actually spotted King Slippy. I didn't see the timing on that ward in the pixel brush, so maybe he's unspotted, but not going to go for the gank regardless. Wukong does back off and heads back towards the bottom side of the jungle. Interesting pathing choices. I would have loved to see an attempt at least.
Yeah, that was my expectation from this, but so far we haven't really seen too many early ganks from junglers in this game, or in the series so far. So looks like that was probably the luckiest pathing from King Slippy. They can get an idea as to where they are, but I mean, basically avoided every single ward. There's a ward in his chicken camp, and it expired before he got there. So now he will be seen as he enters the bot river. I think he was seen because it was the bottom scuttle, but I mean, this is a monkey operating in the dark. But
now we actually have the top side in some trouble here. Kimchi-kun throws down the ultimate, still goes down to the ignite. Patrick was pinging, I'm coming to help you. But unfortunately, the Baron laner dies before Rammus can show up.
All right, good job. You know, Pantheon getting a solo kill is going to get 800 gold in advantage. Rammus has to push this wave and try to save their top laner. Didn't actually end up doing a full push. This might just stick right in front of the turret. If observers could show us what's happening topside, there's a little bit of a bot scuffle here. They'll walk it away.
No, they'll back
I want to see if that wave top lane is frozen. There's actually a fight in mid lane. They're trading ignites.
Bobby and Jello. It's almost blown up. It's almost traded back. Annie versus Akali. Who would have guessed such a volatile matchup? But now bottom side, flash forward by the Seta, hits the root. The gank from Slippy, and the kill goes over to Senna.
All right, awesome. Good to see that. They're getting their bot lane ahead, which is awesome because we've been talking about Varus. What are your answers? Could you try to find a lane matchup? Kai'Sa's a lane bull. You could go for it. Does get outranged by the Varus, but another way to do it is the good old-fashioned jungle diff. Bring your jungler bot side. Get the ganks flowing.
Yeah, and that gives them another kill now onto, I guess, support technically here, as you're not going to be the one CSing as Senna. So had the tier to start, picks up the Caulfields next. Extra cooldown, extra damage in this lane, but interestingly enough, Mega Mewtwo actually has the full item completed already, so coming back to lane, going to be a little bit stronger currently, but the big differential right now is the top side. This Pantheon a full 1,000 ahead of Camille, and has been throwing that weight around, as currently went for a lane swap. I think they want to get Pantheon closer to this dragon.
Yeah, I think he was also just covering the lane. Wanted to make sure Akali didn't get any unnecessary chip damage and always applies pressure. And like we were talking about, it's a global. So at any point, Pantheon does not need to really kind of worry about, oh, am I too far from an objective? They are starting it now. After pushing off a wave, they'll get seen on vision. Pantheon just now cleared the wave, but they need to start this fight if you're on Aphelion.
It's going to be a 5v5 here. Aphelion versus Tilt City Bandinos. Whose 5v5 looks better right now? Chains of Corruption lands here onto Rix, just blown up to start the fight. As now in the Dragon Pit, there's a fight going on as well, but they're running away with it. Aphelion actually winning this one heavily. A double kill over to Akali. King Slippy will go down as well. That will be a full 0 for 5 ace. Team White for Aphelion.
All right, we're back in the gulag, boys. It's time to fight. As soon as your Drake 1 spawns, fight every single time. They get the first Drake the first turret as well. So Aphelion, huge in the lead. I was wondering how they were going to try to kind of leverage this Pantheon, and goes right into the pit, right into 2 members, splitting up the fight for Tilt City. This was just a bad fight from the start. Not only was there a Varus ultimate, but the amount of damage that he's pumping out from the poke build, and now that Akali is starting to get some more gold, I mean, look at the differential in mid lane right now. It is huge, and that's just going to mean trouble. It's going to spell trouble for everybody on the side of Tilt City Banditos.
And that means the Banditos got to find some creative way to come back into this game. Currently, they have 3 members topside. The Rift Herald has been started by Aphelion, and they look to contest it. Kali's rummed up too. 4 members here. Chains of Corruption hits the clone, though, but does also land onto Annie. Slippy looking for it, jumps in, but doesn't even have the ultimate, so just goes down. A killing spree now to Akali, and a slaughter as the double kill comes through.
She has ultimate.
Bobby Angelino flashing forward aggressively out of Flawless. That's the triple, baby! And Bobby Angelo, absolutely stunning in this game.
You're playing Akali, guess what? Use the ultimate's namesake. Perfect execution from Aphelion. I mean, this is the mid lane difference now. We're kicking it in. It's 3,000 gold over the advantage. And so now with this reset, Aphelion should be in the driver's seat when they get this recall and redeploy out onto the map. Rammus is just, I mean, just so disgusting now at this point. Look at what he's doing. As a full Thorn Mail, and that means anybody that gets taunted instantly dies. And if you're trying to use something like the Pantheon W when it has the full upgrades from his, I think it's Mortal, it's like Mortal something from his passive, it makes it so you're doing a bunch of auto attacks all in one during the stun. And if you're getting that into a Thorn Mail, I think you actually just do less damage and you just get out-traded by the jungle. It's Ignite on Rammus.
Oh, we didn't even notice that going into this one. Is now looking for a play on the top side of the map. Kimchi-kun setting it up, and the rest of the team joins in. Pantheon, I don't think you wanted to take that ultimate, buddy. Dragon falls into his death as a double kill comes through. A killing spree for Kimchi-kun. Camille's now coming online as well. Very impressive performances from Aphelion. And they're looking like they're about to run away with this game. 12-2 on the scoreboard. Bobby Angelo will also get this bottom turret here. And I want to note that we are hearing from production, this is actually a substitute support player. It's actually Worst Player in as a sub instead for their original member, Kusi. And now bottom lane dive here. Not good for Slippy. Godlike for Bobby Angelo. Substitute Alistair coming in clutch.
Awesome. It's just really good play, and they're playing around dives now. I haven't seen too many dives this tournament and this event so far. Are they going to do it again? They're calling for pings. They know that they're there. They don't have to do anything. It's 25 seconds towards Drake. If you want to get flashy, go for it. But if you want to just take it slow and just, freely win the game instead of coin flipping it, you can just go for this Drake. And they're going to do that right now. You're going to see Varus take a reset. We see a Akali coming off of the summoning platform with a now completed Rabadons.
Whew.
This is massive now. I think the big thing here is that Kai'Sa has finished the Bork and has already have her evolved Q.
Now they just look for the play bot side here. Annie, ultimate does do a lot of damage. Burst immediately into worst player in Patrick. Might be enough to deter Aphelion from starting this dragon. We'll have to wait and see, because that also means that no Annie ultimate for the fight.
When you say burst and she has like the cold skin, I just think of the Tibbers dropping. This should just be their dragon. They might go for this. Watch where Kai'Sa is. She has the killer instinct. We need to see them go for something. You need to go for a team fight. They're going to just drop the dragon. And what are they getting? They're not able to reset any of the waves on the opposite side of the map, take some jungle camps on the top side. So they'll be able to transition this into a lead.
They're even going to lose their top jungle camps. I mean, look, Aphelion can just walk up here, push the mid wave, take these Raptors, take the red buff away. Oh, the Banditos just lost so much tempo off of that play. And Aphelion, they're a team that are showing that they will punish you for that. They actually don't commit for the red buff, but they will back off, and maybe they just start up this Baron. We're 10 minutes in. They do have some DPS with the help of this Varus, but it's more so just a bait. They're waiting for the Bandinos to walk in.
Good use of the Senna, but they have to know someone's here.
Oh, here's the engage. Coming through. Already caught out Wukong. Slippy's dead. Backline. Bobby Angelo just chasing down McLegend. And even Rammus goes on a killing spree. Why not? 17-2 on the scoreboard. Aphelion are just running away with this game. And now they're chasing down Flawless, the only member left alive for the Banditos, and it's just trivial to pick up that kill. Legendary goes Bobby Angelo, and another 5-for-0 ace for Aphelion.
13,000 gold, a Baron at 11 minutes. I know you're a Minnesota boy, and I'm not as big a Smash on Smash as you are, but I'm pretty sure Mewtwo is supposed to win the Slippy matchup. This is just
Slippy's not even a playable character. Slippy's just like a little trophy.
It's a background character,
which is honestly kind of fair for how this matchup that we're seeing right now. To your credit there, I like the reference.
Oh, this is just heartbreaking. I mean, look at this. Akali has literally double Annie's gold, and so that just means, is that GA 4th item? Anyway, Kai'Sa can't do anything at this point. Wukong has. I don't think we've seen a Cyclone this whole game. I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be, but I mean, realistically, we haven't even seen like a good use of it so far. Now, we were talking about the top side camps. It's going to happen for these bot side camps. They're going to lose everything, and the gold starvation is going to continue to happen. There's a Cyclone.
Bandinos have to defend this play. Hold the line. Just hold. There's an ultimate coming in from Slippy, but he's still chased down.
He's alive.
These tanks are just unkillable, but he does make it out. Kim Chun under the wall. But the Alistair cannot be said the same for. That's a big pickup here for the Bandinos, but they're losing their mid inhibitor turret for it. And the push continues. Aphelion, they might just look to try and end the game.
No, they can flank them here though. Watch Pantheon.
They gotta watch out for
nice
Pantheon.
engage.
Oh, he just runs in. And now Patrick jumps in there. I don't know if that was the correct play. Has to run back. It's a 4v5, but they can still take it. Look at the gold lead of Aphelion, the range of this Varus. There's just no answer for the Banditos.
Yeah, they don't heal quite fast enough, so it would have been really reliant on just trying to constantly skill check your opponents with your wallet. That was a little bit iffy. I think if Aphelion had stayed maybe a few more seconds, that is a potential win there for Tilt City Bandito. So they're able to get out. They lose another dragon, or sorry, they lose a turret there for the side of Aphelion. But I mean, look at how tanky Patrick is. He has the Frostfire, and look at whenever he auto attacks, how big that is. That is a massive slow.
Even got the Force of Nature too, and now another pick in the mid lane. Oh, the Varus ultimate misses, but the Animalt is already down again. Bobby Angelo as the Akali gets the triple kill. Might look for even more. A quadra kill for Akali. Legendary Bobby Angelo, you beautiful gamer.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
Just taking it right now. Flawless. The only member left here for the Banditos, and the dive will come through. He's trying to bait them into the fountain. Bobby Angelo's looking for the pentakill. Don't think he's gonna find it though. Oh, Pantheon's
It's
holding.
over.
He's gonna give it to him. Let's go. Flashes away.
No.
Worst player won. Will go down. Bobby and Jello under the Nexus, but with the spawners coming up, no
They can
more
save
pen
this. Wait a
skill
minute.
available. But I don't know if they end the
Oh.
game. They do. Nexus falls, and Aphelion NA will take game 1 in this best of 3 series.
Okay, nice. That was a explosive game. And another game, it seems like another game where you come to first Drake and the game is decided. Do you
Yep.
go for the team fight and you lose it? Well, looks like you're now in the hole and it's so difficult to try to pull yourself out of.
And this is just time and time again. It's crazy out. We keep seeing this happen. The teams are baited into these dragon fights. Banditos, and then the one time that they didn't take the dragon fight, they didn't get anything for it. It wasn't like they decided, all right, we're going to give that objective. We're going to go top side, invade their jungle, push the lane, get a turret. They just backed in bot lane. They lost all the tempo because then Aphelion were able to get the push mid. So I think the Banditos need to go back to the drawing board, get back to their fundamentals in Wild Rift, in MOBA play in general, and just say, okay, how do we better control the map state and make sure that we're always at least trading objectives?
Yeah, trading objectives and, I mean, just getting something, like, in general, because
Yeah.
Akali always had priority in that mid lane, which I think is really strange for a lot of people. If you were to ask, like, do you take Akali or Annie, she will always have sustain thanks to her Q. She can always find kill pressure at level 5 versus someone like the Akali who has to get into melee range. And you can build Zonias versus this champion. Like, I think that it's just so hard from a mid lane perspective and even from a jungle perspective to kind of have any influence in a game when you're Akali. There's an enemy Akali who's running the map.
Absolutely running the map. I also, again, just want to give props to Worst Player 1. The sub coming in for this team, looking really good on that Alistair. Diving under the bottom turret, finding the engages for the team with Rammus as well. And it's rough when you have to get subbed in last second for a game like this. But hey, I mean, showing up when it matters, and props to Aphelion NA. It's crazy to think that they also lost a series, because remember, these are both 1-1 teams. So the winner of this series goes on to the top 16. So that means Aphelion NA did actually lose a series, and they look like a pretty decent team so far.
They did lose to the people who are 2-0 in the group.
Yeah, well,
so All-Star Pros. They lost to
works.
the 2-0. So that is, you know, it's unfortunate. I'm looking forward to it because we're getting later into the day. Not only that was a pretty one-sided game for most of it ever since Dragon, and a ton of teams are now qualifying into top 16. Our first 4 groups are almost completely done. We're waiting on one more match, and same thing for 5 through 8. This is basically the last couple. We're in the last. We're basically
Home
in the
stretch.
end game for top 16 for top 32.
And that means that half of the teams, when we come back, well, depending on how things shake up, because we might just have one game ahead of us, if Aphelion NA can close this one out. If it does go to 3, whatever, after this series, we will have to say goodbye to half of the teams competing on the day. It's a big chunk of competitors leaving, and then by the end of the day, we'll have it narrowed down to the top 8 going into the bracket that will be streamed tomorrow. I love the format, man. It's so fun to just see the pool get smaller and smaller. The Hunger Games coming in here as people are getting eliminated now. We get towards the top, but we will be sending it to a very, very short break while we get back and ready for game number 2 in this series. Let's see if Aphelion NA can send us home early here into the top 16, Alk, or if the Banditos can bring us back to a game number 3. We'll find out right after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Summoner Series powered by Riot, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street for our final match in the top 32 here. This is the final game that we'll be seeing, or potentially final 2 games in the Swiss bracket top 32. Before we say goodbye to half of the teams in the tournament, I know I'm sad to see them go as well, but hey, that's just how a tournament shakes out. We got Aphelion taking on Tilt City Banditos, and Tilt City Banditos probably tilting a little bit after the last game. Got a little one-sided by the end. So if we're talking from their perspective, Alk, how are they going to try and bring this back? Is it something in the draft? Is it something in the game plan, decision-making? What are you identifying as their biggest weakness that they need to look at going into this game too?
This is one of those games where I don't actually want to... I really don't think there was much wrong with the draft. I think it was more just... what are we doing? There was no one that was really playing all that proactive except for the top laner of Tilt City. I really like the Pantheon pick. I just think that after a while, the rest of the team just kind of felt like they were afraid. Like, hey, if I make this mistake, I don't want to be the reason we lose. I don't want to. I don't want to like Kaisa ult forward and then suddenly the whole team is there and we die. It's one of those things where sometimes you just got to make it. Sometimes you just got to go for that play and. It's a coin. It might be a coin flip from us, but in your head, and a really great thing that I've learned about players just from just listening to so much is just every player thinks that their decision in their mind is correct, and in some ways they are. So I really want to see Tilt City kind of just play without reservation, fight, do something at least.
Ram your heads against their heads. Come on.
Okay, maybe not do that. Maybe
not. On the draft.
I cannot advocate for that, but if you got to do it, you got to do it. You don't want to go out.
All I'm gonna say is that if Aphelion and A were the ram, then Tilt City Banditos were the baby ram. No horns yet.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta throw a couple Brom lines in there. So Tilt City Banditos, they had the early game going all right for them. I'm happy you highlighted that top lane in particular because the Pantheon was something that I think that they could have looked to play through more. But then the game just started getting a little sloppy, a little chaotic, and the big fight around the dragon early on where the Annie tries to throw out the ultimate, doesn't get a kill for it, and then doesn't have the ult for the dragon fight afterwards, but they still take it regardless. It's those little types of plays that, again, don't let that dragon bait you, everybody. You can give that up if you don't have a proper setup for it and then try and take objectives elsewhere. So I think that's the biggest advice I have for them Banditos myself.
Dragon is the enemy. Do not do it. It is a bait.
Yep, especially if you're red side for some reason. Like every single game, it's like blue side getting there first, which is usually harder to defend because red side can approach.
You would think with the geography, usually you could just enter through red side and it's so much easier to enter into dragon.
Mm-hmm.
But, whatever. I'll be wrong. It's okay. I'm okay with being wrong sometimes. We'll take it. But Tilt City's on blue side this time, so should be easy. Do the Drake. You get a free win.
If they want to prioritize that, I want to see them get something that can win the bot lane and then actually play to win the bot lane. So let's see what they decide to prioritize. We've still seen Lucian be really top priority for a lot of these teams. And I don't hate this Braum ban because if you're going to try and get aggressive, you want to make sure that the enemy team doesn't have very supportive champions that can absorb that pressure. So, hey, taking this off, it's already something that's been popular and it plays into what I have identified as their win condition. We'll see if they've identified that too.
We'll have to see, because now we have, Ziggs is really good if you want to have entrance into that Baron or into that Dragon Pit, and has so far performed about as well as we would expect. And, the bans from these two have really kind of focused in on some of the key picks that we're talking about. Is Lee Sin going to hit the table again? Is it Camille going to kind of slip through the drafted again? Lucian as well. I think there's a few options for what Tilt City can do to change up their draft and change up some of their bans, but seems like the Braum is really, we're just sticking with it on this one. It seems like we're going to continue to, no more supports.
I wouldn't hate a Camille ban if they want to take it off the table. Yeah, okay, there it is. We do see that because Kimchi-kun, despite losing the early lane, came back and popped off on this. So I actually do kind of like this because it just removes some scaling from Kimchi-kun, could also remove a comfort pick there. And Aphelion NA taking away the Galio makes a lot of sense to me as well. Very strong blue 1 pick here. So you want to prioritize those big mega busted ones. I feel like if you're Aphelion NA, you need to be looking at that Lee-Sided Lucian right now. But
I like getting rid of it, but it seems like we're getting rid of Jinx. Jinx is a big hater. We're not giving Mr. Legend that availability. And I would say with the compositions that we've seen so far from Tilt City Banditos, Jinx is a great thing to slot in because you have a ton of damage coming from your Baron lane, your jungle lane, and your mid so far. We haven't seen too many supportive picks for them. I think that you got one reset. That's all it takes for this champion. So it's a nice theme champion for how Tilt City like to play.
And I want to say that they also banned that in game number 1. So again, maybe they've done their own research. We haven't seen these teams played before, but if they're in the same Discord servers, if they're at the same ELO in solo queue, there's a chance that they've played against each other, maybe even scrimmed each other leading into the event. So these could be targeted bans coming in from these teams. Tilt City Banditos, though, taking away that Diana pick here. We've seen a lot of Diana bans and a lot of Diana play so far. It seems like this is what teams are identifying as top of the meta currently.
Getting rid of Wukong now. So we get to see King Slippy on a different jungler. That may have just saved King Slippy because they probably would have just put him on the same champion. Weirdly enough, what happened to Jarvan?
We haven't seen any of him today. Well, we got one. He was in game number 1 with the Ziggs. So they did have that combo.
Both of those champions have really just like disappeared. They put on their cloaks, they walked away. And I mean, where are they? Like, Jarvan's really popular on the patch right now. You have a couple other of like junglers. I was thinking Xin Zhao would be pretty huge just because of early game skirmish potential. Barely even seen him.
And one champion that we have seen a lot of, though, is the Ziggs, mostly in the bans, and it's not banned here, Alk. So I think that we could see a Ziggs pickup from Affiliate on NA, because the Banditos, they opted instead for the Akali, but no, we go back to the Alistair Varus. This is what Mega Mewtwo and Worst Player played in that last game. They looked great on it, don't get me wrong, but now this leaves open more options for the Banditos.
I think Akali is just super strong. You can still flex it in both of your lanes, and after what Bobby Angelo just did, I would be like, yes, take this away, please. We're not doing that again. I'm not getting 1v9 by an Akali again, please. That hurt.
But the Lucian Malphite answer right now. All right, we got some pretty big priority picks now. The big mega busted champs on the side of Tilt City Banditos. Aphelion on A, drafting maybe more for comfort, more for their read of what their composition wants to do. But already we're seeing the adaptation from the Banditos. Taking away Akali. They're no longer going for the skill match at top lane. Instead, just going for the big rock, and then also with the Lucian.
Okay. You know that it's going to be Malphite top lane, unless they pick Senna here and they throw Lucian top lane and a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Support matchup versus Alistar, you can go for Leona's not the best, but I think she's I think she is the best engaged support on the patch right now. Even into Alistar, I think it is a fine matchup, and you look at the rest of their team, it's great. Braum is gone, which if you're going to pick Lucian, kind of just feels bad. I guess that these are matchups you could take. You could pick Lee Sin. I just... this is
so Malphite support then? Maybe Ahri support? I actually have heard some rumblings of Ahri support being viable if you have a kill lane, and with the Lucian, could turn into a kill lane. We'll have to wait and see who gets what champions there. But this is making it confusing for Aphelion NA too. What do they want to draft to round out their composition? Do they want to focus on lanes or just try and bring this comp together some more? Because TF ulting into a lane that they don't have a counter pick for could be rough. Katarina. Not what I was expecting, but it's a champ. It is technically locked in.
This feels, now I could be wrong, and I've said it again, I'm cool with that. This feels like there may be a redraft coming soon. Because there are some champions that are going to be going into some funky lane allocations. You've now got a Katarina. One of these guys is going Baron lane, right? I was really kind of hoping with this Varus bot lane and with TF and now with this Rammus that they would just go for some kind of dive bot lane where you're setting up waves with the Varus and you permanently dive the Lucian and whatever support they end up picking and try to look for something. But now with the response of something like a Lee Sin, it is Malphite support.
Whoa.
This is going to be, there are some really, it's Katarina top?
Yeah, there's some champions locked in League of Legends right here, Alk. That's what I was expecting. I thought it'd be the Katarina top with a TF mid still. And that's going to be Katarina into Ahri. So traditionally, two mid laners matched against each other in the Baron lane. Not the end of the world. It's a matchup that both of them should be comfortable with. But actually, no, they're swapping. It's going to be the Akali versus Katarina.
This is a really good matchup for Katarina then, because so really it is just on Akali. She needs to take control of the lane. She needs to find some kind of kills, and someone like Lee Sin can help with that in the early game, especially with how weak Katarina can be. But there's no CC up here, so if we get to 5 and they want to try and duel this out, there is, I mean, the Shroud cannot protect you from Katarina.
Yeah, the ultimate will still hit you, whether you're in vision or not, so gotta watch out for that one. And also the fact that just we saw what happened to what Kim Chi-kun was able to do last time around, but I'm surprised that just the way that we saw Bobby Angelo play in the last game on the Akali, that they didn't give the Katarina to that player, because you literally just popped off in 1v9, and now you gotta play Twisted Fate. I mean, come on.
You gotta show you can play from multiple different styles, Kangas. Some players, they even did another swap right here, right? Where we're now seeing Flawless, who was in the top lane and playing Pantheon, is now playing Ahri. I love when players are able to play many different champions and even getting role swaps to try and get the best matchup possible. I just love that.
Top laners traded heavily against each other. Kim Chi-kun will go for the back earlier on, and look at this. The shuriken flip lands, taunt in. Rix needs to be careful, but Patrick does not expect Flawless to be there. Flashes with the taunt, but King Slippy backed away. Miscommunication between the jungler and the mid laner. If King Slippy had committed to that, they definitely get that kill.
There are some things to take note of, right? There's just you have a red smite with Ignite Rammus still for Patrick. I think one of the more interesting jungle decisions that we've seen this tournament. I mean, just in general. But you have to know, hey, their bot lane just left. Are they going to go for an extended fight? They have a Katarina as well. If we give over 1 kill, it's kind of just lights out. I agree. You have Lee Sin, you have a ton of damage, but yeah, I think they were just playing super on the side of caution.
Get in there, King Slippy. Come on, go fight him. Ram your head against his.
Get your trophy, remember? King.
Yeah. That's I'm just gonna keep giving that advice until they try and do something with it. But currently, we do see a gold lead mounting for the side of Aphelion. Even though there haven't been kills across the board, just in the CS department alone, they do still have a 1.5k lead.
Not much doing here. It's a relatively quiet early game. I will say we have a minute till Drake, so that'll probably be when we start to see a little bit more action. Nothing quite coming out, out of, just kind of popping out towards me. I'm seeing some...
Alk, did I lose you? Are you still there?
Interesting picks in certain places.
Oh, might have lost Alk, unfortunately. Oh, no, I hear him again. All right, cool. Al, can you hear me? Can we confirm that we are both connected to the same voice channel?
Welcome back, Kangas. I heard a disconnect in Discord, and I was like, oh no.
Oh boy. All right, no, I am back. Cool. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen again. What did I miss?
Well, you missed me talking about TF. That's about it. 20 seconds on drag. Kangas, I think you're gonna have a big fight on your hands coming up.
All right, let's see if these teams decide to dogpile on it like they have been so far. It's multiple games in a row that we've seen this happen, and yeah, I think it will happen this time too. Already Patrick's down around here. Slippy's a level down, though, has not been clearing as fast as
they're looking for
Rammus.
Resets.
Oh, wow.
Do not fight this, guys. This is... first blood solo kill top lane. Okay, wow. This is drag. This is drag. Right. Lee Sin. Okay, at this point, King Slippy, if you want to go for the 1v9 steal, go for it. You'd be a Mega King, but their bot lane is now here. They're on the play. They take this really slow when you look at Aphelion. So let's go for an engage here.
They could actually go for it now. They do have Malphite. He only knocks up the Rammus. Can they burst him down?
Oh,
no, they cannot. Rammus still alive, buying a lot of time, and is traded right back onto the Malphite. Destiny in, trying to cut off the retreat paths. Aphelion, they're doing it again. Knocking out the Banditos at the first dragon.
We're fighting for Drake, gamers. We're fighting for Drake. That is just ultimately useless. We're going to see a dive.
Okay.
Katarina,
they'll
trade it for the support.
Wow. Yeah, this is just... Man, Aphelion are just so willing to pull the trigger and just duke it out early.
Kangas, if you thought this game was doomed just because, it's another Drake fight at level 4, at 4 minutes, we're going to just... The team who does this usually wins. That is a Katarina who not only now has a finished Infinity Orb, but now also a an extra needlessly large rod. So now Katarina's ultimate, or Katarina's abilities crit if you're below a certain health HP, which I'm not okay with. That's just going to be so not okay.
And yeah, the solo kill already happened, so you got to be very careful now. If you are Rix, do not go in range of that Katarina. I repeat, do not let her get on top of you. All right, I'm already scared for Rix. No shuriken flip, has the shroud, getting some damage. King Slippy will need to look for this. Katarina has the ultimate available. It's just off cooldown. Tries to throw it out. Hasn't actually used it yet. Jumping around, Shunpo and back to the minion. Kimchi-kun playing that beautifully.
Everybody at home, take notes. That was it's a supreme display of talent.
Ooh, and Bobby and Joe flashing away. Okay, Banditos, they're going to fight for the Rift Herald. They're grouped up for it. They're ready. They have the Malphite ultimate. You got to watch for this engage from Chicken Lady. But they're playing so passive, so far back right now. They don't want to just run at the Katarina, who still has ultimate for this fight, and also worst player one, as Yalister can look to peel, but they do catch Yalister with the charm. He jumps onto the back line, looking at the pit. Kimchi-kun with the massive Katarina ultimate. A quadra kill over to Kimchi-kun. The resets came through. The Rift Heralds picked up. And already 6.5 minutes into this game, Aphelion looking to close it out real fast.
Yeah, instantly now ahead, almost 10,000. They're going to get so much off of this. They can get chip damage onto this turret top lane. They're already working in on this mid lane. I mean, that was just the perfect fight. I love that Aphelion. We were talking about it. Hey, Tilt City, where is some of that killer instinct? We're not seeing much of it. Might even see another trade.
Kenji trying to go for this. Has the ultimate, gets flashed out of Rix. Definitely worth the cooldown.
Yeah. There's not much now that Tilt City can do. They've lost the Rift Herald. The Drake that's coming up in the next few minutes is also going to be another win condition for Aphelion. And leveraging the map against Tilt City here, using the Rift Herald as a place for Tilt City to say, hey, look, you either take this Rift Herald or you're going to lose the team fight. So now they're going to make this play on the bot side. Destiny.
Aphelion going for another play. Big double knock up here. The Pulverize from worst player NA gets the kill, earned the kill. Sometimes you get mad at your support. I don't think you should this time around. Worst player is out of mana, though, so he cannot get onto Flawless. But still, just the threat of the cow gets the Spirit Rush out of Flawless. Charm's available. Flawless could still look for this. The mana's back, though, for worst player
Chicken
one.
Lady.
He dodged out the Charm, and no! The Malphite engage! Completely missing worst player one. Oh, rough to see. The turret falls. Aphelion can push for another.
I love that play just because he used the ultimate to try and dodge out on the Alistar knockback, but three-man Pulverize.
Oh my goodness! Worst player one with the massive engage under the turret, the headbutt towards his team. Oh, this is disgusting.
She got soloed under her turn. No, Akali. No. Oh, she died solo to Patrick. Ignite Rammus is the schmoove now. This is gonna ruin some solo queue games for sure, right?
Yeah, I just want a humble request to anybody watching right now. Please do not pull out Ignite Rammus in my games. I would appreciate it if you just let me enjoy the game still.
Go for it. If you're on the enemy team, go for it. I'm okay with that. If you're on my team,
you want to play against this. Oh,
dude, it's Freelo. It's Freelo, dude. The champion's useless.
I don't know. The 1v1 of the Akali, and now Akali in trouble again. Rix in the Shroud will get him back to safety, but knocked up, taunted, and there we go. Legendary goes Kimchi-kun. His Katarina is currently 9-0-2. Don't want to draw any or cause any alarm, draw any concern, but I think it's time to hit the panic button if you're the Banditos.
I'm very concerned right now. Anytime that there is a fed Katarina in PC or Wild Rift, it is cause to just throw out all of the buttons. We're calling all of the police. Please save me. Oh, man. It's a dragon, but this time, Tilt City, they're in no position to even try and contest this. They're just trying to get their own jungle camp, says Slippy.
He's in so much trouble. Worst player one. Oh, yeah. Gets flat.
Okay.
Oh, my
Respectful. He knows. He knows you can't do that.
When you're looking at a team that's 16k above you in gold, you gotta respect the engage of this Alistar, and worst player one has been playing like an absolute mad lad so far. I know that they're a sub coming into the team. We're not the original starting support, but playing like they haven't skipped a beat right now.
Might need to change up the name then, because the name is not indicative of the play right now. The Alistar play has been awesome in both games, and
Do you
They're
think
gonna
it's
take
like
a
worst
Baron
player
on-
1 means that he is the worst player, or is worst player 2 worse than him?
Well, who's worst player 2? Who watches the Watchers, right? Like, we never
good
know.
question.
They're gonna go for an engage.
We may
They have
never
Destiny
know.
up.
Oh, there's the Chains of Corruption. Patrick's
Oh,
jumping out to the
God,
back line,
ew.
taunts up Ari. First to go down, along with Akali now underneath the inhibitor turret here. Guys, you haven't even taken the tier 2. Why are you diving this deep? Because you're getting all the kills. Aphelion just can do no wrong in this game.
It is 20-1. I will say, TJ usually gets on me for this. This is basically a perfect game. It's a perfect game, except it isn't, because they have taken this.
Yeah,
This is
they
just,
have one
this
kill.
is just,
It's not a perfect game. Avert your eyes to the screen.
they
Doesn't
also have
matter.
turret plates. They also got 2. They got 4 turret plates, top and
There
bottom.
you go.
This game's
That
over,
counts.
Kangas.
But that is
This
going to
will
be the
be our
Nexus
second
focus
team.
here. Maybe Slippy can try and find something. It's just the desperation play to end the game, though.
Oh,
but with no
hey!
minions. Actually, let's see if Aphelion can end it right here. Oh, they got one cannon, but they're not going to commit. They back off. We got a little more Wild Rift ahead of us, everybody.
All right, Kangas. Now I see why he's worst player 1. He has 100% of deaths on the team. It's just better players would have just not died there. That is just
You know what, you're right.
So, that's how you know that this game is over. We are
Not even
using
impressed
team
anymore.
player yeah. So, considering this game is about over, I want to take a look at how this game affects the rest of the standings.
Yeah, shame him.
Um,
Shame worst
yeah.
player 1. How
Yeah,
dare you
yeah.
die twice?
Yeah, really sad. 100% death ratio. We're almost done. We're waiting on Group 6 to finish their last one, and then we're straight into the Group 16. So right now, Aphelion, they're looking to punch their ticket into top 16 and potentially looking for a major.
And we're
That's
looking
one.
for the final engage. Yep, this is going to do it. Aphelion, they got massive damage. Instant kills. That's 4 dead on the side of the Banditos. Make it 5. That's the clean ace. 0 for 5 trades. That's how you like to see it here on Wild Rift. Aphelion keeping the streak going. Quick 2-0s throughout the round of 32. We've seen a lot of one-sided matchups, which makes it difficult to tell who is going to be favorited going into the top 16. But you know that Aphelion are going to bring the heat as they will take down this Nexus. And, oh, no, it doesn't count as a kill. That's an execute. It doesn't
That's an
count. It's
execute.
still 100%
Oh.
death rate for worst player 1. That's another execute. But still, Aphelion go 2-0 with the victory and will move into the top 16.
After losing to Brawl Stars Pro, I think that was just them punching Tilt Cities out of that game. That after that first top lane kill, and then we just saw the recipe for success for all these teams. Fight a dragon, take dragon, kill the enemy team. Seems kind of easy when you put it like
Every
that. but
time.
They just
It's
fall
shocking.
for it.
Out of 6 games, we've seen one time that not happen. And it was the team that won that didn't take the fight at the dragon. So
Yeah.
I think the teams just need to understand that there are other ways to win Wild Rift. And so far, it's just got this magnet on it. Everyone's going for it.
We need to nerf Dragon. Dragon has been the biggest proponent, win or lose. People will blame draft. They'll blame the seeding. They'll blame literally anything, ping difference, the servers that are a mess right now. They will never blame the dragon. That is the biggest culprit.
Well, because if you give over the dragon, you're giving over the game. It's ridiculous. At least that
True.
seems to be the prevailing mentality. But let's take a look at the group that we just watched, Group 8, and how things all shook out here. Aphelion NA, crazy to think after that performance that they lost a series to Brawl Stars Pros, which makes me very excited to see Brawl Stars moving on to the top 16. But Aphelion and the Brawl Stars will both move on with 2 wins. That's all you need to make it into the top 16. And we're already halfway through the day.
Finally,
Al,
I'm not
we're
40%. Woo!
Home
We're not at
stretch.
40%. Let's go.
I
50%
know.
through. We are finally in the top 16. And I think now we will start to see the top kind of cut themselves away from some of the lower pack teams. This is, we've seen some really dominant teams so far inside their groups, but once we get into this group 16 of different seeding, maybe you have Cloud9, maybe you have a 30k in your group, I want to
Yeah.
see teams like Team Snow and Yawn really take it to these guys.
Very excited to see what the groups will look like. So just a reminder, top 2 from each of the groups that we just saw, which was 8 groups. top 2 from each of those groups. We'll move on to the top 16. Now we're down to 4 groups. So we will reseed going into that. And yeah, that's going to make things really exciting. The competition will only get closer throughout the day. You're not going to want to miss it. We're just warming up, everybody. We will be sending it to a slightly longer break this time around while we get ready for the top 16 and give teams time to prep and get into it. So do your stretches, grab your water now. We'll be right back with more Wild Rift action after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Wild Rift Summoner Series brought to you by Riot Wisdom Gaming and Nerd Street. We've done it, Alk. We're over halfway through the day now. We're into the top 16, and we have reseeded all of the groups for that top 16. But before we get into all that excitement, all that action, it's time to take one final look at all the teams that have joined us up until this point. The final goodbyes to the teams that did not make it out of the top 32.
I'm going to go play taps on my electric guitar after this just for these people. Five Musketeers, BYG, Noble S Gaming, Obsidian, thank you for playing. And if we look on the other groups, we also have got Dino Nuggies, the one closest to my heart. Dark Knights team, Good Vibe Randoms.
I was really hoping that Dark Knights would make it through just because of the spelling of the word Knights. But,
yes,
yeah.
That would have been good. Habibis and Tilt City Banditos. Some of you had made it onto stream, some of you didn't, but you were. It was a pleasure to have you just in general, and hopefully we look forward to seeing you in the next 5 qualifiers potentially.
Exactly. There's more potential for these teams to compete, and also just more chance for them to have some fun. This isn't all about the top level of competition for the first qualifiers. We expected some difference in MMR between the teams at the top and the teams at the bottom. That's why seeding happened the way that it did. Yeah. But still, thank you for all the teams that participated. Regardless, it was awesome having everybody come and join us. Yeah. But with that said, now it's time to bring our attention to the teams that were able to move through the top 32 and into the top 16. So, Alk, let's take a look at the new groups that we have. I hear seeding was done based on MMR, so let's see how things shaped out. Group 1 has Cloud9 in it with Brawl Stars Pros. Hey, there's a Felion. We just saw them picking up their win. And Team Celestials, notably, Team Celestials was in the same group as Cloud9 to start off, so they're going to get a chance to rematch.
Yeah, and you look at this now, there's a couple of rematches just in general. You were talking about Cloud9 versus Team Celestials. They actually took a game off of them. So really important to watch, as that is going to be our next game. But Group 3, you have 30K versus Wild Rifters again. Group 4, I just want to make sure. So we have Team Goons, we've got Yawn. I mean, I think Team Visual shared a group with Goons, so there's a ton of rematches. There's at least one rematch in every single one of these groups, and I'm excited to see some of the front runners from some of the other groups. Obviously, we have the big front runners we've been talking about all day, but the first seeds from a lot of these have been really impressive.
So let's zoom now on into Group 1, because we will have our first match of the top 16 played in this group, as Cloud9 will look to rematch Team Celestials. We didn't get to see this the first time around, but like you were saying, went to the full 3 games, so I'm excited to see it this time, because you just learn so much about another team playing 3 games of Wild Rift against them.
They lost the first match, and they had a pretty... I was going through the match history while we had time here looking for this match. Team Celestials were looking really strong, and if anything we've seen from the other groups was Brawl Star Pros had beaten Aphelion pretty handily, so this should be a relatively close match, all things considered.
I'm excited to see what can happen here between these two teams, just because Cloud9 is one that we talked up a lot throughout the day. I mean, we were hoping to get them a little bit earlier on in the show, but now we get to finally see them in the top 16. I think this is a team that a lot of people are looking at, not only just the fact that it's the Cloud9 org backing this team, but some of the players on the team have really big followings themselves. So, hey, if you're just joining Twitch chat now and you're a Tarzan fan, I don't know if he's trying to advertise this right now, but he is actually playing on this team, and we'll finally get to see him on the Wild Rift here at the Summoner Series.
Cloud9, I mean, not only are they the biggest org at this tournament currently, but they also just have a pretty sick roster, all things considered, not only with the addition of Tarzan, but this is a team that has only been playing for about a week. I was talking to Zello. I got to see his stream actually earlier on today. He was streaming before scrims and before the tournament started this morning. And this is a team that came together pretty last minute. They've been playing, you know, on and off, and Zello was the first team added to the Cloud9 Wild Rift team basically a couple months ago, and they haven't really built out a team since. So this will be really fun to see what Cloud9 have brought to the table, and specifically some of their player scouting as we get further in the tournament.
Exactly, and we know that Tarzan has a very strong reputation in the League PC scene as being a very competent jungler, whether it's in solo queue, whether it's in events like Twitch Rivals, the Tyler Win Championship Series, a jungler to be feared, and now in the Wild Rift. Let's see if those fingers translate to thumbs here, moving to the mobile version. We have seen when Wild Rift first came out, the influx of PC gamers to Wild Rift versus the influx of other mobile MOBA gamers to Wild Rift. Honestly, I still favor PC gamers transitioning over. The mechanics might not be there as much, but the game knowledge, what all the champions do, the map state, how to play with tempo for a league-centered game, I do favor league players very much. But I hear that we are getting ready to hop into Pick Man. So let's take a look at the rosters of these teams so we can quickly run through who's going to be facing whom. Cloud9 will have Zello in the top lane, like you had mentioned. The first member added with Tarzan in the jungle, Meals in the mid lane, Jackie and Charm in the dragon lane.
Team Celestials, they've got Proxer in the top lane, Crazy Cat Kid in the jungle, Osu in mid lane, and Hideows and Lost Boy top in the support role.
Yeah, those are the teams that will be facing off against each other to kick off a round of 16. Now, after this, we got 3 that we're going to broadcast. The others will be happening in the background. But by the end of the day, we're going to have it narrowed down to a top 8. And let's see if Team Celestials can get their revenge against Cloud9 for what happened in their initial group during the round of 32. We will be sending it to another very short break here while we let the teams get loaded in and actually finish their pick and ban. So stick with us. We'll be right back after this. And we're back with the Wild Rift Summoner Series round of 16, everybody. We got Cloud9 ready to take on Team Celestial. AlkBattery, again, we did a little bit of an intro for these teams going into this, but just a quick recap. What are we playing for? What does the round of 16 even mean? And what's coming up next after this?
After this, it is I just want to make sure. Yeah, it's top 2 from every single one of these groups. We're going to send 8 teams for tomorrow, where they're going to play for a chance to qualify for the major. Top 4 for tomorrow ends up qualifying for the first major. A chance to play for $10,000 prize pool.
And that'll be happening 2 weeks from now. Next week will be the second qualifier, where, again, the top 4 from that will also make it in. A lot on the line here. Let's see who's able to make it through, as we are ready for a pick and bans between these two teams. This is a rematch. A reminder, these teams did actually get seeded in the round of 32 against each other with that Swiss, and now they're up against each other again in the round of 16. It was a pretty close series last time around. Let's see if Team Celestials is able to make it close again, because so far we have had nothing but 2 O's, and all of them pretty stompy throughout the day. But the later on we go, the closer we expect it to get.
We got 1 close game out of 6. Out of 6. So, we'll take 1. I'll take 1. I'm cool with taking a few more, because honestly, I love getting more games and seeing more of these teams, get to develop. It has been a pretty long day for the most part. It's been about 4 hours now for a lot of these guys. So the further they go on, I have to think, okay, what are you doing to rest in between, getting rid of that fatigue? Are you hydrating?
Yes.
I know you're a big one on that one.
Hydra homies in the chat right now. Let's everybody take a quick water break. Thank you, Alk, for reminding me.
No problem.
As Cloud9 ban away, there you go, you got some too, I love it. Cloud9 ban away the Gragas as the blue side, and Team Celestials take away the Wukong. Now, a reminder that because these teams have played against each other, they already have a lot of experience of what each other's playstyles are, the champion pools, so we could see a lot of targeted bans that are much more educated than what we saw in the round of 32.
And they were playing a ton of awesome stuff. They had Corki in the mid lane. Corki in the bot lane and playing Lucian in the mid lane. Ooh. They played some Lulu mid lane. So there is a ton of stuff that they can play. I'm also really loving that they're one of the teams that has been playing Orianna so far on Cloud9. So they're playing these mages, and they're also playing to some of Tarzan's strength, which is being a huge carry threat on his team.
So what has Tarzan in particular been playing then? What's his champ pool looking like currently?
Kha'Zix, Xin Zhao, and Wukong.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all, especially the Kha'Zix part. So let's see what he decides to bring.
They've got Graves in this game. I'm surprised he's not just perma-smurfing on this champion.
True. I mean, Graves just isn't like the most impactful in Wild Rift currently on the meta. I'm not the biggest Graves stan. He's had his moments, but currently the ban so far is still some jungle pinching here, though. Wukong and the Olaf both presumably targeted at Tarzan here, but Cloud9 also taking away the Braum. This has been a very high priority pick, no surprise given the current patch.
I wonder if Cloud9 now are going to have to ban Lucian. They're on blue side. They can get rid of it. Ziggs has also been played a ton, and if you want to protect those some of those mages in the mid lane from him, Ziggs is a really nice one to take away, but they're going to end up taking Celestial's Xayah.
Huh, interesting to note there. We have seen one Xayah Rakan game so far. If you take away the Xayah, you're pretty much also taking away the Rakan given the current meta. So let's see what Team Celestials wants to ban themselves. Lucian's on the table, Ziggs is on the table. You can only take down one of those. And if you take away one, then the other's probably just locked in. So maybe you even just leave them both up and then take away something instead like the Galio. Let's see what their final ban is. They only have a couple seconds to go for it. I'm just buying for time right now because I really want to see what they choose. It's the Ziggs.
Hey, it's Ziggs. Okay. Trying to think. You've got Galio still available. Lee Sin is here. Tarzan hasn't really played all that much. I'd still be willing to say, like, if they really wanted to clown one game, they just pick him Graves. It isn't the best, yes, but he's made it work on Summoner's Rift as well. Like, he's made it work on PC. He'd be willing to kind of just force it if he thinks that he's just that much better than Crazy Cat Kid.
But you were telling me something crazy going into this game. What rank is he on the Pokemon United ladder right now? What?
Oh,
top 20?
He's ranked 12. He's ranked 12 on, and he actually. So that was from 2 days ago. He's actually ranked 4 right now, global.
Wow. All right,
Yeah,
well,
and
clearly, let's see if the
top
Pokemon
100
United
is
skills
nuts.
will, transition over to Wild Rift here. Maybe he forgot that he had a big Wild Rift tournament coming up. Hopefully, he hasn't missed any beats though. But the Lucian is the pick here for Cloud9.
They can flex this too. They've already shown so far that Meals is able to play this. Zello, I'm just going to assume plays this because of his carry playstyle that I got to see in solo queue earlier this morning. And I think the biggest question mark for, Cloud9 and us here on the desk is, what does the bot lane look like? Because so far, this is a bot lane that kind of came together at the last moment. They're supposed to be on the 30k team. Jackie, it was supposed to be their 80 carry, but now is on Cloud9, has been picked up by them. So what exactly do we see from Jackie?
Well, obviously, if 30K liked Jackie enough to sign them, then obviously we expect a lot from them from Cloud9 as well. But Team Celestials, their answer right now to that Lucian pick is the Leona. This is our first Leona that we've seen today. I'm very surprised about that. I think she's very good right now, but Team Celestials happy about that. Also kind of matches the name. And then they also go with the Camille as well. But Cloud9, Garen.
There's not enough Targonians, sadly, for Celestials to really kick it into overgear with their name.
Pantheon,
the Garen,
Diana.
though, there's a soul. You're close. It's
There's
4.
Tarek.
Oh, then it's free. Never mind. We take those. They get Galio for themselves, so you're just seeing that this team is full dive. This just means if Cloud9 want, they can send, if they want to be really greedy, they take Kaisa here away, and now you don't have a dive buddy to go with the rest of the team. Senna tends to kind of climb in priority, but Cloud9 have a ton of options here. They can swap their Lucian to bot lane. They can play Lulu mid. Looking forward to it.
These are pretty beefy comps that will make for some prolonged team fights. I don't see anybody really getting bursted down, save for maybe the Lucian. If we're going back to that Orianna with the Alistar, Ori shields plus Alistar beef, this is even more prolonging of team fights. We could see some really big swings throughout the game here.
It kind of makes me think, what does Garen do here? Garen is obviously going to be that stalwart defender, walks in, but there's a ton of CC when you look at Team Celestials. You have a Rammus, you have Galio. What are they going to do with this? So, Camille obviously has to be top, so what is there to carry? Tristana for the dive. I do not want to play Tristana against this team.
It's going to be rough. It's going to be very difficult to actually pull this Tristana off. But in response to the Garen matchup, I do really like Garen into the Camille. I feel like there's just... Camille's never really going to be threatening to kill you. You just, if she ever gets you low, you just back off and then heal up with your passive, and then you can come back in and then challenge her again. So it pretty much nullifies the Camille lane. And now, with this Tristana locked in, there's a lot of forward momentum from Team Celestials in these team fights, but I just don't see them ending the fights fast enough to actually make it worth it.
It is all about take one kill, back up, wait for your cooldowns. Yeah. You can reset with Tristana, but you really want to just say, hey, Leona just used all of her kit on one person. Well, now we'll make it an uneven fight when we go for these dragons or we go for these other objectives. And so it forces Cloud9 into some awkward positions. They're not the tankiest members. Xin Zhao has some faux tankiness just because of his ultimate, but low-ranged members, almost full melee on the side of Team Celestials, makes it very easy for them to kind of get free engages and for Cloud9 to have a hard time getting in there.
All right. I like that the drafting is very different from what we've seen so far throughout the day. I think that this is indicative that this will be a much closer match than we've seen so far. We still might be favoring Cloud9 in this matchup just because they already have the head-to-head from the previous group, but I wouldn't be too surprised to still see most of these games in the top 16 go all the way to 3. But if we're looking at this game by itself, isolated in a vacuum, it's tough for me to put my thumb on it, so I don't know. I still need some time to think and process. Alk, though, are we favoring anybody based on draft alone?
It's got to be a Cloud9 diff, man. I've been waiting to see Orianna for so long. I've been waiting to see this champion be played in this tournament. I think she's really strong and provides a lot that, someone like a Ziggs does, where you have a ton of control over zones and can really lock out players from certain parts of the map. This is an interesting start, a 5-point, but you're sending your Orianna into the top side here.
And Cloud9 just trying to spot if there's any invades, and Celestials do have all 5 together. We see pings. Does Cloud9 want to go for a late invade? No. We're a little late
they're
to the laning phase. Whoa.
They're playing 2 people mid and trying to put Garen and Orianna on sides. This is definitely new tech here. We've seen things where people come mid lane to try and take control of the wave and try to put pressure on the enemy jungle for either wards or something, but this is wholly new, even to me.
I mean, we have seen, yeah, like you said, trying to push that priority in the mid lane, but they're committing fully right now. It's actually going to be the Camille and Garen in the Dragon lane with the mid laners in the Baron lane, and yeah, the bot laners matched up here mid. Now, this could just be a continuation of tech that happened previously in the last group, because this is a rematch. These are 2 teams that have played against each other already. So I don't know who did it first, but clearly both are adapting to it.
So I'm trying to think in my head, on the fly, what does this give you? It gives you priority in the mid lane for someone like C9 because they're first to play onto this rotation. You already see that they've moved in the enemy jungle and they're getting vision, and that they can go for these where Tristana really can't hold on to this wave. She needs to clear it super fast. And it makes Leona a little less threatening because she doesn't have as long of a lane to kind of control you and chase you down it.
We are able to answer for these scuttles that much faster.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, in the Baron lane right now. Meals gets the solo kill. It's traded, but still impressive nonetheless.
All right. So it's another double scuttle situation, but maybe not as disastrous as the last game we saw this happen. There isn't a 3 quadrant in terms of the jungle. Just going to be, hey, they have vision of the bot side. You got a kill on there. We're just going to take some more gold, maybe even get a reset early on for our jungler and get him very strong off onto the map. But so far right now, junglers are even. Gold is even all for the most part. It is just that lane between the mid laners that are, I guess now,
you got to be careful if you're Osu.
Kind of uneven.
Osu all alone up there in the top lane with no barrier, no flash. And look at this. 3 members of Cloud9 are here. Observers aren't highlighting it right now, and they are actually backing, so I don't know if Osu's actually going to be in trouble here. Yeah, it's just fine. The gank does not actually come through. No one's going to dive the Galio at level 4. But Cloud9, we're looking for it. They're trying to be very proactive on the map.
So they'll get a reset, and the one thing that I love that so far Jackie and Charm have taken really great advantage of is the fact that Tristana, as her counterpart, cannot actually freeze the lane. And Lucian is just safe enough under his turret with both of his summoners that they can do this. And this is super innovative. I love you, Cloud9. Let's
just
see
going
it.
Right for the dive. Here we go. Alistair starts it off, tanking the turret. It's actually Jackie that's tanking it, but it doesn't matter who is. That's an easy kill picked up by Cloud9. Now, is there a re-engage from Celestials?
Oh.
They want to go for it, but over the wall, they're just chasing down onto this Tristana. She is returning some fire. Alistair's over 2. There's too many front lines. Massive solar flare.
Wait a minute.
Can Celestials turn this? They get 1. Tristana with the resets, chasing down Zello. Cloud9 got a little overzealous with that one. They're getting the kills, though. They're turning it back as Foxer finally joins in. Camille will take down Tarzan. There's no way he wins that. Jackie will fall as well. Who gets the kill? Lost Boy, you might want to give this to Proxer. Takes it regardless, but still back and forth in the bottom lane. Overall, more kills to Celestials.
Yeah, that is a large amount of gold that they just gave over, and with Dragon respawning, there's now a ton of abilities and ultimates that are just no longer on the table. I wonder what Celestials will do here. Are they going to try and contest for this Drake? It looks like they're going to be first on the play. They're rotating so many people over here. Galio's not quite in range.
Gotta be careful. Silenced. Has the hook shot now, but doesn't actually get the second cast.
But wait a minute.
Buys enough time. Crazy Cat Kid's joined in. Lost Boy not committing to this. That's a very tanky Garen. I actually like that. Don't blow all of your cooldowns just on the Garen that you have no chance of killing. Cloud9 on the Dragon earlier here, and Proxer had to back all the way to the fountain. Has healed up, getting back on the map now, but Celestials will be approaching this Dragon. Are we going to see another game decided at the first Dragon fight here between the first teams of the top 16? There's the engage. They're smashing their heads against each other. The Galio ultimate's big from Osu. Tristana trying to reset. Tristana's down, though. Jackie about to fall. Massive shockwave coming in from Orianna. Meals keeping the 80 carry alive. Another re-engage coming in from Charm. Coming in from Tarzan. Cloud9 are doing it. They're winning the fight, but are they actually? Proxer, as the Camille tries to get out, just barely makes it away, but not even the burn is enough, and that's the ace for Cloud9.
Okay, Charm is just way too good on this Alistar already. I was looking at some adaptations. They have such good zone control again with this Alistar and with the Orianna, but there's also... Oh, we're going to keep going.
Cat Kid. Oh, thought that he could go in for the steal, but Dragon's not low enough, buddy. You went a little early, and now Zello will pick up that kill. Hideout's in a lot of trouble here as the Tristana. No front line anymore. Has to deal with Meals again. That ball doing so much to zone them away, but Dragon's already picked up for Cloud9.
I love that start for Celestials. They obviously have Galio sitting in wait for the hero's entrance, and this is a cool, interesting piece of tech. Leona has gone for the redemption here, so if they take a little bit of poke damage, they end up trading a little bit, maybe they force out a summoner or two from C9, they can back up, heal back to full, and come back into this fight very strong, but they end up committing to a full engage, and Charm just absolutely changes the terrain of the fight and makes it, I mean, the gold now is 4,000 in advantage of C9. They're going to be able to grab themselves a Rift Herald. And it felt a little bit there that Celestials, they wanted to keep conga lining into the objectives.
They wanted to just keep contesting over and over again. They might even go for a contest at the Herald. Now, yep, back away, Crazy Cat Kid. I know it's in your name, but we need some sanity from you now. The team instead gets a turret on the bottom side. That is first turret traded for the Rift Herald. Smart play from Celestials, just getting an objective elsewhere.
They want to spawn in mid lane. They want to try and get this gold. And big thing here for Celestials, they needed to cash in on some of their free gold that they were going to get from just their champions alone. Like, Tristana is an excellent turret taker, but has been stifled thanks to the early action in this game. And now Galio might be going down.
Neosu's in the top lane by himself right now, trying to escape through the jungle, and Tarzan Charm just chase him down. Tarzan is rampaging on the Wild Rift right now. Celestials, they're going to lose their red buff too. They sniff it out and like, do we want to contest this? Nope, not worth it. 4v5, Cloud9 with a 4k gold lead. They're just invading jungle camps at this point.
Yeah, and we're seeing Celestials, they're making very tough decisions, and it's because C9 are forcing them to do that correctly. So where they're calling for, hey, we actually can't control the lane, we need for this Camille to come over. I say that.
Onto Jackie, flashes away, the lockdown, solar flare, chain CC,
that's good.
And that's a dead 80 carry. Celestials, they commit hard and they get rewarded for it. They have to make sure they take out Jackie early in these fights before it can reposition, and they did just that.
Good amount of damage going down on an enemy carry. It's nice. It'll kind of stop the bleeding for the meantime, but it just means that they're putting so much focus into this mid lane. They're losing elsewhere, specifically his bot turret.
Oh, shockwave onto 3. Dirty stuff from Meals right here. Sets it up for an easy kill as well. Meals is just impressive on this Orianna. Even helps take the turret, flashing forward. Almost gets Lost Boy. Proxer re-engages. Crazy Cat Kid helping defend the retreat path here. Cloud9 will disengage.
Okay, Kangas, this is definitely spoiling us a lot right now because we talked about it a little bit early that so far in this tournament, mid hasn't felt all that impactful. Well, Neil said, shut up, sit down, casters. Let me show you how it's done.
Yeah, these multi-man shockwaves, they're a thing of beauty.
He didn't even need it. I mean, he's literally solo killed his opponent on Galio. This is already impressive enough as it is, considering kind of the wacky early game that we saw from C9, but Meals is just constantly showing to be a really, really awesome Orianna, and it just means I'm more excited as we get further into this series.
Currently, Cloud9 are up 4,000 gold, going up close to 5,000. But it's 9 minutes in. This is still one of the closer games. Usually by the 9-minute mark, we see a team with a massive lead, but Celestials, they're staying in it, and they're still fighting. Let's see what their next focus is. We have Dragon in 20 seconds, and they're actually playing through Proxer pretty well in these side lanes, taking these turrets down.
He's going to be able to back. Proxer will be able to get a reset. Looks like they're trying to finish their Blade of the Ruin King, but look at this. They're on vision right now.
Don't let Tarzan get on you. Hideout has to jump away, but they hard commit here onto the tank, onto Leona. She's dead, and now Tristana's got nobody to tank for her. Has to flash away. Proxer jumps onto Jackie, but doesn't have the damage. Camille's not going to kill the Lucian, and Tarzan even survives too. Oh, it's so hard for Celestials to fight anything right now. Cloud9 are just so clean in these team fights.
They skip some steps there on the side of Celestials, and C9 correctly punish it, so They find the kills. They try to find an engage onto the bot lane of Celestials, and they didn't quite clear out any of the vision. They still have a full item tray. Look at their team. Look on the side of C9. They have some sweeper wards. Celestials, that is not the case. It is all yellow trinkets, which just means they're not able to clear out any vision. They're only able to put down some. And as the game gets darker and darker for Celestials, they need to find these kills, and they really need to start playing a little bit more proactively around vision.
I still like Celestials not playing for Dragons. If they had just not contested Dragon again, just kept Proxer in the top lane, just keep him shoving out as this Camille, winning the 1v1 matchup against the Garen right now, and actually putting some pressure on it currently, but we're actually looking here in the river. Charm almost finds an engage. Jackie does so much damage with that culling. Oh, it's just ridiculous. But topside, it was Proxer looking to 1v1 Zella. Could be in some trouble here. There is a dive coming from Cloud9. Tarzan's looking to stop the retreat path. Hextech ultimatum, flash away. Where you going, Proxer? Cloud9's got your number, and they take you down.
And now they're just chasing them. Look at where Lucian is. He said, look, I'm just going to clear out this mid lane. Jackie pulling Celestials around the map. And now they're going to have to look for something. They're going to have to get very greedy. Jackie should be able to escape. And look at this. This is just so heartbreaking to watch for Celestials. They're trying to get one person, but they're just getting chased around the map.
And now they're getting chased topside, but maybe they can catch Tarzan. They don't. The Zinjo ultimate comes out. He's pretty tanky. They can't hit him unless they're inside, and that's just Rammus and Leona not going to have enough damage. So Cloud9 turning another fight in their favor, picking up 2 kills onto Osu and Crazy Cat Kid. It just feels like they can do no wrong.
Everything just is going right for them. They'll be able to get that top turret. I mean, I don't even know what to say, Kangas. Like, this is basically the cleanest game that we've seen all day today in terms of macro. They are pulling and they're just pushing and pulling Celestials around the map, and not much can Celestials do. They don't have much agency in the game. They can't say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to go answer someone else on the map, because they will just lose the game.
And that's the most impressive part about it. It's not a blowout in the sense of, oh, one team just clearly looks better than the other. It's that Celestials, they don't have many options. They seem like a pretty smart team. They seem like they have an idea of how they want to play. It's not getting caught out, though. Proxer not getting the memo here. Dies again, and that's a killing spree over to Orianna. But as I was saying, Celestials, outside of a couple of these picks that they're giving over, it's not like they're just giving up and dying. They are still trying to find ways back into this game. Cloud9 just aren't giving them those options.
It's close, but as we continue on, and even that last fight, I think it was just basically GG, because the 12,000 gold lead right now is just making it that much harder for them to try and stay relevant in the game. Maybe a little bit earlier on, I would have agreed, yeah, it's still even. They're at least trying, but I think the item differential and the experience is going to start kicking in and making it, that much more difficult for Celestials to find even any kind of trades, really.
Yeah, they are now 13k in the hole, or about 12.5k, but not where you want to be here. The Baron is on the table, and at any point, Cloud9 can say, we're going to start this up, and that means Celestials have to answer them. Go for a team fight at such a goal deficit means that the execution from Celestials needs to be perfect. We haven't talked about this yet, but the Camille plus Galio combo is still a threat. If they can lock down somebody like Jackie, isolated and alone, eliminate them before the fight starts, I think that's Celestial's best way back into this game. But they got to find that play, and Cloud9 still, look at how they group up. They're not allowing any of their key carries to be isolated. Except for Tarzan, he is alone here on the Wolves. He's got some backup, though. His Charm and Meals are both there. So Tristana got to be very careful right now. Gets engaged on, flashes over the wall. That's a Galio ultimate that Celestials needed. But they lose their AD carry. Charm just chases him down. Picks up the kill, and Cloud9 easily win the team fight. With the gold lead, it's just too hard for Celestials to fight back. That's going to be the bottom inhibitor turret with the full wave. Cloud9 will be taking game 1 and will absolutely put a stamp on this series with a pretty dominant performance.
I would have agreed with the Camille Galio. We didn't touch on it in the draft, but it's definitely much easier to execute. But Camille actually has to survive throughout the damage for Galio to then come in over top. And that just, we got to see it right there. It just didn't happen. Camille gets evaporated, Galio gets evaporated, and try as they might, they just did not have the damage. They could not withstand the the continuous barrage of assault coming from C9. And I really want to give big praise to them, because that was just such an innovative way of kind of picking and pulling away at what Celestial wanted to do with their composition just from level 1. I was, I could talk about that all day. That was great.
And I want to give props to Proxer, who was actually doing all right in the side lanes up until a certain point. Took the bottom turret, took the top turret. They were trading these objectives for what Cloud9 was trying to do on the map, and I liked that level of play, but then got caught out a couple of times in the later stage of the game, and that's what really got Cloud9 to just snowball their lead into so much more than they otherwise would have. So, yeah, Proxer, eyes on this player to try and play that Camille for the team fights. When you draft this kind of style, you can get those side lane leads on your own. That's great. But then you need to decide, okay, am I now going to join in, use that Camille Galio combo to try and lock down a carry, or just stay in the side lane? Unfortunately, didn't really do either, and the team did pay for it. But Cloud9, they're looking clean, man. Wow. What a performance from this roster.
I will just say, like we said in the game, Proxer doesn't have any choice anymore. Cloud9 is demanding his presence at fights, and Celestial's like, okay, well, like, we can lose an inhibitor, but like, cool, we got tier 1 top lane. That's pretty nice, I guess. Like, can we win at least? I will also say, despite the scoreline and the goal, 25-8 for C9, that game, like, just that scoreline does not tell you what happened in that game. That was like, you would have just thought that was just a team ball. That was one of the games all day.
I mean, that's also one of the longer games that we've had all day. Keep in mind, I think our average is around the 12-minute mark. So, hey, Celestials, you kept fighting until the end. Let's see if they can bring us to a game 3, or if Cloud9 will close it out in quick 2-0 fashion. We're going to send it to a very short break to give the teams time to log in, and then we'll be right back with more Wild Rift action right after this. And we're back with the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street. We're getting ready for Game 2 in our first series of the top 16, where Cloud9 are taking on Team Celestials. They just won game number 1, and this is now what that was their 4th game against each other, so they're 3-1 currently. Let's see if Team Celestials can even it up here, or at least bring us to a game number 3 as we're ready for pick and ban. So let's hop into it right away. Alk, before we see any of the bans come through, though, if we're thinking about this from Team Celestials' side, what can they be looking at to change up, to try and either limit Cloud9 or put themselves in a better position?
The Rammus wasn't super inspiring for me, and I want to see a little bit more action from the supports. We got to see a lot of roaming from the Alistar, thanks to, Charm's just really excellent play. I want to see them kind of activate a little bit more. Now, it was a weird game, I will say, where your both of your bot lanes just immediately have to go mid. Definitely a little bit weird, but I think there's still some room for you to kind of, dictate the game to C9. Don't let them just lead you across the map so early on.
Sure, maybe try and get something that can contest a little bit earlier. The Rammus was played earlier this day. I don't think it won that game either. I'm trying to remember which team was piloting. It might have actually been Team Snow, so that might have actually picked up the victory there. But we'll see if there's any adaptation. As currently, we still do have Cloud9 on the blue side, Team Celestials on the red. So side selection will be the same. Cloud9 banning the same champion that they did to start off last time with that Gragas. Maybe Celestials try and adapt in the pick and ban here. That Xin Zhao, quite scary in Tarzan's hands. And they're also identifying that Lucian as a problem, so taking that off the table too.
There we go. Take that champion away from Jackie and away from potentially Meals. There's just too many players on Cloud9 that can play it, and honestly, I'm gonna watch back that VOD and just watch Jackie's perspective. That guy is nuts. Like, yeah. I need whatever he's on. He's a super young player. I think he's 16. He's just so good at this champion, man.
Jeez. Imagine being 16 when Wild Rift is about to hit its beginning as an esport. Great position you're putting yourself in, Jackie, right now. Let's see what the career looks like for this player. But Braum is the next ban for Cloud9. I think these are literally the same order, same two from last time. I think if you're Cloud9, you're very comfortable with how pick and ban went last time around, so you might not even need to do anything to adapt.
I mean, they're gonna just have to pick a new AD carrier, like a new marksman. So
well, adapting on their end, but if in terms of bans, like maybe the Camille, maybe the Galio, but didn't seem too concerned.
I still liked most of Team Celestial's comp. I just think that Cloud9 executed and played a lot better. They played their comp almost to perfection. They activated Tarzan pretty early on with the Xin Zhao. They made great use of the priority that their bot lane provided, and that is what we've been talking about all damn day, man. Just have a bot lane pairing that gives you priority, so you can walk into Dragon, you can walk around the map, and you can take control of the enemy jungle. Even if it's just to put down vision, is so important. We saw the Team Celestials were lacking when it comes to clearing out wards from their jungle.
And if you're on the red team, just being aware that you don't have to approach the dragon from your jungle. You can approach it through the bottom river. You can approach it through the top.
You can just not approach it at all.
You can just not approach it. You can trade for other things on the map. There's other opportunities, other choices. But Cloud9, they do have literally the same 3 bans. They take away the Xayah as well. So we don't see any adaptation in the ban phase from them. Team Celestials with their last ban. They could. I believe they went for the Olaf last time around, along with the Wukong in the jungle. I can imagine wanting to take that away from Tarzan. It's similar to the Xin Zhao and what it's able to do early on, and I feel like trying to pinch his pool as much as they can. But no, they do pivot to the Xin Zhao.
Good. That champion is way more proactive and I think has a better way to kind of interact with the enemy champions than compared to someone like the Olaf. So I haven't been the biggest fan of Olaf. I think a lot of teams have really started to drop off in terms of priority for Olaf, and that just means that Cloud9 will have to maybe show some different jungle, because I mean they've played Kha'Zix before.
Graves.
Obviously they could play Graves, but I mean anything's possible right now, and especially for Tarzan, a man of his prowess, I would not be surprised. That just means that Ziggs makes it on through.
I like it. Now, I'm trying to remember now if Team Celestials banned this one out, or I actually might have had it reversed. It might have been Cloud9 that had banned this out last time around, but since it's up, their blue side, they go for it, locking that in.
Cloud9 gives them priority in the mid lane, and if anything, what we saw from Meals, this guy can do it all. This guy is so good, and Ziggs is a really good mage right now in the meta. And you have wave clear, you can 1v1, you have great control of Dragon, which we've seen so far has been game deciding. I love it. And Team Celestial is going to pick their top and jungle right here with the Lee Sin Camille, a dangerous combo.
Yeah, both very meta threats. Camille will be going to the top lane now that we see the Lee Sin with it, so we won't get the Camille flex, but still, both of these can dive onto something like a Ziggs very easily, and then, especially the Lee Sin, like you've been highlighting, non-committal. You can get out if it's not looking too good either, so I like this from Team Celestials.
I just wonder what they're going to pair it up with, and Cloud9, they immediately answer with Olaf for Tarzan. So prove me wrong. Tarzan has been one to tell casters to go take their opinions elsewhere, especially for some of the Tyler 1v1 sessions. But if he can pull off a sick Olaf, I definitely will say I'll give my apologies.
Yeah, Olaf with a Lulu behind him too. So you got the extra shielding, the speed ups, the attack speed buff, the ultimate. Like there's so much. It's gonna be so hard to kill this Olaf. But also the Lulu, of course, can instead peel for the carries for the threat of the Camille and the Lee Sin. So I like it because it's doing double duty.
This.
It's helping your front line and it's helping your back line. Answer from Team Celestials, locked into the Twisted Fate and the Alistair.
I love TF so much, especially in Wild Rift. There is just not enough ways to like let them know like, hey, there's a TF coming. There's only 4 minions in my wave, which is really cool. And I think this might be the time where we yet again see something like we saw from, I think it was Yawn. Play around your top side. You have TF, you can ruin this lane, you can dive super heavily, and they're waiting to see what the bot lane is. Okay, so this might be interesting for C9. They have Leona and Garen. This is probably Jackie on
lane with Leona?
Yeah, I think this is Ziggs because Meals played Lulu in one of their games. This is, I mean, if you're able to play mages in bot lane, I love it. I love C9 so much. I didn't think I was going to love them so much.
They're fun to watch in the draft. Yeah, they have a lot of flexibility and just a lot of unique styles that we haven't seen anybody opting into. And I guess the answer from Team Celestials is something we've seen a lot of and not get a single win yet today. They lock in the Ezreal.
Okay, this is, I think, the one draft all day today where I'm okay with Ezreal. You don't want to trade versus Ziggs. There's not many champions that could do it. You could either try to be a lane bully, which is not very easy versus him, especially with a Leona. You want to just be safe. Alistar and Ezreal do that perfectly for Team Celestials and allows them to actually play around their top side. They have so many tools to do so.
Yeah, and it means that the Alistar can roam too, because of course Ezreal is very safe in lane on the bottom side as long as you can dodge away from that Leona. Lost Boy, see if you're able to help out Crazy Cat Kid get aggressive, because Tarzan is a threat in the jungle. We saw that happen in game number 1, and this is now the 5th game that these two teams are about to go against each other in. It went the distance in their last group. Let's see if Team Celestials can bring us there again. The draft... I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like their last draft a little bit more. I don't know if that's unpopular.
You like C9's
opinion.
last draft? You like C9's draft last game, or?
I kind of liked Celestial's draft a little bit more last game. I think that the Galio over the TF. Yes, the TF gives you some maybe more proactive plays because you can choose where you use the ultimate, but it's less defensive and it's more offensive.
Yes.
And I feel like Celestials might need to be a little more defensive right now, based on what they showed us last time.
Yeah, I will say Galio is about as useless as TF versus Olaf. They do the same thing, and Olaf will just run both of them down.
True.
So I don't know how much Galio would actually provide in this team. Oh, it is a Kaisa instead of. Pretty sure it was something else before.
It was
okay, so it was Ezreal.
Yeah.
It was Ezreal. Okay, so this is completely different, and it means that they want to try and dive onto this, and they're trying this again from C9, where they put 2 members up here, and they try to get priority. But loving this from Celestials, they say, look, let's not run on their tempo. Let's just try to play on another lane, try to play in a duo lane versus a solo, and get either some advantages for ourselves or even start to chip away at turret plating.
But it looks like Cloud9's answer is to actually keep the lane assignments currently. It's a TF versus a Ziggs. Like, Lulu can actually farm all right against the Kaisa and the Alistair, but the TF will struggle against the constant pressure, the constant clear of a Ziggs, and I actually think Cloud9 come ahead in that because of how fast Ziggs can take turrets.
The only thing I would push back on that is so far they've actually gone vision into the Raptor pit, which I really love for them. Ziggs can push him in, yes, but TF can just say, hey, I'm going to just drop the wave and ult. I can just leave. Ziggs will have to just walk over. So it looks like Leona, Charm is doing some double duty right now, trying to play in between 2 different lanes. The CS is going to suffer, and now we're going to see a early fight for a scuttle here.
Could be. Oh, the Kaisa very far forward in the pit right now. Lockdown flashes back towards the TF to safety. Charm aggressively flashing forward. Jackie as well. They get it. Jackie picking up the kill. Very slim margins of error there. Jackie with a low health bar, but pulls it off.
C9 and flipping the game on a scuttle fight. Let's do it. You love to see it. At least staying consistent. Staying consistent and on brand. That is at least something admirable. But I was worried there because if that play doesn't go off, you have now a support who is down in levels. You have Jackie who has expended a ton to try and do something in mid lane, and obviously the pathing between the 2 junglers. But look at this. They're setting up for a dive, and with no summoners, this is the perfect time to do this.
He's got Ragnarok. He's just going to pop it right away. Chase down this Kaisa with no summoner spells. And Haidu is already understanding his fate. Goes down. Another successful dive from Cloud9.
Tries to pull them away from the turret here. Osu will get a small amount of time by himself, and same thing with Proxer. Can try to pull this wave if they want, but awesome job from C9 and correctly punishing on summoner spells. We haven't seen that so far in this tournament, and Cloud9 are definitely pulling ahead when it comes to that kind of strategy.
Now Meals still in the Baron lane right now. And okay, well then, right. Cloud9 just caught Crazy Cat Kid in the jungle. Not sure what he was doing there, especially as a very mobile Lee Sin. Even used Flash, but still died.
I just think that is just perfect communication coming out from C9. Tarzan is saying, we're coming out of base. TF has to know that we're somewhere. Has to know that, or sorry, Lee Sin has to either be in my bot side jungle because Olaf is going to take that. I'll hold this.
Dive top side. TF, Destiny's in. I was wondering where he was going to use it, but
no.
They still didn't even get Meals.
Oh no.
Flash, barrier, ultimate. Now Tarzan chasing a Lost Boy who zigged when he should have zagged. Went through the jungle instead of the lane and pays the price for it. Now Charm on the Crazy Cat Kid. Gotta get some damage down. Lock him down for Tarzan. Tarzan will get a full wave right now. They're basically just funneling gold onto this Olaf. He's already 1,000 up over Crazy Cat Kid.
Okay, I don't want to say it's game, and I say that as soon as they finally find the kill onto Niels. Staying
Good time
a little
to say
bit
it.
Too long in his lane. Exactly. But this is super hard to come back from right now if you're on the side of Celestials. Yes, you can try to scale and try to play on the side lane, but this first Drake has spawned and they're the first on the play here. Tarzan being so far ahead, I can't imagine that he's going to be trying to give up his lead. Look at that first item, going for Death's Dance against basically a full AD team. Tiafa is not going to have enough AP in his tank, especially going Roa first. So loving this aggression from C9 and how they're specifically trying to play through their jungle, protecting his jungle camps by finding that pick on the Crazy Cat Kid and kind of leveraging his lead early on.
But look at this, Alk, we actually get a dragon take and there's no fight for it. It's just going to be focused from Celestial's top side.
They'll still probably lose, but I'm glad we're not flipping it.
At least they didn't throw, 5 deaths towards Cloud9 at that dragon. Instead, they get nothing for it. So, honestly, still better than giving more.
It's about as good as it's going to be, but now look at this. They don't even have turrets, but they know how many members have been overloaded onto the top side to try and protect for this Rift Herald, protect from the dragon. Look at where Tarzan is, just farming all of this jungle. And there is no clue from Celestial that any of these top camps are up. So they can go for this dive.
Look at the damage. Proxer does a good job of getting away, actually. Fast feet right there. But Jackie almost just one-shotted him on his own.
This is Jungle Kingdom now. This is Jungle Kingdom. I'm going to give props over to Jackie to be able to play the Ziggs. This opens up their team to play so many different strategies and open up those flexibility, the flexibility in picks that we were talking about. But now, Tarzan gets to now do a tri-quadrant or a tri-quadrant of his jungle, has so much extra gold over Lee Sin, and with his bot lane resetting, they're gonna be looking very desperate if they go for this Rift Herald.
Rift Herald's up in 6 seconds. Cloud9's already there. They're already pathing towards this side. Yep. They do get resets from Celestials. They answered back with that turret in the top lane. So maybe they can still look to contest this, but they don't even have a completed item right now on Hido's. Their AD carry, Kaisa, not really going to provide too much in this fight, and they also have Proxer bot side, so Cloud9 with 5 members here, this is pretty much guaranteed.
This is so smart because now they're even playing away from Proxer for C9. They say, look, we don't want to play around Camille because we know there's going to be a Lee Sin potentially sitting in the shadow. He's even sitting there trying to help him finish that last turret. And Garen just recognizing, like, I don't really have to do anything this game. I can play tank, and I can just be the most annoying Garen known to man. Celestials, they're going to try and get themselves the first dragon, and it's just going to set up for, I mean, Tarzan just taking another quadrant away from Crazy Cat Kid.
This is probably, what, 5 camps in a row that Tarzan has been able to steal from Crazy Cat Kid. And Celestials actually sent multiple members bot side as they try and shove out this mid lane too. They're almost utilizing these resets effectively, but Tarzan right around here with the flank. He finds it, and massive burst from Jackie just destroys Kaisa. Hidoz has to back away, or actually just goes back to base and dead. Zello chasing down Lost Boy right now.
No.
All the way under the inhibitor turret. He's not going to find him.
Man.
He's knocked up. He's dead. All right. A little greedy there from Zello. Cloud9 are having fun with it.
I can't wait to look at the heat map for this game and just see there's like that one death in there. That's a kick.
Doesn't actually get anything though. Osu did not have the gold card prepped.
From bad to worse now for Celestials. They're 4,000. They're about 3,000 gold down. Tarzan is just continuing to, accelerate his lead. He has 7,000 gold, almost as much as Jackie. And most of the other members on Celestials are just begging for any crumbs left from C9. So Hido is going to try and find something, but I mean, who does Kaisa even try to kill at this point? You can't kill Jackie. He zones you off. Charm and Meals are basically off the table. You're never killing this Tarzan, at least at this point, a full level down. It's so difficult. There's no kills for you. You can't ever pressure onto turrets. So do we just coin flip on Drakes? They're just choked out of the game so early on.
And look at this poke that Jackie's able to throw out. One ability, one auto on Hido. He's already down to about half health. He's able to heal up a little bit with those autos. But Dragon's on the table. Cloud9 already here. And where would you guess Proxer is but topside pushing? Celestials yet again not going to contest. I like it when you can get stuff for it, but let's see what Proxer can actually get. He's going to actually join in, and Crazy Cat Kid has to jump away. The damage, the zone control from Jackie is just too strong, and yet again, Celestials get nothing for the Dragon take. Hidoz might even just die right here. The Garen damage right on top of him. He has the barrier. He's still alive. Hido not down yet. The Alistair's tanking up on the front line. They have the turret to help them out, but then he can't get any kills. Celestials just don't have any damage.
They're able to find one, and that is just because C9 are playing so close to the turret. They need to find some of these turrets. They've already taken 2. Awesome. They've taken them on the outside of the map, but they need to crack this mid one before they can really start to feel very confident and try to lock in this last victory for themselves. Celestials, they're hanging in there. It is 2,000 gold, and we talked about last game where it was 4,000 gold. This is by far the closest it's been. Okay. I don't know if you needed to do that. You wasted Flash.
He was trying to flash behind. He was trying to flash behind and kick him back into his own team for sure. Gold card lands here onto Charm. Shielded, or rather the W to keep Charm alive. And now re-engage coming in from Lost Boy. That's a big double knockup onto Jackie and Meals. But look at Tarzan just charging like a mad lad into the back line. And with the Ziggs bombs, it's easy pickings right now for Cloud9. Proxer under the turret will still die. Nobody
Jackie
falls from Cloud9. And Osu almost dies to Jackie's range. Wow, what a fight for Cloud9. They're on Baron.
The biggest thing about that is not only was he not able to find the kick, but you didn't get anything from Meals. You didn't get the berry, you don't get Flash, and the ultimate wasn't even up at that time. So they're able to use it on the re-engage. They'll get themselves the Baron. And I think this right here locks C9. It will get them their first win in our round of 16. This is just, just a clinic coming out from Cloud9. They have put in the work. They've said, hey, we've only been around for about a week talking to Zello and, how long they've been practicing. But this is disgusting.
This is truly a work of art right now. Love seeing teams with this level of domination here in the top 16. We thought teams would get closer in skill. We thought that the games would get closer in goal differential, be longer in general, but we're 11 minutes in. They ended the last game at 13 minutes, and with this Baron, I wouldn't be surprised if this game's over at around the same time, but Crazy Cat Kid does have a flank here.
Look at where Tarzan is. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know, and also he's got no backup. Nobody from his team is here. Crazy Cat Kid has an incredible flank, but look at everybody from Cloud9. They're all joining up right now, and they're actually going to catch Kaisa. They're going to catch Alistair. Kaisa has to use the ultimate to reposition. Jackie could be in trouble. Crazy Cat gets on top of him, but the Leona lockdown, and now Tarzan's diving the turret. Turret's down. Crazy Cat Kid falls as well, and Tarzan even picks up a double kill.
Nice.
That's going to be game. The turret will fall. We see a surrender vote went up and was refused by Celestials. You can see just how far behind they are. They know that this is over. They know that Cloud9 have it. And Cloud9, in pretty much the exact same manner as game one, Zello runs by the mid turret. I'm getting deja vu, and Cloud9 get their first win in the round of 16.
I understand the desperation from Celestials. That was a fight where, hey, maybe they try to find a pick, they try to get it, but C9, most importantly, they need to set up vision, and I think that is where Celestials have fallen short and are going to continue to be punished by some of the better teams here at this event.
Yeah, it's Cloud9 just seemed like they're at a different level. I mean, no surprise they took first in their group coming out. They had a bye. They did have to play Celestials earlier, and we didn't get to see that one. I would have loved to see that match. I would have loved to see how Celestials was able to take a game off of Cloud9, because by this time, this is now 4-1 in favor of Cloud9 in this matchup. They clearly have a good understanding of how to beat Celestials, and they're warmed up right now. There's a reason we hyped them up so much at the beginning of the show. This Cloud9 roster is delivering on the hype right now.
I will also say, even as much as we may have hyped them up in personal expectations, they are way better than I think we could have expected. They are performing, I mean, a little bit above a lot of expectations for them. So excited to see. We'll now finally get to see what the rest of Group 1 looks like, and that means Cloud9 and Brawl City Pros, who really haven't played a game because they got their FF. Sad to hear from Aphelion there's a family emergency, so they will be dropping out from the tournament, and that does give Brawl City their first win. And if I'm correct, Brawl City will have to go up against Cloud9, and after that it'll be Brawl City versus Celestials. So really interesting. It's just so important. It's basically Group 1 with another bye.
Right, I know. It's crazy to think about, and hearts go out to players that aren't able to compete due to outside factors from the game, but there are still other qualifiers, of course, next week. I'd love for them to come back, because Aphelion, they look so good in their round of 32. I mean, they were dominant in their group, even though they didn't take first in that group. I was very excited to see them move on. But yeah, hearts go out to the players, and hope everything is good on their end, and hopefully we can see them again going forward. But yeah, next up, we will get our first look. We actually get them. We got 30K coming up after this, Alk. We're hoping to watch them earlier. This is a roster that we've been so excited for, and I can't wait to watch them. But we have a short break before then, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Wild Rift action right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Wild Rift Summoner Series, where we're getting ready for our fifth series of the day. We're losing track already, Alk. We're into the round of 16, though, and we will finally get to see 30K coming up next. They just finished their last series, and I can't wait to see what they're able to bring here in this one coming up. But before we get into that, let's take another look at how all the groups are shaking out. I know that we were just showing that during the break, but Alk, walk me through what we're seeing so far, as we do have the updated ones now with Group 3.
I mean, so just, we're looking at these. Obviously, Brawl Star Pros are going to have to go up against Cloud9. The biggest one, instantaneously, draw my eyes to, Yawn are 0-1. They lost to Free Agents. It was a 2-0. And that just means that Group 4 is looking really, really strong, because if they could beat Yawn, who are looking individually like some of the best players, same thing with Team Snow. We're still waiting on those. I think that Group 2 and Group 4 actually have some really interesting games that could be played, where when we get to tomorrow's games with the top 8, it can get very, very spicy.
And keep in mind that Haters did take first in their group, so against Team Snow, that's going to be a pretty close match. We'll have to wait and see who's able to take that one. But that's how the things are shaking out so far in the 4 groups that we have in the top 16. So I do want to give an update that because 30K just finished their last series, literally like a couple minutes ago, we are going to set it to another break just to give the players some time to grab some water, grab some food. It's been a long day for all of us here. So thank you, everybody who's been sticking with us throughout the day. If you're just joining us right now, we will be hitting just another short break here to allow the 30K players time to recover and get their mindset ready for this next match against NME. So with that said, we'll be back in just a few. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Wild Rift action right after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for our 5th match of the day. I did check the math. I am correct on that one. We do have one more after this, but we got a couple more games ahead of us for right now. 30K taking on Enemy. We finally get to see them, Alk. We've been teasing them all day. I'm sure there's some people in Twitch chat who have been listening to us talk about them probably like 4 times now, but we will get them on stream here, and they are looking to take down another team that is currently 1-0 in their group.
Yeah, they will be facing up against Enemy, Truth. I mean, Aloy, Tibur, Truth. I'm not going to even. I'm so sorry for their DNZ and Selma. Oh, yes. Man, that's not happening. That's not happening.
Imagine how my job's going to be during a team fight. You get the champion name, buddy, when you have a summoner name like that, but they're up against 30K with MTS Amazing. Sheesh! 30K Michael Udall, along with Rest and Beg. Now, I know a lot of people will probably be coming into this like, who's 30K? Why are we excited about them? What's going on here? Because they probably didn't hear us talking about them the last 3 times. So to anybody who did, I'm sorry, but we're going to do it again. Alk, why are we pumped about 30K, and why are we expecting them to be a true challenge and maybe even making that run to the grand finals?
I just think that they are just so much better than a lot of teams. Not only that, it comes from their experience. They have all played Arena Valor at some point. Some of them are pros in the game. Some of them were ex-pros in other games as well. So much professional experience. We were talking about this earlier. It is easier for someone that has played League of Legends to swap over to Wild Rift, but playing so many different esports, playing so many different games, you can kind of think outside of the box, and maybe some other players who might be trapped in that League of Legends only brain. If you're a Dota player, I know it's much different playing something like League of Legends, and especially if you're a HOTS player like their mid laner, it's a whole new ballpark. You've got so many different. I think you can bring out a lot of tools that maybe a lot of people wouldn't think about.
But the thing about 30K is that a lot of them do have experience in mobile MOBAs. So maybe I'm probably League of Legends as well. A lot of people have at least played a little bit of League, but coming in with the mechanics, with the AoV background, so they have the ability to compete at the top level in mobile esports, and now they're here in Wild Rift. Welcome to the Wild Rift community. A warm welcome from all of us. We love to have you as we are ready for pick and ban here, so let's hop on into it. Just another reminder again that the mid laner 30K Michael Udall, the creator of this team, 30K, the points he had in Heroes of the Storm, most that any player has ever gotten on the solo queue ladder before they changed the point system. He knows how to play some MOBAs, so
I was going to say,
on Michael.
He's got a ton of experience just climbing in a solo queue ladder, and I think the most important part of that is if you're playing League of Legends, you can equate it to having like a bunch of basically being like 1200 LP challenger. This guy is on a whole other level. It was basically the way that he did it is he shot called all of his solo queue teammates to victory. He had like a 65% win rate is what he told me. And they activated voice comms for everybody. So you get into a 5-man lobby or you get into like a solo queue lobby, it is voice comms on, and he shot called every single one of those teams to victory to climb all the way up to being the only player to be that high ranked ever in the game.
So let's see if we can do that for his team right now. They're up against Enemy. We don't know that much about Enemy, so we're going to have to hold judgment and learn about them together as a whole, see how they like to play out the game. So far, they're banning away the Orianna, so taking away one of those picks from Michael Udall, and the Ziggs ban comes through from 30K. I like the Ziggs ban. The Orianna ban, it feels like that's got to be targeted. I don't see her as like a big meta threat. Yeah. Not every mid laner likes to play her, so might just be a read on what Michael's been playing recently.
They've got the read. They must have got it. I would just say that there is, I think the yet another kind of situation that we're going to see here is, what does the bot lane look like? Because Enemy, I'm just going to take a guess here. Their bot lane has at least came into this game and they're playing bot lane pretty frequently, whereas Rest was brought in yesterday. Rest was brought in yesterday to play for a different role, whereas Beg has already been playing support both in AoV and in Wild Rift, where Rest, he played support in AoV. He was MVP in a ton of series. He's won North America many times in that game over on his team Allegiance, but he's playing a whole different role. We're gonna have 2 support players playing the duo role, and I think that'll create some interesting dynamics.
Hey, maybe we'll get some Senna lanes down there. You never know. But Olaf will not be on the table.
Don't you hate Senna? Why would you suggest that?
I like Senna. I played Senna this morning. I enjoyed Senna as a champion.
Seraphine. I was thinking Seraphine.
Yes,
oh god,
yes.
ill no.
Well, I mean, they could probably do that too. I wouldn't love
They
it,
could do
but
that.
Olaf banned away from enemy, and we see the Katarina banned away from 30k. So still some that are kind of like fringe meta, but more likely to be just comfort picks here for these players. As there we go, there's a meta pick. Braum is taken off the table. I'm trying to think. I can't remember a game that he wasn't picked or banned. Braum might actually be 100% presence right now in the Summoner series so far.
That may be true. I'd have to go
Maybe
back.
Production can check that. Yeah. We'll see if production can check that.
Yes, we should tell production to do it. Yes, I like that.
Give more work for the people keeping all the gears spinning and doing all the actual work. I love it.
That's what I like to hear. Good. All right.
I heard a no in my ear. I don't think production's going to go through with that one. There's a Gragas fan coming in from 30k.
All right. So let's take a look. So we have Gragas being taken away. Exactly. We have Lucian available. Lee Sin, Galio is still up. We've seen teams kind of float on whether or not Lee Sin was going to be there, but enemy, they go ahead and take that for themselves. And I think 30k have to come up with a pretty interesting kind of sort of situations. Lucian is very weak to having tons of poke in your lane. So many games that I've played on this champion, Seraphine is so bad to play in bot lane. She out heals you in any of your trades. Any champion that can out heal you in the trades in your lane bully sucks, and she outranges you.
Or you can just try and hard dive onto him instead. Just kill it. So the Camille and the Wukong locked in as a pair for 30k.
I like it. It provides a dangerous top side. It does mean they're going to need a couple more AP champions, but looks like enemy, they're just going to try and slam the lovers duo here. And it means Lucian's going into a solo lane. Now, Aloy has been playing Fiora and has been playing some more carry champions, so maybe we're going to finally see the arrival of Baron lane Lucian. Probably just going to be going to Truth, though.
I don't think you'd want to play the Baron lane Lucian into that Camille, because when I see the Wukong, I see him as a bigger jungler than the Camille is. Well, I guess he's a bigger jungler than top laner, so you probably want to put that as the matchup. And now the Galio too, so that means Lucian's going to be against a melee champion, but also somebody kind of tanky either way here, but keeping the color scheme alive, enemy. They had the Zyra Rakan, they lock in the Darius and the Lee Sin. Kind of a mix of let's jump at them and let's also peel back with this comp.
Yeah. Look at 30k. If they want to go for the 10,000 IQ, say we're going to go for the scaling, you pick Malphite here. You throw Galio mid, you put Malphite support, and it's going to suck in lane. Like,
or Galio support. You could do Galio support too. I actually like that as well. If you could get the Malphite into that Lucian. Or Darius, honestly, that might be better.
Well, they're just going to pick up a mage. Yeah, they're just going to pick a mage. They are going to have the Galio support, so it is going to be a dangerous combination. We'll have a little bit of a better time than maybe the Malphite that we were suggesting versus Rakan, but this is a full AD comp from enemy. They pick some good champions, but I just don't know if this is kind of the direction they may have wanted to go in.
And the Wukong in particular, getting that extra armor from the passive will help him out a lot. There's no one else that will really stack armor, though. That's the problem that I'm seeing with 30k. Honestly, I would have loved that Malphite pick. Just any tank that will just say, I'm just going to build full armor and then never die this entire game, especially somebody that can engage so hard onto the likes of that Lucian. But this is the comps that we have right now. Enemy full AD with the Darius in the top lane. They will be putting that Lucian in the mid lane. And the lovers do a bot side, but we do still get the Galio support from 30k. Now, you've been playing a lot with Galio support. What's the general play style for Galio in lane? What's he going to be looking for?
It is just kill. It is just kill. Every single time. Really? It is just kill. You are fighting every single minute in that lane. You buy boots first item, and the good thing about Galio, and the thing that they changed in here, Galio typically tends to suffer when you're trying to do the taunt because he has a self-inflicted slow. So it's kind of easy to dodge, but if you buy boots first, and if you buy the boots of swiftness, and you get a righteous glory on your first back, so it's about 1,300 gold, you never actually get, like, they just outrun you outrun them. You have a moving stun and a moving taunt that is super difficult to deal with. So it is exactly what you can do. It seems like the solo laners are going to be sitting in mid lane trying to get early priority and early shove into this. Wonder what they'll get exactly from it. They can get some early wards, exactly what Truth is going to do. Is he going to pull this? Okay, cool. So they'll get vision. No. They'll get vision. I don't think it actually saw Wukong here, but they have to know he's here.
Yeah, starting up on the Krugs, but actually not on the camp. They'll spot him as he goes towards the Raptors, though, so that is when enemy will get that information right now. But we've seen that start happen a couple times, especially over in the European scene. Both solo laners pushing out the mid. Explain for me what exactly that does for anybody who's not aware of the strat.
So most of it is just to try and get an early bounce off the wave. The wave will obviously come back into the middle of it. You're looking to try and get some vision into the enemy jungle early on and try to find the enemy jungle. Now both of them are here. I like this from Tiber. He went mid lane to try and clear this wave, help out his mid laner so that he can move for bottom scuttle, because now this makes it so difficult for Sheesh. He either has to go for a top scuttle and kind of hope that Lee Sin didn't take any of his top camps, or they get double scuttled here. And look at this, this dive here, pulling the lane.
Underneath the turret right now. They execute it. They pull it off. 4 members here for enemy, and they get both the bot laners for 30k. Very successful dive.
2 kills here, and now Aloy can cover this.
He's
it is Darius.
It is just a Wukong all alone. Not even going to get the blue buff here. That Q, though, the armor stacking. Darius does have to back away, but that means that the blue buff is defended. MTS doesn't even get anything here. That's disaster for 30k. Not only do they lose their bot side, but they don't get anything traded for it.
Yeah, I love this coming out from Tiber. They're playing really, really well. They know they're on a timer, so they know they have to play aggressive in the early game. And enemy setting themselves up for success. Look at this. Beg not able to do much, and now because of the kind of the way that the lane has gone already, and I think more specifically getting that.
Did Rest get that? I think he got that.
He got it.
Hey, that's pretty good for Rest right there. A little tilting.
All right.
For Twitch time, but
we take those. We take those.
Yeah, we take those. If we can take a look at the builds also, if the observers can pull that up for us, then we can take a look and see if Beg was able to even get boots, because with that early dive, I don't think he had 1300 with that first bag.
You can just buy boots and buy boots of swiftness. You don't actually have to buy the righteous is nice, but as long as you have the boots upgrade, it's fine.
Yes,
so they went for the ninja tabbies. Good. You're right. They're not ninja tabbies anymore. I'm so used to that name.
Well, are they still in Wild Rift? I always forget because it took a while to name change. Yes, Charm over the wall. So. 30k Michael Udall, the superstar mid laner himself, setting up the play there on to Truth. Did not expect that Ari over the wall.
And good, because now they have priority over mid. This is exactly what they need, especially against someone like Delusion. They need to find a winning lane somewhere. 30k, able to punch back versus enemy. Get a reset here. We'll see what Ari can pick up on the back. I think this is a finish Ludens. Yep. So important for them that they're able to pick this up, and more specifically, start to get the ball rolling for some of their members, especially with how the early game has gone for the jungle.
Yeah, because Truth was able to pick up one of those kills earlier during that dive bot side. So very important that they got this now for themselves. That will even up that mid lane state. A completed item on both of the mid laners. And Beg goes for another back here. Very defensive Galio. This is not the aggressive one that you've been playing with. I know Smacks, another color caster who will be on the show, I believe next week. But still going to help him survive. A dragon already up here, and immediately off of spawn, enemy are on it. There will be no contest from 30k.
They know 30k. They said, hey, our bot lane just took a reset. We're a little bit behind the curve with where we wanted to be, so let's just not contest it. Let's try to find something, trying to prevent any of that engage coming down. But look at how much vision they've also implanted onto their bot side here for the side of enemy. They've made sure that they can always keep track of certain members. They're going to get this scuttle potentially for their bot lane. And despite it all, this is only about 2,500 gold here for enemy. And I think they really need to kind of kick the pace up a little bit more. It is early. It is still about 5 minutes, and if they can try to cash in, potentially killing another member or even getting more damage on the turrets, it'd be awesome, but they need a little bit more, I think.
I mean, they're still looking good, though. Enemy are bringing it to 30k right now. We spent the entire pre-show talking about how strong 30k were, how favorited to win we were expecting them to be, and now on the back foot, it's going to be up to them to prove us right, or we might just be eating our words right now as Tibir does find the Sonic Wave there onto Michael Udall. That Spirit Rush out of Ari, so ultimate down here. Flashes forward aggressively onto Truth. The charm lands. The bot lane is roaming up as well. They take down Truth, but the trade kill. Lee Sin picks it up, dies to the minion autos, and will go to the gray screen express, back to Fountain. Now Aloy joined back in here with the lockdown of the Rakan. The engage is huge, but the Galio ultimate forces enemy back right now as 30K re-engaged now onto Aloy. Massive feather recall coming in from Xayah, and the turnaround play from enemy. They're just too strong.
Look at him.
Double kill to Aloy. Picks up another one for his team. A double to DNZOI. I'm just going to call you Xayah, man. I'm sorry, but still, enemy popping off right now.
They're getting so much gold right now, and that was such a great play. It started off really good for 30K, finding those first 2 kills and making enemy really sweat themselves, but they stay a little bit too long. They allow for the Xayah and Rakan to get that engage. That grand entrance was massive for Rakan, so a great job to Selma and, I'm gonna call him Zio. We gotta come up with a name.
I'm gonna say
eventually.
DNZ. I think DNZ will work for me.
DNZ. Okay.
Yeah,
DNZ.
I like DNZ. But that 4-man feather recall was insane too. So both of the bot laners having incredible plays there, and it nets them kills, and it also nets them the tempo to take this top turret.
Before that, there was actually about 600 gold lead for DNZ over this Corki, and now it is just absolutely ballooned out of control. It is 2,000 gold. We'll be able to finish the static, so now we'll have extra wave clear and be able to do a little bit more damage. They're going to go for this with the Rift Herald.
MTS in a lot of trouble right now. Hextech ultimatum down, trying to lock down Aloy under the turret, but it doesn't do enough. Selma buying time, distracting the rest of 30K so that they can't even join and help. Flash forward from DNZ. Aggressive. Maybe too aggressive, though. Doesn't have the feather recall yet. Getting locked down. Sheesh! Out of the back line. But he's traded right on back as Aloy frontlining, pulling back in Corgi, and a killing spree over to enemies. Baron laner. Again, just waiting out on these team fights over and over again.
I was not ready for that call. I was not ready for the jungle call. I was
hoping he would pop off a little bit more for that one. I could have saved that one for a better play.
I was like, you were saving that one. You're ready for it. You came ready to bring that on. But yeah, they went way too aggressive there, and it is okay. It's great for 30K. They'll have package, and so now 20 seconds on this Drake. What can enemy do? They can try to show up on this, but they're losing minions on the top side. They're losing minions on the bot wave. They could just try to give this up and say, look, we don't need to go for this, but they are very much ahead. And I think if they want to try and push their lead, now is the time. Trying to find a pick, trying to find someone off of their leash.
Dragon's up in 2 seconds, so we're going to have a fight, and Corki has package. I think it'll come down to rest. If Corki can get a really good package here, that can just win the fight straight up for 30K. This is a game-changing ultimate, and they are 5,000 gold behind. That's a lot, but all they got to do is out-execute in the moment.
Oh, no.
Let's see if they can find it. No, it's Sheesh getting caught out here as the Wukong locks down. Big chunks of damage, and now shoots over the wall, zoning back rest. 30K already with their jungler chunked out here. Will they go for it? Big charm onto Twitch. Not going to be enough, though. The Corgi package doesn't do it. Onto the back line. Beg doing what he can. But Aloy popping off on this Darius with the reset. The triple. The quadra kill. MTF with the triple. But we got a pentakill to Aloy. Enemies Baron later. Absolutely smashing.
We've been getting teased all day. It's been quadras, triples, doubles, and finally we get the penta in the first day of our qualifiers. Aloy with a massive performance on Darius. Man, oh man, I was looking forward to it. I was waiting. We were holding our breath. We saw the package in the middle of that fight. It split them up, and it was looking great for 30K. But this Darius is fully out of control. Look at the build right now. Already has the Black Cleaver and the Dead Man's Plate.
Hasn't even backed and bought. Like, he just got a penta. He's about to get another wave bot side and then reset. He's going to be a full item and a half above his lane opponent.
That is, I mean, who kills the Darius now? You're waiting on Corki to pick up some Blade of the Ruin Kings. Same with this Camille. Looks like Camille's actually going to be going for the Sterix, so still no answer. Sick kick.
Twitch finds the kick. It's just MTS, though. That's a Camille with the hook shot. So, ooh, Truth! I see you! Over there calling the red buff, stealing it away. Now Beg has to get way to safety under his turret. Can he make it? Flashes! Truth in! The taunt! Is it enough? No! Truth does pick up the kill as now 30K desperately try to fight around their Raptor pit, but they just don't have the damage. They do take down the enemy jungler, but it's not worth it as they lose 4 members for it. A double kill over to Aloy, and he's chasing down the Ahri. Not going to get the triple. It does go over to Xayah, but Enemy with a clean ace 1-for-5 trade.
Yeah, that's it. That just must be the game. No one is able to kill this Draven or kill this Darius. Why am I getting them confused? They're brothers.
It happens to me too. It's all
yeah,
right, yeah.
Darius is just at this point so tanky, and I love this build. Instead of opting to go for more AD items, picking up the Sterix will just provide that much more in terms of defensive ability for this Darius. I mean, who kills the God King at this point? It is the Academy. It is the bully skin for Darius, but look at this guy. Level 12, has so many resistances, can be that much more tanky. And silently, Truth has been playing a pretty mean Lucian. I mean, there's 2 marksman players on this team, and I don't quite know which one is better.
2 item spikes for everybody, 3.5 for Darius, the goalie. Oh, Rest is almost just dead before the fight even starts. It's just a scrap, though. Enemy have disengaged, but now they want it with Aloy there. All they need is Darius standing in the front line, and Enemy, they're just asserting their wallets on the Rift right now. 30K have no business contesting anything on the map, and that's just going to be Baron.
Yeah, that'll be Baron, and that should be the game. They can make game-ending pushes right now on any lane that they want. They can go bot lane if they really want to, but mid-wave, smart from 30K. They want to cut the wave before, kind of waste their time. If they can try to get anything, they might try to go for a couple of recalls in before the next couple objectives, get healthy, spend their gold, and look to close out this game. This is everything coming out from Enemy. We were talking about, you know, we've been hyping up 30K. We've been a little bit of a propaganda machine for them. I will be honest, at least me. But
yeah,
30K, you know how to play Arena of Valor. Yeah, you know how to play Arena of Valor. You gotta play Liga. You gotta play Wild Rift.
You gotta play Wild Rift now. This ain't no AOV. Let's see if they can do it. Mounting a comeback is pretty much impossible from this point, so you already need to start thinking, okay, well, where did the game go wrong? How do we make sure that the best-of-3 series doesn't get out of hand? Because they're just losing turrets left and right. The Baron push working out immaculately for Enemy. They get that top tier 2. They already got the mid tier 2. We see Lee Sin already in the bottom side working on that one too. And 30K, they haven't lost an inhibitor turret yet, but you got to imagine that those will follow soon. And man, 30K, I was so ready. I was so hyped for him. And if this is what we're getting, Enemy just blowing them out right now, that just makes me more hyped for Enemy.
There are so many different builds, by the way, that you can go on Lucian, and Truth going for the one that hurts the most. You have a Black Cleaver. You also have Trinity. It makes you that much more dangerous on the side lane. And Enemy are about to open up 3 inhibitors at 13 minutes into the game. There is no team in any competitive sense that have ever made it past this.
Maybe Sheesh can find it. Big engage coming in from the Wukong, but they just don't have the damage to follow up. They still haven't taken anybody down, and they're getting re-engaged on. Sheesh goes down. That was about as good as you could ask for. 30K got a massive 3-man Wukong ultimate, but it's just not enough. They don't get a kill. They don't even get the Guardian Angel out of Twitch Tibor. Oh, wow. Enemy looking clean in this game. This is going to be their 3rd dragon. We're at the 14-minute mark. This is still turning into one of the longest games that we've had so far today.
This is more of a formality. This is Enemy saying, look, we can't dive. We're just going to respect it. We're going to get some more resets,
20K
hit the map again. Yeah, this is probably the most gold we've seen. I know some of the
we did see, remember I don't remember which one it was, but somebody almost doubled. It was like 40K to 23K.
It was 23K. That was almost, it was, yeah, exactly. It was almost, it was like
almost double, but you're right. I think this is a bigger lead.
Yeah, this is a much bigger lead. This is it's about 18,000 if I'm doing correct math. Yeah, it's 18,000, so not quite as big.
But now Enemy are back on the map, so they're going to get even more gold.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, they're going to be able to choke them out of all of their jungle camps. Sheesh is just going to have to hope that a level 11 Wukong will suffice versus level 13. And look at the items across the board. I mean, Zeo has just decided to go for double Zeal items into Infinity Edge. Exactly. Just look at how painful this is. It's a support. I'll be honest. Like supports don't get items.
True, yeah. That is fair. I keep forgetting. I've seen so many mid lane Gallios that I, honestly, just did not realize. Yep, that he was in the bot lane at one point in this game. It's been a while since we saw him down there because it's been so chaotic, and So action-packed. We got 31 kills in a 15-minute game here, and now Enemy might just look for the game-ending play right here, catching out 30K in their own jungle by their base. They can't even make it back over the wall before they die, and now Enemy's over the wall in 30K's base, ready to hunt them down with supers pushing in. This is going to be the game-ending push. It's just Beg and MTS left. Beg in the fountain. Oh, he doesn't get a kill, trade it back. Not bad, but victory to Enemy, going up 1-0 in the series.
That was a schlack. We were talking about it earlier. We're like, okay, this other game was a schlacking. We were saying top 16 will be that much closer. We're getting 2 series in a row that are looking super one-sided, and this time around,
what happened to the script, Alk? We read it. We had it all listed out. It was 30K versus Cloud9 in the finals. We were supposed to have this big hype matchup.
Yeah.
Enemy just coming in here, ripping that playbook up and saying, no, we are the new contenders right now, with a dominant performance in that game 1. And like, I'm not seeing the avenues that 30K could have come back from after the 5-minute mark.
They didn't have a very, what is it? I guess fulfilling bot lane. I wasn't super enthused with what I saw. They weren't trading a ton that is typically what we see from Corkies. And I mean, full AD or not, they had a potential way to, continue to scale. You just buy items that have armor on them, and you can slowly choke Enemy out of the game. But that doesn't matter when you are 10, 15,000 gold ahead. You can kind of overcome some of these resistances, and they couldn't even afford them to begin with. So 30K, back to the drawing board. It is a best of 3. They have some avenues back. I mean, now out of that game, they have some ways to try to win another one, but Enemy just looking super strong.
And quick recap on, we were talking about who's the better marksman player. Is it Truth or is it Zio? As we do have confirmation, he does prefer to go by Zio. Truth did 27,000 and Zio did 20,000. So yes, Truth popping off. Alui actually only did 15K, so not as much, but he did get the pentakill and finished 11-0-7 on that Darius. Might be
all that matters is you get the execute. Yeah, I mean, you look at that, you're like, oh, Loy only did 15,000 damage. That's weird. It's like, well, kills are technically just last hits, and Darius just happens to have a very large execute. So
one of the best.
Have to see what happens. Yeah, we'll have to see with Enemy and 30K, but definitely a little bit of an upset from what I think a lot of people would have considered. But they came first out of their group for a reason, like a bat out of hell. I mean, they 2-0'd, they dropped 0 games, and that is, to be fair, 30K got a buy. And most of the systems before the 32 were based on ELO, were based on an MMR system. So Enemy, technically we're speaking, were seated lower than 30K. That is not the case now, because now they have a buy. They had a buy. They just destroyed them in a game. And let's see what happens. Maybe 30K got caught off guard. It's gonna been a long day for a lot of people. Maybe they caught off guard, or Enemy are the real deal.
I'm heavily leaning towards that last option. I think Enemy, based on that performance, this is a scary team. We haven't seen that level of dominance against a team that we were hyping up. We saw other games that were, similar gold leads. I think that one did take the record for the biggest gold lead that we had, but it was against 30K, a team that we had hyped up so much because we expected them to be favorites in this entire event, which is what makes me so hyped for Enemy now going forward. Because if they can clutch this out in 2-0 and have another performance like that, Cloud9's got to be shaking in their boots, thinking, "Oh God, we're gonna have to play against them at some point in this tournament as long as we keep winning." But that just goes to show that in these early events, we don't know who's necessarily going to win at the beginning. We have names like Cloud9, we have pedigrees of players like the 30K, but we still can't have teams like Enemy show up and absolutely give these teams a run for their money.
The biggest consequences here that might come from this is obviously Enemy will go 2-0 if they end up winning this next match. They will then auto qualify to play in the top 8 for tomorrow. I mean, 30K has another chance. Yeah,
they won't have to play another game.
Exactly, they'll be done for today. Well, 30K will have to play another game, and they will have to play up against Raven Gaming. So Raven right now, they they're probably very scared either way, but if they want to get their game going as soon as possible, they are enemy fans. You better be spamming enemy in the chat if you are on Raven. So big when it comes to kind of consequences to what this leads to for the bracket.
Yeah, you want to close it out. You want to make sure this is your last series. That way you can get some rest, get some sleep. I mean, it's already 8 p.m. here on the West Coast for me. I know it's 11 p.m. for you over on the East Coast. We still have another series after this. Could you imagine if you're on the East Coast and you lose here as 30K and you have to go into another best of series? Just the mental exhaustion from the players who've been playing all day in this event. Whereas enemy, they're like, hey, one more quick win against the team that we just stomped. We're going to wipe our hands clean, get some rest, eat some dinner, head to bed, and get well rested for tomorrow's top 8. Because the winner of this, if 30K can bring it back and win 2 games in a row, they will also be out. And that's what these teams are competing for right now. It's getting close. Let's think about this from 30K's perspective now as we're getting ready for pick and ban for game number 2. If we had to get a little predictive, what was the problem? What is a big issue, a thorn in their side that they could ban away? There's already one that I've kind of baited you to, but I'm curious if you agree for it. What do you think 30K's strategy needs to be going into pick and ban?
Okay, so far I have not been impressed by Wukong this tournament. Wukong has not looked like the champion to kind of be. It has been banned against certain players. I know that Tarzan had found a victory. I know that haters have found a victory on it, but so far on stream, it does not look like the best champion. I will also say giving up Lucian was a really big mistake. They played really, really well around Truth, and he ended up performing pretty well, but having Lucian, who always has mid priority, and you're never really punishing this Lucian for being in lane versus a mage, ended up kind of being a little bit lackluster for me. The bot lane, they dived that thing so early on into the game that it was just doomed from the start. But
that was sad.
We need something. We need something for mid lane. You need an answer to Lucian, ban or otherwise. And even top lane, don't let Aloy just get a bunch of free resets, get a free pentakill, and throw the game down.
Ban away Darius. I'm just gonna say it. If you're not gonna say it, I'm gonna say it. If the top laner gets a pentakill on that champion, I'd say just take it off the table, because it wasn't just that pentakill. He was also doing very well in the laning phase. But we have the same sides. Enemy still on blue side, 30K still on red. And I want to say we have pretty close to 100% win rate for blue side throughout this event. I think that we might have had one red side victory, but so far, from my recollection, most of them have been on the blue side.
Yeah, there is a snow victory. There is a snow victory on red side. That was the game where they're just like being real ridiculous with TF and just I was just not even, that was not even fair. But we'll see what happens. Blue side historically in PC is like the better side of the map. It has always been technically 55-45. Yeah. So that's also how they do matchmaking. If anyone didn't know, red side typically has higher MMR to try and balance out for just how the map is made. The Riot has been like, look, the way the map is made, it significantly benefits blue side, so we try to have higher MMR for matchmaking for red side.
That's weird, because I actually think, when I think back to my solo queue experience, I think most of my games recently have been red side. I guess
you're the higher MMR team.
Doesn't reflect in my win rate, unfortunately. But anyway, on the blue side here, we'll ban away Orianna and the Olaf. So still sticking to what they did the last game around 30K. Still sticking to that Ziggs. I still think I agree with you. If you're going to choose between the Darius and the Lucian, I do agree. Actually, Lucian is, I think, the better ban to go for. Because enemy, they're just going to first pick that if you leave it up based on how game 1 went.
You can find, there are definitely lane matchups that you can find for Darius. I just don't think that there's as many that exist for Lucian currently right now in the game, just champions as a whole. So there's a couple answers, and they're going to kind of stick to the similar bans. They're going to stick to the Ziggs. They're going to stick to Katarina. Darius might make it on through yet again. Yeah,
and also maybe that Lucian. Again, that last game, they could have just locked in the Malphite. They could have had that into the full AD composition from enemy, but they opted more for a squishier composition. So maybe 30K are realizing that too after the fact, and hey, a tanky frontline, somebody that could have armor stacked would have been helpful in that game. I'm not sure, because so far their bans are not reactionary to what happened in game number 1, but enemy sticking with it. Still, Orianna, Olaf, Rom.
So we'll have to see. Moment of truth here for 30K. Is it a Lucian ban? Is it a Darius ban? Are we sticking with things like the Camille or the Lee Sin? we'll have to see. Gragas is still available as well. I think that was their last ban on the last one. So 30K, you have a ton of choices and only one to make.
They only got 5 seconds too. Waiting all the time. Let's see what they decide to go with here after that last Schlack. And
Gragas.
they're not adapting. They're going still with that Gragas ban. Let's see if enemy just locking the Lucian. It worked last time. I don't see a reason why not to.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So if it won, it obviously won for a reason. Just a results-based analysis your way all the way to top 8. We take those.
Well, the thing is, it's not necessarily like it shows that Truth is going to play it. They could still put it on Zio. They could still theoretically put it on Aloy. So it's just such a good flex pick for a team on blue side to lock in right away. Yeah, just pick it up.
So 30K, what's your answer this time? Are you going to continue to go for the Lee Sin, or sorry, the Wukong and the Camille? I assume there's got to be some kind of answer. Maybe you pick another marksman here. Varus still hasn't. We've seen Varus kind of disappear, and it seems like Rakan, they want to take that away. They want to take that away from enemy and say, you're not going to play Xayah. I think Rakan by himself works a lot better than someone like Xayah without their duo. So
yeah, and they're still opting that they could get the Xayah. They're kind of baiting enemy, like, are you going to take Xayah away from us and try and like prevent us from getting the duo, or are you going to give it? Okay, they're taking the bait, and enemy draft the Wukong, which we have not been super impressed with. So wow, enemy really playing into what 30K wanted them to do with this draft.
I can't wait for enemy to just show like Tyver the amount of trash talk that you would be able to do on Sheesh, where you just say, hey, I just played both sides of the matchup and beat you on both of them. So how about that? You know, let's just kind of wrap it up for us. That would be pretty funny. But this time they're going to take the Corki yet again, bot lane, and Michael Udall is going to be taking the TF.
I like this, though, because we're finally seeing the Flex Camille actually come into play. They're holding this to see, is it going to be Wukong in the jungle? What's enemy's top lane going to be? Then we can decide if we want to put the Camille into that or keep Camille in the jungle role and get a counter pick for top lane. Most teams, like even just last draft, 30K locked in the Camille Wukong. So they were showing their hand right off the bat and giving enemy a lot of information. But we're getting the run back here, Alk. We got the Darius locked in again for Aloy. And we got the Galio to pair with it, making it even scarier. I don't think that if you're 30K, you can put that Camille into that lane now. You really need something that can just lose gracefully.
You could also just pick Malphite. You know, just like, hey guys,
a lot of AD
Malphite's
again.
Here, you're playing against Darius. You get to build Bramble Vest and Ninja Tabbies, and you get to feel really good. But 30K. They're gonna just.
I'm fine with this too.
Opt for the Garen. Yeah.
It still can stack armor. They just needed something to frontline and stack the armor.
Garen's not like, so in my mind, I always think of Garen as a stat stick. He is like, he doesn't have very many like high skill mechanics in his kit. He has a silence. And if you can't kill Garen in like X amount of time, you will just lose the game. If you cannot kill Garen within the first 10 to 15 seconds in a team fight, barring like his whole team just dying behind him, you will just lose the game because he is just so tanky. He gets a bunch of resistances from his W, and I mean the execute on his ultimate is so nice, especially with that silence to boot. So I see this for 30K, and I'm thinking, okay, we're going to play another game where we have to try and outstat enemy, and I don't know if that is necessarily the increasing your chances to win.
Pretty classic top lane matchup, too. The Garen versus the Darius. Now, Darius does do a lot more damage. Garen can't survive it in the extended trades just because his passive will help him heal up. But if he tries to just all in onto Aloy, could struggle a little bit. And Aloy's actually taking the fleet footwork here for a little bit more sustain. We see duking out in the mid lane right now. I love this skin for the Garen. The spin, the double sword, so cool to watch. And 30K will actually go for the same strat. Both solo laners pushing in the mid lane.
It definitely gives me WoW vibes. You know, it's what is this guy's name? I'm gonna forget it as soon as I want to bring up a WoW reference on cast. This is so disgusting. Oh man, he has the two swords that turn. No, definitely not. No, it's a character. He's a he's the former king. Yeah, he was the former king of the Alliance. He had a sword that is it's like a long sword. It's like Garen, but he can split it in two and it becomes like a twin blade. It's super cool. I'll show you after.
I don't know anything about WoW, so sorry, man. Gonna have to leave you out to dry on that reference. Man. But we are loaded onto the Wild Rift here, as MTS and Aloy find themselves one-on-one in the top lane matchup. And already gank here from Sheesh in the mid lane. Truth does get back, and Twitch is nearby. So Tibber finding this, goes in, trades onto Sheesh, gets the passive shield, and just fighting for mid priority right now. The Scuttles have spawned, and this is what the mid laners have been doing lately. It's just make sure that you get the push and then link up with your jungler for whatever Scuttle you're going for. But, actually, look at this, the bot lane.
Look at the bot lane. Yeah, the bot lane is going to be able to follow, and they have so much more upfront damage coming out from this Xayah and Galio. This is a dangerous position coming out from Sheesh. They're going to be outnumbered
maybe
here.
Dangerous, but maybe can look for it onto Zio. Get a lot of damage.
No.
Zio's still alive. First blood over to enemy, and who's it going on to? But Truth. They get another one as well as Rest will go down. Oh, Zio's still alive. Michael Udall looked for it, and a double kill over to Tibber. What is going on? 30k are falling apart at the seams, and enemy are the benefactors.
All right, this is super greedy coming out from Tybe. He should not be here. Say, hey, look, back up. You can just get double Scuttle, and you're so far ahead at this point. Just the amount of kills you just received, you're now 700 gold over your opponent. There's not much more you need to do. You don't have to force a massive lead when you've already got one.
Yeah, he decides to back up, go towards that top Scuttle. So Tibber will pick that up. 30k, already 2.5 minutes into the game, find themselves 2,000 gold behind, about 2,500 close to. And that's not what they're looking for. At least the kills didn't go over onto the Darius, so it's not going to be that snowball, but where they did go doesn't feel that much better. Onto Tibber, and especially onto Truth. We saw the damage that Truth did last game. We could see a repeat.
I mean, who stops the Wukong? There's no frontliners like Garen, yes, but once you see that Cyclone, it will just knock up all of these range members, and that is usually when you want to pick Wukong. You want to pick them, yes, into AD champions, but more specifically ranged champions, because they cannot deal with you. They can't get away from you that quickly. Aloy, 1v2.
Top side, they get it. Hey, 30k, nice answer. Catching Aloy alone in the top side.
All right, let's see what they do with this. They can push in this wave. MTS probably wants to go for a recall. It would be really greedy to go for a single plate there, so they will get a kill, right? They, set themselves up a little bit, but I need to see more. We need to continue to try to bully something, and I want to see this use of the Destiny, because Michael Udall just used it and really didn't get much. It looks like he just used it to get back to lane.
Yeah, enemy looking to push in the bottom side as Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. They actually will go for the dive again. 2 games in a row now. Beg's in some trouble here. So is Rest. The Corki goes down. An enemy pick up another kill. Beg all alone under the turret. He falls to a killing spree over to Tibber. And Aloy roams all the way down from the top side. He went for the reset and went right to Dragon. So that's going to be objective and a couple kills over to enemy.
Okay, guys, everybody at home, if you're waiting to play your next qualifier, if you're even waiting to just play either tomorrow or in the next week's qualifier, take notes from this game. Take notes from this game and from the C9 game of how to do dragon setups. You want to set yourself up to have priority in the bot lane, or hey, you want to take the dragon? Just dive their bot lane, find a way, force some summoners out, and now you have instant guaranteed priority on the dragon. You can have first say on it.
Aloy's going to bait them in. He's got Galio. Galio's right here. Aloy's just waiting for everybody to engage onto him, but he's got too many enemies nearby. Goes down. I don't think he expected 4 members of 30k there. I saw Selmar positioning up towards the top side. And enemy, they think that they're the ones baiting 30k. They get baited.
Right there, that was enemy. Like, Darius is just trying to play like, hey, call an ambulance, but not for me. And then all of a sudden 30k come out with like a bunch more, and they're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, no.
Yeah, he opted for the rocket belt first. He only had a longsword and a ruby crystal, so he's not tanky at all with that build, whereas MTS opted for the raw stats before going for the boot and chance. And that's why he's able to tank up the Xayah like this. So doing all right in this 1v2 matchup now.
Let's see. The lane priority, they are waiting. We're about a minute, a little under a minute away from the Herald. And
Colin onto Sheesh. Even gets a flash out of Camille. All right, Alk, one of these days you're going to be able to talk. You're going to be able to get an actual point in because they'll stop fighting each other. All right, go for it now. I think you got it.
No, okay, well, I mean, it's 15 seconds. They don't even have the package on Corki. We're fighting.
Rest is still going for it, throwing down damage, looking for it onto Selma. The TF ults on top side. Not finding the gold card though, but the feather recall massive there. MTS getting blown up. He throws out the ultimate. He gets the kill. It's traded back and forward. But look at Tibber flashing over the wall. He was in a 1v2 by himself. Now Camille flashing in onto Truth. Big trying to get them damage down. Gets enough of an engage for the team to pick up the kill. Truth falls. Hextech ultimatum onto Zeo. A double kill over to Sheesh. And 30K, they're still fighting back. They're still in this game.
They've got some life in them now, and realistically, what does this get them? It gets them a little bit of gold. It kind of evens up some of the differentials in some of the lanes, but biggest thing here is the way that they were able to split that fight. I think Enemy took a little bit too long because Wukong and Rakan are fighting in the Raptor pit versus the TF, and he just ults out. He joins the rest of his team, and it takes way too long for them to fight. It wasn't a coordinated 5v5, so 30K, using their ability to get around the map pretty quickly, finally find something. I mean, that's awesome for them. They're still about 3,000 gold down, and I don't know if they'll go for this Rift Herald. Corki has package now, 30K. They have a little bit of an advantage to themselves.
I think that with this package, they might just be able to pull it off here, especially if Selma goes for the engage here. He doesn't realize that there's a Corki with package behind, but Rest not actually finding the engage that he wants here. Tries to Valkyrie back. Oh, gets caught out and dies. Enemy winning the team fight by picking off Corki. They have 5 members strong still. Rift Herald's on the table.
All right, never mind. I agree with you. Ban Aloy's Darius. He just apprehended in the middle of a Corki package. Like, that is the prime time to do that, to interrupt the ability, no longer split up the fight. They'll get Rift Herald and should be able to knock down any turret they want. I would hope that they try to use this mid lane, break this open for themselves, considering how low top lane is. Oh, he didn't even have package. Okay, never mind. All right, I don't know why.
I think it was just the Valkyrie. It didn't look like the full package, so now, okay, he's got it for the next fight. Dragon will be up in 25 seconds, so sorry for misleading everybody. We will now have package on Corki. Rest can look for the engage this time around.
I still stand by my Darius ban.
Yeah, honestly, I do too. I'm agreeing with you in that sentiment here because, yeah, Aloy's been looking absolutely insane on this, even though he hasn't necessarily won lane like he did last time. But remember, last time he got a pentakill, it was at one of these dragon fights. Let's see if 30K give it to him. Rift Herald's dropped in the mid lane here. Enemies just trying to distract 30K so that they can go for the dragon.
Oh, it's a red card.
Look for the package. What a taunt coming in here from Selma, setting up the fight for the rest of Enemy to just tear through 30K. Truth will take his own fight. MTS flashing under the turret. We'll get to safety, but Tibber actually following all the way here as the Wukong gets blown up right now, but did he buy enough space? No, he did not. Shut down over to MTS. But with the Rift Herald, Enemy can push for another turret.
Yeah, they will try to get some chip damage now. 30K are so far down in the hole. I wonder, Enemy, good, okay. I was wondering if they were going to try to reset, go for this dragon, but they say, hey, let's just redeploy onto the map. This could be 30K's time.
Rush it.
They can go. They can try to rush it. Go for it, guys, because this is a little bit of a Hail Mary play.
Oh,
if this doesn't work out, you are doomed
Zio's
out.
all alone right now. Zio does not have ultimate or summoner spells. This Xayah, very dangerous position to be in currently. You see position
guys,
behind
the scuttle
Aloy.
doesn't matter, man.
Oh, no. They don't get the dragon. They back off. 30K. They had a small window where they might have been able to force it, might have been able to try and fight. Zio is backing, and so is the rest of Enemy. And actually, 30K, they might still get this.
They don't have Destiny, so they can't check out where other people are on the map. The top wave is looking good for 30K, but if they lose this, they're going to go from a drag into a Baron on the side of Enemy. So they need to be incredibly decisive, and they need to make a choice now because, I mean, TF is now sitting in the mid lane clearing, and at any point, they can just turn for this.
Oh, Tibber could get caught here, though. Sheesh doing a lot of damage. Over the wall goes Rest. Tibber frontlining, buying so much time for his team. And now Aloy in a 1v1 against MTS, winning that one here as the Darius pushes Garen back. 30K, don't lose any members, but they don't have any entrance to the dragon now. They're going to have to run straight for it. I think Enemy, they already have it. They have enough damage. That should be objective picked up. Do they go for the fight afterwards? The taunt lands onto MTS. Garen's in a lot of trouble. He's taking it up, but he goes down. The frontliner dead for 30K. They have to back off after losing the objective.
Okay, the best part about that, I guess the silver lining for 30K is they got a lot of blinking health bars. They were able to push at least a little bit of damage onto Enemy, but that's their that's their dragon, and that should be also them getting ready to deploy for a Baron. They're going to push out this last wave using Zio, but This is looking rough. I mean, Corki is so far behind at this point. We haven't really talked about it because there hasn't been all that much, but Zio on this Xayah has looked fantastic, has another natural gold lead, and just now is Rest picking up a tier so late into the game. I just don't think that this tier is going to ever finish into Mirror Mana before they lose.
Oh, we also see package for Rest. I don't think Rest picked it up. I don't know if that spawned afterwards or what.
It spawned afterwards, I think.
Okay, so Rest could look to go back for the package. Baron is being set up right now by enemy. They have multiple members up here. Do they go for a dive? Sheesh isn't going to spot out Selma. They don't know that Selma's right here.
Oh,
Sheesh
that's
all alone, caught out now. Justice punch forward. He has to exit ultimatum just to stay alive. Beg's trying to buy some space for him. Does successfully do so, but look at Tibber just diving all the way back here. Has a Guardian Angel, so a killing spree over for Truth, and the Wukong just comes back out of GA. That's a pick up onto Rest. Quirky, yeah. They're going to get your package now. But it's through the death instead of the back. Unfortunate right there.
15 seconds. This should be their Baron. They can take this top wave. They can back off. And really, if you're an enemy, you don't even have to actually do Baron. It is just the threat of doing it that is more deadly to 30k. You already know that there's no Garen going to be here, so they can take complete control of this. Keep putting damage out on Ashish. Oh, man.
Top turret being sieged now by enemy. They will get this, and no answer from 30k as of yet. They do try and charge forward here. MTS is a tanky frontliner, but look at Truth 1v1ing Michael Udall. The engage, the package backwards from Rest, and they still go down. MTS does trade one back, though. This Garen is a threat, but look at Time on the back line. Gets a kill, will go down. Michael Udall has MTS in front of him, doing a lot of damage on the TF. Goes forward, double kill,
Garen
will fall. MTS has to back away as Truth doing so much damage. Flashes in, doesn't get the final auto, and MTS does survive. But enemy, with 2 members strong on the map, they could look to clear out some of this top jungle camps, and MTS, he can't really do much in the 1v2 situation.
That is the biggest, I think, win there for 30k. Yes, they did lose more members, but they didn't lose a top turret. They traded some shutdown gold onto some of their members. It is still 8,000 gold in favor of enemy, and they're obviously still slated to win this game. But I think that was like kind of like a grace angel coming down and saying, look, 30k, you can have at least a little bit of gold. You can come back in this, at least you can have some chance into this. It's going to be under their turrets, and they're going to have to make a defense under it. But like now, enemy, they're probably feeling a little bit pressure to try and take another advantage, or they're probably saying, hey guys, maybe we should just try to end the game instead of try to go for super deep turret dives.
Sort of messing around a little bit. I think Tybe is, after the
Having
second
fun.
death diving under turrets, probably realizing that, yeah, we can play a little slower, but doesn't have the Guardian Angel up yet. They're all grouped up here. Enemy just death squatting it right now, and Dragon's up in 12 seconds. They can just look to take this one. I don't think 30k is in a position to actually contest it.
They shouldn't, and knowing that, they probably are. Look at where they're positioning right now. They even have a flank coming in from the Darius. If they want,
they can
try to
catch
turn onto
Darius.
him.
Destiny onto him. Aloy could be in some trouble. Gold card. The catch. This is exactly what 30k needed, but Aloy flashes the wall. He's buying so much time for his team to get the dragon. Enemy get the objective. How long can Aloy stay alive for? He's even going to try and link up with the team. Taking turret shots, knock up, Galio combo. Almost saves the top laner, but does go down. Now can enemy take the 4v5? They might have went a little too far forward.
Xayah.
They haven't lost Elmar yet, though. Two doing damage. MTS onto the back line as Time tries to do what he can. MTS is taking too much damage from Zio, from Truth. They dodge away. The Twisted Fate, gold card. Truth jumping forward. Doesn't have the damage to take down Michael Udaldo. Gets gold carded. Oh no, Truth has to flash away. Oh, the margin of error was so small there. Enemy just barely getting out of that one, but they're still duking it out and almost winning in 4v5 situations.
I mean, Truth is trying to max out damage right next to Zio. We talked about it. There's 2 marksman players on this team, and they're really damn good. But oh my god, like, enemy, they are on the precipice of upsetting one of the teams that were expected to go really far in this tournament.
Yeah.
They're obviously no slouches in themselves, and it just means that a potential matchup between them and Cloud9 further on for tomorrow is
I'm
that
so
close.
excited for that. But Time all alone here as the Wukong throws out the ultimate, trying to get away here. The clone's used, and now Selma says, okay, let's just start the fight. Let's just engage. Why not? We're so far ahead. MTS trying to buy space for the team. The Garen is tanky, but he has to flash away. Rest again, not with the package that the team needed. Doesn't hit anybody with it. But blinking health bars on Selma, on Ty, means that they have to get away. Beg does fall down. The Michael Udall hits a gold card, but it's onto Aloy, the frontliner. Enemy, they get a kill. I don't know how much more they'll get for this, though, because they have very low health bars. So they do look to reset. Michael Udall's got to be very careful. He's on vision right now. Truth just jumps right on top of him. Aloy doesn't get the pullback. Michael Udall, the damage from these Lucian autos does a lot. But now Aloy very far forward. Will get picked up. Selmar throws out the ultimate. Rest jumping forward. Selma will go down. 30K. Getting a couple kills for themselves. And Baron's on the table. They have a man advantage.
They're dragging them across the map right now, and they're trying to make these picks. I will say that, I mean, those are correct picks. You know that TF doesn't have a gold card anymore. It's free.
Tybe doesn't know
you can
Sheesh
go
is
for
here.
It, but
Sheesh looking for it. Tybe already uses the
careful here.
clone. Gets the safety. All right, I think we have a moment to breathe here.
Yeah, 8,000 still in favor of enemy, but I mean, 30K, they are saying we are not willing to go out without a fight. They're going to try and, you know, keep their tournament dreams alive. They don't want to have to play another one after this. They want to at least push us to a game 3. As a blade caller, a huge one from Zio will not save the turret. They're going to go for this. This is a team fight.
Tybe's jumping in. Hextech ultimatum onto Truth. Zio untouched right now. Look at Tybe onto the back line. The Whirls, the Death. He's doing a lot of damage and will take down Rest, but MTS doing damage in return. Zio can't kill the Garen. Flashing forward. Gets gold carded and dies. 30K. They get another 2-for-1 trade. Actually, it's a 2-for-2 as Sheesh did also fall. But still, I think they might have delayed enough so enemy can't get this Baron.
Yeah, right now, look at this. There's so much armor. Finally, Zio's able to pick up a Mortal Minder and is going towards the Guardian's Angel. But right now, I told you, Garen is a stat stick. If you cannot kill him in a certain amount of time, he will just kill you. And right now, Garen is reaching that threshold where you look at his armor. He's building so many items. There's no magic damage on this team. You could
Galio went
that
tank,
full armor.
so Selma's not providing
exactly.
that.
Exactly. So right now, this is a super dangerous position for 30K where they're going to need armor penetration. They're going to also need a way to kill massive HP bars on the side of 30K. It's still 8,000. They need something, and this Drake should turn the game. It is the Elder Drake right now. It's the Elder Mountain Drake. It'll give them a massive amount of shielding, and it'll give them true damage burn. And now for the marksman here, this is huge. And especially how Truth and Zio like to play, they'll max out damage on this, and they will be able to find a way to win the game. But this is the ultimate coin flip here.
Longest game we've had so far today between two of the most competitive teams. Package picked up by Rest. We have not seen the best package used so far, but Rest, you can redeem yourself here. If one big quirky package happens, that can just win the fight. Could just throw it out now, but saving it. MTS frontlining right now as enemy trying to dive onto the back line here of 30K.
Aloy.
Get package used to reposition. And Aloy's just diving onto the back line. Enemy have done it. They've won the fight. MTS is down. And enemy, they have a couple low health bars, but they got a 1-for-2 trade. They only lost Zio. But actually, Michael Udall, he's here. Gold carding onto Aloy. He can get some off. He hits that. Doesn't get it, though. And Ty picks up the kill. That's a 1-for-3 trade now in favor of enemy.
Okay, she seems to recall, and we'll now have home guards coming out of base. They're not even doing the dragon at this point. They say it's a little too risky. It's good. It's actually really good for 30K. The big problem in that fight was Aloy gets a massive amount of stacks from his hemorrhage on Garen and is able to go into the rest of that fight and lay into everybody with those hemorrhage stacks. Get the true damage in, get the bonus AD. That was a game changer.
Also, Rest, that's a third fight in a row using package defensively. Go in! You got to use that to help engage, get behind the enemy front line and hit their back line. But they're just not pulling it off, and now that's going to be Soul to enemy. They pick it up. The Mountain Soul, 30K. They've had moments where it seems like they can win these fights. They're holding on, but I don't know how much longer they can hold on now.
Especially, we're looking at fights time and time again. It is coming down to slim margins. Some members having low HP bars, and a Mountain Drake that is an Elder variant. I mean, you're getting so much shielding, so much potential temporary HP that very dangerous. I think that should be what they use to try and close this out. They'll also have the bonus bonus elder damage. I'm looking at this, and you look at someone like Wukong with this damage, it's going to be huge. They might have caught MTS here.
He's got a lot of stats, and Zio is
He's
there,
dead.
but that is some damage. That is some shred. Res has to Valkyrie flash away, hopefully get back to his base, even uses the heal for the movement speed bonus, but look, he's waiting for him. Time catches him at the pass, and now Michael Udall's caught as well. That's game. That's going to be it. That's going to be enemy going 2-0 against 30K. We waited for them. We had hopes for them, and in their moment, they fall. Enemy stand tall. What an impressive performance from this squad, taking down one of the favorites of the tournament. Enemy go 2-0 against 30K.
Wow. Okay. And that just means that Enemy, they're one of the first teams that end up qualifying into our top 8 tomorrow. Kangas.
Wow.
That was a game, and it comes down. That's got to be so disappointing, I think, for 30K, especially in that last game. You're holding on by a thread. You're just barely able to stay in that game. And it comes down to one mistake, one part where MTS is a little too far up.
Yeah.
And they're not able to kind of recover from that. They have another game to play. They have another best of 3, and it'll be against Raven. But, man. Enemy
they have to play another best of 3 now. And we already said how late the night's getting. I know anybody on the East Coast is probably like, wait, there's still another best of 3 after this? Yep. Yeah, hey, hearts go out to you, Alk. I know it's getting late for you, but wow, I'm still blown away. Enemy looked so good. And 30K fought their hearts out that game too, but it still wasn't like they were at a point where they were about to win one team fight and close the game out. Like, it wasn't that close. It was still Enemy well ahead, and it was 30K just barely holding on, and that's just a tribute to how strong Enemy are looking right now. They are a team that everyone needs to have their eyes on as maybe new favorites. As we look at the group 3, how it's shaking out, 2-0 to Enemy. They've qualified for the top 8. They will be playing tomorrow. 30K have to have a match now up against Raven Gaming. We saw Raven earlier today. They didn't look like pushovers either, so this could be a tough match for 30K.
That is pretty insane, honestly. I gotta say, I am super impressed with that. And not only that, but we also have some other qualifiers. Team Goons ended up getting a 2-0 versus Free Agents, so they end up going on through. If I'm correct, Bulbasaur as well. We have a bunch of teams coming on through now, and still waiting on that Cloud9 team. So, ooh, that is a tough one to swallow.
That is tough. Let's see. We'll have an updates by the end of the day if 30K is able to make it or not, but we are going to send it here to a break before we're back with our final series of the night. We've had so much Wild Rift action throughout the day, and my heart's racing, so I got to drink some water and calm down a little bit from that last one. We'll be right back after this. And we're back, everybody, for our final match of the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street. Oh, it's been a day. It's been a long day. We've had 5 best-of-3 series, and we haven't had a single one go to 3 games. Can you imagine? It's been all 2-0s across the board here as we're getting ready for our final one of the day. So before we get into it, how you feeling, man? How's your energy? Let's do a quick vibe check of Alk over on the East Coast.
We're doing a vibe check. Yeah, you know, it is currently 11:40 p.m. EST. And excited to get this game, this second series, or last series actually. Holy, my brain is slowly frying out.
It's a good thing we did that vibe check. All right, yes. I'm gonna need you to do some stuff for us. I'm gonna need you to do some jumping jacks as soon as the bracket comes up and we can't see you anymore. Okay, you gotta get some blood flow in you right now. Let's take a look at again the top 16, all the groups that we have and how things have been shaken out. Alk, I hope to hear some huffing and puffing from you during this. So I'll break this one down. Again, Cloud9 and Brawl Star Pros. We don't have the answer of that match yet. That one is still happening, that best of 3. But both of them looking like pretty tough teams in that group. The big one we just saw, Enemy taking 30K, 1-1. And of course, Group 2, Bulbasaur, Team Goons. We got 3 teams already qualified for the top 8. We're just figuring out who's going to come back. You really are doing it.
Man, I stopped, and production was like, I didn't say stop, so I had to, I aim to please.
I love it. That's fantastic. Our next match that we have up is actually going to be Team Yawn versus Free Agents. Now, if you remember, if you've been watching this entire day, first of all, kudos to you. We love you. Second of all, yes, you would have seen Yawn earlier on in the day. They, I'm blanking actually right now. Did they take first in their group or were they second in their group?
Free Agents were
Yawn, not Free Agents.
They were Yawn was first in their group.
Okay, they were able to get the 2.
They were over Raven. Yeah, they were over Raven, and Free Agents were 2-1 with their only loss being to Enemy. So
well,
that was
now Yawn, they're not going to be first in this group because Team Goons did already take it, and they will be up against Free Agents. Winner continues, loser goes home.
This
We're
is
at
a
that
rematch,
point of the day.
By the way. For all of you at home, played off stream, Yawn actually went 0-2 versus Free Agents. So now they have time to go for a rematch.
All right, let's see if they can do it here. Yawn versus Free Agents. As here's the matchup. You saw some of these players earlier today. Tamago in the top lane, Tony in the jungle, 9 mid with Nam and Yoru Camp Fan on the Dragon lane.
And in the other side, on red side, hopefully, Free Agents. Baron lane is going to be Suki. Jungle is going to be Sparkle. Tri-feed mid lane, Sojirain, and Stoviet in the duo lane.
I'm going to go Stovey on that one. I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like just a reminder for all the players that sign up for these. We love you. We love that you're willing for us to watch your games.
Pronunciations.
But please, when we send you the sign-up sheet, put your pronunciations for your champions, because it really helps me as a play-by-play in the middle of a team fight. I want to say your name correctly. So this is for you, of course. And also just a reminder, if you haven't signed up already, we do still have sign-ups for next week's qualifiers. We've had all games today from people that qualified for day number 1, and then we'll have the top 8 in the playoff bracket tomorrow. But you can already sign up for next week because next Monday, Tuesday, we got the exact same format again, and then the top 4 from this week, top 4 from next week will be going to that first major. So if you want a shot at that 10K total prize pool, you got to make sure that you're signing up for week number 2 and then competing throughout that. But we still are going to have to crown the top 4 from this event here, Alk, and the winner of this will continue the run into the top 8. And then they only have to win 1 more best of series in order to lock in that Majors 1 spot. So if we have to remember Yawn as a team, I know that they're one of the only teams that actually pulled out the Lee Sin in the jungle, but it's been such a long day of games. Do we still have insight as to what Yawn were playing throughout the round of 32?
Okay, the rest of the top 32, that may be a little bit difficult. I would have to pull up some match history stuff. Yawn, at least versus Team Visual, it looks like they were still playing Lee Sin. They still have been getting this Senna and Varus lane, but they're playing some more tanks up in the top lane. It has been more consistently playing.
They did play the Fiora. They were the team that actually pulled that out. Now I am remembering the Fiora with the Pantheon and the Galio. That was actually a really cool look from this team, and I remember they pivoted from the tank engage comp to more of the split pushing composition, and Tobago went 8-1 and 8-2 14 on that Fiora. Also, Nam went 8-1 and 19 on the Lucian. That's also kind of crazy.
Yep. We've been seeing, if you pick Lucian, your chances of going up are going to the moon. You just got to pick this champion. Exactly. And they've also been showing that they have a little bit higher preference for TF in the mid lane, so I'm looking forward to see what Nam can pull out there, because so far I've been really impressed with some of the TFs. Even last game, Michael Udall may have taken the loss, but I thought his TF was pretty exceptional considering the circumstances.
Can get you around the map. You can make those map plays. You can set up for objectives faster. You can try and find picks. And they play the TF, they play the Galio. So it seems like Yawn, they really like to have that flexibility, that mobility in their mid lane here. But I'm hearing that we're ready to hop into pick and ban very shortly. So as soon as that's up, we'll get on into it. Free Agents is another one of these teams. It's a bummer. I feel for all the teams that we don't have a lot of information on, because we just kind of get to learn about them together as the games play out. So we'll see if they've been doing their research, because Yawn were on stream earlier today. If Free Agents were able to catch any of those VODs, they'll have a good idea of how Yawn want to play. So if you're looking at teams that prioritize Galio and TF, if you're the coach for Free Agents, what are you trying to draft to counter those types of picks?
Well, there's multiple different answers. You can try to pick if they're going to pick up TF, then you want to answer with the Galio, someone that can follow him around the map.
Sure.
Or you take someone that can either bully him in lane to keep him under his turret, or just kill him. Akali's pretty nice. Akali is a really tough matchup versus TF, just because as soon as you hit Shroud, he hits Destiny, and your Shroud is basically useless. So you need to find something that can either kill TF or just follow him, man. If Nocturne was in this game, it would be so sick. You just go with him. You just follow him across the map. One day we'll get the Nocturne. We'll have these Nocturne versus Pantheon jungle, Galio versus TF mid, the crazy global ultimate combo. Just wait till Shen, you throw the Shen into the mix too. It's going to be a grand old time. Get some Gangplank action. There's so many global ultimates in League of Legends PC. But right now, Yawn is on the blue side. Free Agents is on the red. And Yawn already taken away that Galio. So even though they like to play it, they also just don't want Free Agents to get that as a pick. Maybe they're going to put more priority on the TF now. Yeah, they probably have just said, we're not going to first pick Galio on blue side. We'll just get rid of it. We know there's a couple other champions. It's on Free Agents now. Are they going to be the ones to ban the Lucian? Are they going to be the ones to ban... what else have you really seen? It's been Lee Sin a lot for Tony. If they ever wanted to flex, that's one of the champions they could hit. Alk. I see your buttons are going down throughout the night. It's been like this all day. It's been like this all day. Yes, brother. I'm only just now noticing. Wow, I've been missing out on some eye candy this entire time. All right, well, Free Agents lock in the Olaf ban for themselves. Now you got some competition. I don't like the way that my collar looks, though. I'm a little shy. I gotta see, cover it up again. There's the Rakan ban away. Huge muscles underneath. You got huge muscles underneath. No, I gotta hide them, man. I don't want people to be looking at that. It distracts from the action happening up on the top half. Up here. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's where you want the eyes to be. There's the Rakan ban away from Team Yawn. Pinching the support pool here. You can tell it's getting late right now, everybody. Let's see what Free Agents want to answer with. There's still Lucian on the table. There's still Lee Sin. There's still Gragas. 3 of these really high priority champions. And Diana, we've also seen a lot of priority around here throughout the day too. It's been a champion for 9 mostly. We've seen a lot of Dianas in mid lane, not necessarily kind of we're kind of just moving her out of the jungle slowly throughout the tournament. I wonder if Free Agents are going to try and invest another ban. Maybe they try to get rid of that Lee Sin that we've been talking about for Tony, who's just found so much success on this champion. Or, maybe we see a Camille try to disincentivize any kind of dive kit champs. I just love that Tony was also willing to pull out the Pantheon jungle. So even if Lee Sin's banned out, he still has a really strong jungler that can make these global map plays. And I think that's a credit to Yawn's draft strengths here as they take away the Ziggs, another very strong champion. We're really starting to get an understanding of these teams' reads on the meta. A lot of focus on these champions like Ziggs, like Olaf, like Galio taken off the table early on here. So Free Agents, it's going to be the Lee Sin, it's going to be the Lucian. There's a lot of top choices right now that they got to worry about. I am still looking at that Lee Sin, though, because Tony's Lee Sin looked very clean. Ooh, Varus. I like that. I like that a lot. I love it, actually, because Nam has been playing non-stop, basically, Varus. It's been Varus Senna, Varus Alistar, something with Varus, and forcing them onto something else now. they can first pick Lucian and give it over to their AD carry and make it very difficult for free agents to kind of respond. So geez, man, it's so hard to play on blue side right now.
Let's see if they want to go for that Lucian pick. I think the Lee Sin, I honestly would favor the Lee Sin over the Lucian right now if you're Yawn, but no, they actually want that. So they lock in the Lucian for themselves. Let's see if free agent want the Lee Sin, because I guess Tony still can't play the Pantheon into it if he really wants to, but free agents, they also could go for something like a Gragas if they want to have a flexible soul laner and support here, or even opt for some of these primary AD carries. We haven't seen a lot of Kai'Sa, notably, in this event, but they go with the Gragas, they pair it with the Xayah.
Interesting. Now, Gragas will start to disincentivize some other picks like Renekton, and Tamago has been more known to kind of reach for the Gragas and for things like the Malphite. So I wonder what that does to Yawn's draft in case of how many tanks left are there really available to us. Do we want to take that Malphite lane, or do we want to kind of try and pair it up with something else? As Yawn, they're going to try and lock in their Lee Sin and the Senna. That's a dangerous bot lane.
Might as well. Dangerous bot lane, but keep in mind that the Lucians could still go into a solo lane. We could see Senna with a tank in the bottom side. Tank farms up. Senna gets the passive off of the little ghosts that spawned there. So free agents, what do they want to draft here? There's a lot of flexibility on Yawn's side. And yes, free agents have flexibility in that Gragas, but they're showing a little bit more of their hand with this Nami lock-in here. The Gragas will not be going support, will not be going in the jungle. Pretty much locks it into top lane. I mean, we have seen a little bit of Gragas mid. It is possible, but it's just not the best. I mean, unless your name is Kangas and you played it this morning and won on it. But, you know, obviously I'm a different breed.
Yeah, that's true. The Nami is trying to disincentivize a Braum and trying to disincentivize any kind of melee champion. So they're going to take the Renekton matchup and they're going to grab the Malphite for themselves. That's a huge thing. Free agents could have taken that and it would have been really sick, but they're going to go for it.
Yeah, so that means I'd be predicting it's the Malphite with the Senna bot lane, Lucian in a solo lane, and Renekton in a solo lane. But still, I guess they could pair the Lucian with the Senna and then put the Renekton in the mid lane. We have seen Renekton in mid lane before, so it'll depend on free agent's answer. We get a Yasuo Alk paired with the bubble, paired with Xingqiu ult, paired especially with Gragas ultimate. But can struggle against that Renekton. I still think Yawn's flexibility of their draft, they could just pair the Renekton into that Yasuo lane and give him a really bad time.
Yeah, that was the first thing that came into my mind. I see Yasuo, I'm like, okay, Yasuo's really cool with your come up, but now you just have this Malphite who's gonna slam you in lane. You have a Renekton who can kill you and make sure you. Yeah, I mean Renekton will make sure you get to that 0-10 death power spike no matter what. But
I don't know if the Wild Rift players know that meme. It hasn't been out for long enough. That might be a leak QC reference
Yasuo, there. But Yasuo it's universal. Okay. All Yasuos, they're either 10-0 or 0-10. It is just the way of the champion. Is the way of the wind, you know?
Happy to hear that is still the norm, even in a Wild Rift, as opposed to the PC game. But as we're getting into the final seconds here, we haven't seen a lot of the champions swapped around. Okay, there we go. Now we do have the actual lane assignments. So it's, the Renekton into that Yasuo matchup. This is how I would have done it. I would have said, yep, put the Malphite into the Gragas. It's tough because you're not able to just full stack armor in that lane, but it's worth it because now you get the Renekton into Yasuo, which is one of the worst matchups for Yasuo. The Wind Wall does nothing. You don't have as much sustain. You don't have as much damage early on. The Renekton will literally just kill you in lane if you're not careful. And then they still have range bot side that they can kind of answer with. I like this lane assignment from Yawn.
I was really confused by free agents taking this Nami. I thought it was really strange. It obviously does disincentivize them from going a Lucian Braum lane, which is fine. But Rakan into this Yawn team is just so good. If the bot lane ever wants to try and aggress, Grand Entrance comes in.
Well, Rakan was banned, so I think that's the reason why they didn't go for that one.
Yeah, that makes it a lot easier.
Because I was surprised to see the Xayah locked in when Rakan was banned. I was like, in my head thinking, interesting. They're still opting for it, but yeah, I still agree though, because the Nami just doesn't have that good of a lane into the Senna. Like, the Senna still can kind of outrange you, can sustain just as much as you do. So neither one necessarily has a lot of kill pressure over the other, but as Nami, the big purpose of this is you're kind of a lane bully. You don't get that against the Senna, but we are loaded onto Wild Rift here. Jungler starting on opposite sides here. We do see Sparkle getting a leash while Tony does have to clear out on his own, but I'm happy that the observers are highlighting this mid lane matchup because this is where a lot of action can happen early on.
Super interesting pathing, by the way, coming out from the Lee Sins. I think he started Tempest, and he's doing his Raptor camp first, which is very unorthodox when you look at the jungle path. It means that you will be a little bit hidden in case they were going for it, and I think it also gives him a little bit of extra time on the red buff, right? He doesn't have to spend it going for these Raptor camps, could go for a full clear or end up topside with it. Although, just topside is I look at this and I'm like, okay, we're just playing to scale, boys.
Yeah.
It might even be AP Gragas. Started off with a Amp Tome here. Typically,
I could
you see
see
starting
it.
with a Ruby Crystal.
Well, because the thing is, against the Malphite in particular, you kind of want to force him to build MR, because the rest of your team does a lot of AD. So if you're forcing the Malphite into MR in laning phase, that means he's going to be less of a frontline tank come the time to group up, and that means your Xayah can actually shred through him that much easier.
It's helpful in the lane matchup. I have not been the biggest fan of AP Gragas though. So far in the tournament, we've seen it in support. I'll hold that. They're fighting for
Sparkle
Scuttles.
and Tony fighting here. Nine is there earlier. Tries to help out, but Nam joins in as well. Sparkle gets the kill before he goes down.
No.
And now Renekton's in a lot of trouble. Kill goes over. It's actually advantageous for FA here. Oh, Yoru's might just take down Soju. Doesn't have, has the flash actually. Just the Q over the wall. Wow! Yoru's got the range, and it's a 3-for-2 trade.
The Gromp is the ultimate savior there. Started doing damage, and as an AD carry, you're like, oh no, Gromp is hitting me. I'm so dead. So a big trade, 3-for-2 in favor of Yawn. And I mean, the Renekton got a little bit ahead there. Was able to pick up a few kills. Same thing with Yasuo, but look at where the gold lies right now. Yasuo got a bit of an influx in gold, but that Senna is now kind of going to start to rock a huge lead as we get up.
Yeah, now another gank in the mid lane here. Sparkle looking for it onto 9. Renekton has the Dominus, pops it. Yoru's joined in. That 2-0 Senna trying to do some damage, but it's not going to save the mid laner. 9 goes down. Another kill picked up for free agents.
Oh, imagine if Yoru Camp Fan was just a few experience up higher. Has to pull a flash. He's fine. Yeah. It's Senna. We live those. But if they were level 5, if they were able to have that ultimate, I think that fight may go a little bit different. I don't know what the cooldown was on using the Q, but had to be almost up. And as soon as you're in ultimate form and you have 2 members there, you're going to heal for a ton.
Yeah, and again, when I was talking about this mid lane matchup between the Renekton and the Yasuo, that was, of course, in an isolated state. Now with jungler intervention, speaking of, Tony looks for some intervention here. But 9, unfortunately, getting ganked, does go down. And like you were saying, if Yoru was just 1 level up, might have been able to save him. But hey, that's just not the case here. We got an even gold lead between the teams. And an even kill state currently, as Dragon will be up in 20 seconds. We've seen a lot of teams throw some leads here. 9 getting ganked yet again. Oh no! Sparkle just goes for the regank in the mid lane, and 9 without the flash gets locked down, and Ignite should be enough. Another kill onto 9. 3 deaths on this Renekton. Tamago in trouble too. Zuki chasing him down. The AP Gragas. The explosive gas into the body slam. Malphite has the ultimate. Actually flashes instead. Bigger cooldown. Does still survive though.
Okay, that was a really great setup from them because that could have potentially resulted in a dragon. Might get the kickoff here, Tony.
Flash kick, follow-up kill. Nicely set up by Tony. And his bot lane follows as well. But look at this. There's a trap lane here into Pixel Brush. Tony goes in, goes down. Sparkles. Look at all this damage he's taking up. The full culling just wasted by Nob onto that Xin Zhao ultimate. Free agents, despite losing their mid laner, they're keeping it competitive. Picking up a kill onto Tony, which means they could start this dragon. There's no enemy jungler, but they actually don't want it.
Yeah, they just can't do it. They need to push into this bot wave. They want to get a couple of recalls, and maybe after this, they will find themselves getting ready for the dragon. I was saying after that kill onto 9, that is your timer. There was a timer there. You have a numbers advantage in the bot lane, and you can get ready for this Drake, but look at how much wards they're putting in, and nobody on the opposite side has a red trinket. Yet again, another team kind of falling a little bit prey to advanced vision scouting. So free agents doing a really good job setting themselves up for success before the Drake even is available. And now with this, they can camp mid lane. They can continue to try and put this Renekton down in the counter matchup, no less. But it seems like Sparkle, they want to do something else a little bit different here. They want to send this into a solo lane with Xayah picking up gold to try and maybe catch up.
I guess. I mean, sure. Yasuo does have the Nami bubble to try and set up for that ultimate if you can find it, but kind of surprised with this lane assignment right now. We see Soju spotted out there by 9. Gonna keep trying to push this wave in, keep priority here. The Scuttle's expiring. Dragon's still on the table right now for free agents, but the Rift Herald's also spawned, so at this point, Yawn, they could even just trade. They could just say, you get the Dragon, we'll get the Rift Herald. Although currently both teams still posturing around here. Look at Tony. He's waiting for an opportunity to go in. Try gets the knock-up in onto Nam. The follow-up from Nami. The bubble, but they don't have the damage. Nam's still alive. Sparkle could look for the dive. Don't get the knock-up onto Yoru.
This is bad.
Here as well.
This is bad.
Senna lands the root, but free agents are out. They successfully disengage.
I'm trying to think. I mean, realistically, the biggest loser out of that is actually Tony. He never stood the entire time trying to cover for his laner and never got to really farm during all of that. So the entire time Sparkle is taking camp slowly, and now we'll have priority onto this. They can try to make the steal. It is Lee Sin.
Yawn looking for it. They have Yoru and Nam around the corner. Colleen's available on Yoru. He's going to try and throw it out here. The Dragon is secured by free agents, but can they get out now? To get an objective, that would be a huge feather recall. There we go. Only losing Sparkle. Dragon picked up. It's a trade of objective for kill. But now
they called
Suki
everyone down.
Dragon Rage from Tony misses the Sonic Wave follow-up. Unfortunate. That's an AP Grog. He takes a huge chunk of damage from that barrel, but Malphite's following up. Still has the ultimate. Flash out of Suki. No ult follow from Tamago. Yawn playing very passively, not over-aggressing as they start up the Herald.
They're going to go for this? Yasuo is nowhere nearby, so if they really wanted to try and go for a wombo combo, they would not be able to. You'd be missing the largest piece of it. And I will just say that this has been one of the weirder games when it came to lane assignments. They're putting the Xayah to try and keep control of mid constantly, and they're just going to go for it. Yawn, you need to watch where they're positioning right now.
Yoru's looking to poke, but
okay.
The team reset, the team backed. The team said we are giving that over for free. Rift Herald picked up by free agents. And let's see where Sparkle wants to drop that. He got a couple options in these lanes. As we're 8 minutes in, 5-5 on the board, only just under 1,000 gold lead for free agents, so it's a very even game state. This might be the most even game that we've seen all day, honestly.
And it'll actually just be the most even game probably, just because it's the last one for today. This is a bad place to find yourself if you're on the side of free agents. You do not want to be in here. And there we go. They're making the plays on the stove.
Ooh, throws out the ultimate. Doesn't get the bubble because Tony says, I am out of here. And does just that. Suki, we see the trading coming in here against Tamago, but Tamago did still opt for more armor. As the Sunfire ulted under the turret, but the body slam knocks him back. So Suki not getting the full use of that turret. I like the attempt, but Tamago is out safely. Maybe not. Drive feed looking for it. Not going to find it.
Yeah, will have been spotted on the ward and also just the scuttle. So that's probably why Tamago didn't end up continuing that fight. Suki did have Ignite. It would have been a potential kill. They're going right onto it. That's
Sparkle gets the knock-up. Oh, 9 slice and dice is out. Okay,
no.
He's good. Didn't even have to flash. Try feeds ult, but not the longest cooldown.
Oh, okay. So the one thing I want to talk about, and we might even be able to do this just because they're constantly fighting, but you might be slightly even in gold or slightly ahead as free agents, but you have to start thinking, how many free stats is Senna getting right now? How many souls is she at? Nam in a dangerous position. They end up losing first turret and get the flash out from him. That is pretty big on the solution, especially with how many dangerous melee carries there are on free agent.
And that's now 2,000 gold in the lead here for free agents. So they're slowly getting these advantages, dropping the Herald mid. That'll be another turret. All the turret plating going over to them as well. Free agents doing a really good job of actually getting a big gold lead for this. That is enough to break it. So now up 3K.
They're cashing in on some of these turrets, but I mean, who is around to pick up that gold? You're getting, I think, what is it, 50 gold global if you're not in the local area for it. So 250 gold for them. They'll have another 3,000 there. They're picking up gold, yes, and they will be able to start kind of advancing into the jungle, but I need to see a little bit more from free agents. What does this turn into? Like, what can you actually, formulate out of this?
30 seconds still dragging. They have a 1,200 gold lead on their jungler. You're looking at the items. That is a Guardian Angel. So Sparkle can just get super aggressive up in the face of Yawn. And honestly, I think that that's enough here. They just find out Tony right now. The Nami follow-up. And the Yasuo to lock him down. Big play here from free agents. Yawn looks to go for the engage here. They have the Malphite, but it's not enough. Sparkle's still frontlining as the rest of his team completely untouched. Culling comes out, a lot of damage. They got the kill onto Soju, but a massive explosive cast from Suki picks up another kill. This Gragas hurts everybody. And free agents just run through Yawn. Nam has to flash away, still goes down, and free agents get a 4-for-1 trade.
What a great fight from the side of free agents. They'll not only get this dragon, but so much gold now in their pocket. This is what I wanted to see after getting all those turrets. Put some pressure onto Yawn and put yourself in a very dangerous position to kind of try to win this game. That was a great team fight, and the damage from Yawn is not all there. You have a Renekton who's now behind. You now have, you're waiting on Senna and Lucian to pick up a few more items, and it's just not quite there, I mean, compared to free agents. So they're in the driver's seat right now. You see a Leandri's finish now for this for Suki on this Gragas.
Whew.
So dangerous.
Packs a punch. And also the double crit items now on Tri-Feet. This is Yasuo hitting a big power spike as well. There's a window here that free agents are hitting mass power spikes on pretty much everybody. 2 items also completed on the AD carry. And Yawn, they're still pretty much working with scraps. We finally see a second item picked up now on Tony, going very tanky on this Lee Sin, realizing, yeah, I need to survive a little bit longer in these fights, and there's a lot of crit being built on the enemy team, but that's not magic resist, so Suki still will pack a punch.
I'll have to wait to see how they kind of use it, because right now they're having the Renekton, who's not building any, I mean, no one's really building magic resist, to be fair, but this is such a good matchup for Suki now. He can take control of this lane, and look at what free agents are doing. They are systematically bleeding Yawn out of this game by taking jungle camps, taking more turrets, and making it difficult for them to step into their jungle without some fear of an enemy retaliation.
3 turrets to 0, 6 kills to 9. Nice score line here. Yawn on the back foot though. 9 in a 1v1. Oh, he dies to Suki. We didn't get to see how it started, but we saw how it ended. Suki getting another 1-on-1.
And the gold is now climbing. It exploded from that 1,000 gold lead that we were talking about and I was questioning to now, I mean, they should be in the lead to try to take this game. Malphite is tanky, yes, but who on their team is there to follow up? We'll have to wait and see. This tower might
find
be
a juicy engage here if he looks for it. Multiple members grouped up, but not going to go for it. Instead, they focus Sparkles, who still has the Guardian Angel. Nami ult cooldown used just to keep everybody safe. But look at the rotations from free agents. They just get a bot turret, get a mid turret. They're so fast here, and Yoru's gonna die too! Oh, Sparkle's fighting him. The bubble onto Malphite. Yasuo ult combo. The Mongo's going down as the Nami ignite will pick it up. Actually, it wasn't even ignite. Must have just been a bounce of the W, something I didn't see that picked up that kill. Either way, 2 dead on Yawn, and Baron's on the table for free agents.
Free agents have complete control of this game yet again. They are, I mean, consistently providing damage. And I love this from Suki. Just keep Tony away. Play keep.
Just kill him. Baron. Honestly, like, he's gonna die. Look at the damage!
See ya. See ya.
Woo! All right, everybody. That's what happens when you got a 11,000 gold to 8,000 gold on your champions.
I miss AP Gragas. I've tried to play AP Gragas in the jungle on League PC, and it just doesn't feel the same. But I know I can come back to Wild Rift, I can play AP Gragas, and still one-shot someone with a barrel. Those are the good old days.
Those are. I'm telling you, man. I actually love AP Gragas on Wild Rift. I play it a lot. It's that and Malphite were my 2 Baron lane picks when I would play Baron. And oddly enough, I'm not actually really a support main in Wild Rift. I play mostly AD carry too. So. But when I do, Gragas AP is fun to do in support role too. It's just, like, just look at the damage he's doing right now. Also picks up another needlessly large rod. He's going to just be one-shotting everybody, and Team Yawn yet to pick up any magic resist. They're optimizing for Sparkle, for Soju, and for Tri-Feed, and understandably so. Those are also threats in their own right. But 10 seconds to this next dragon, I just don't see them actually winning this fight.
This is a numbers disadvantage. I want to see the items real quick before this dragon spawns. Does Gragas end up... I'm pretty sure Gragas has the Proto Belt, but do they have TP? That is the only thing that's, I think, is potentially threatening, even with Baron. So they do not have TP. Good, thank you.
No.
This causes an odd, even-numbered fight. They could have potentially gone for something since they know Gragas is there, but they say, we need to answer top side. Sparkle goes over.
Sparkle's looking for the engage onto Tony. This is massive. That's a killing spree. And Nom's going to go down too. Yoru has to flash. And Soju just chasing him down. These autos do so much damage. Oh, no.
9.
Yep. Nime just says, yeah, we just lost. That's game. It's over. Win for free agents in this best of 3 series. They have the Baron buff. They just got to walk in these cannon minions top side. Will they actually go for the end? Doesn't look like they're opting for it. Not everyone's grouped up here. There we go. Suki and Sparkle will join in. The Nexus will be focused down, but without a wave, they actually have to wait a little bit longer. They got minions mid lane. And here's another wave in the top side. The Nexus focused down. Malphite goes for one final engage just to say, hey, remember me. We got another game coming up after this, but free agents will go up 1-0 in this series.
A 4-man ultimate, a little too late in that game there from Tamago.
Yeah.
Free agents take a really dominant win. I mean, it leads all the way just from top side. Not only, the matchup went well, but more specifically, that mid lane just got completely ruined on the side of Yawn. The Renekton is supposed to be that counter, but jungle intervention made it that much difficult.
That was a hard camp.
And
that was 3 ganks in 3 minutes.
I will also say Tony had a much more quiet game than what we saw earlier on into the tournament in 32 and 16. So we need to see something. What is their answer? Do they change out the Lee Sin for something else? Maybe something with a little bit more engaged. It doesn't have to be a damage dealer like Lee Sin. I think, honestly, this might also just be chipped up to, hey, we got out jungled 1 game. It happens. We're in a best of 3. We can do it again. But that was literally counter matchup, lost it.
I also want to say, Tamago, on the Malphite, we did see a victory earlier on in the day, but when you can pull out things like the Fiora plus the global compositions of the Pantheon, the Galio, I want to see Yawn try that out now, because if you can actually shut down this top lane and get more aggressive, try and play through Tamago, I think Tamago is a really strong carry for the team. And then you put 9 on something that's a little more passive, like the Galio, like the Twisted Fate. They can get around the map more rather than having to win this big matchup in the mid lane here, where, again, getting camped, really rough position to be in. So Yawn still have options. I don't think that they're out of this one yet. That was the closest game that we've had on the day. I'm just going to call it right there. Again, we reached a point like we do in all the games where eventually it blows up, but by 8 minutes, we were dead locked even, and you could not have called it then, whereas most of these games, by 8 minutes, we already know who's winning.
Yeah, we have a really good idea as to who you typically would have won at that point. But looking into this last game, we are potentially last game, I should say. Free agents, they're looking Free agents, they're looking to lock themselves in, knock Yawn out, and I mean, looking across the other sides of the circuit, I just want to make sure Cloud9 have gotten their 2-0. So there's another best of 3 playing out in Group 1. Haters versus Snow, I'm still looking forward to, because they have to play against each other. I mean, there's a potential actually in Group 2 that I'm looking. There could be a 3-way 1-1 tie. I don't know. We'll have to see. Actually, no, I'm dumb. Never mind. I'm dumb. I can't count. It's late.
I was going to say, I don't know if that's possible.
Nope. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Free agents, Yawn. We're going to come back to this group.
Yeah, I know. You're thinking a traditional round robin. It's all right. I got you. It's late. Again, I'm Ryan or Alec on the East Coast over in Florida. We got Florida Man on the cast with us. Thanks for soldiering out there.
Yet. I haven't done anything ridiculous yet. Maybe
nothing too ridiculous. What's the most Florida thing that you think you've ever done in your life? Like that would get you on the Florida Man meme page? As long as it's appropriate for broadcast.
I was gonna say, it would probably be standing on like a fountain, and then I got off and it just completely shattered. Like it's definitely
shattered.
Yeah. It was super late at night. It's not like the most Florida Man thing. I'm not very wild.
I mean, that's pretty Florida Man. Were you like standing on it in a way that you were stopping the water from coming out, and that's what cracked it, or was it just the weight of your person that shattered the
So
fountain?
like imagine my feet are my head, right? The top of the fountain is this big.
Oh,
So it was wobbling while I'm standing on it. And let's just say the next morning they were definitely looking for potential culprits. I'm not going to say that I was doing it. You know, there's no proof that I did it. I'm neither confirming nor
I
denying
mean, I,
that I did
think
it.
you just admitted on broadcast, Alk. So I hate to break it to you, but you might have some
it's been some years,
awkward
so I
knocks
think,
on your door lately.
I think well, one, I don't think they know where I live yet, so we'll see what happens. I'm evading the law. We're being real dangerous.
Don't give that out on broadcast. Let's make sure that we don't ask that question.
Yes.
All right, yeah, I'll give it to you. That's pretty Florida, man. I like that. Is that offensive to you, by the way, as a man from Florida?
No, I don't care, man. It's Florida.
Okay,
this
good.
this
Just
state
wanna make
is
sure.
really doomed sometimes, man. Like the things that come out of this state are not the most innocent. It is.
Have you
truly
ridden a
cursed.
crocodile yet?
No, not at all. I'm not. I respect animals, so I try not to bother them as much as possible. You know, if they're just vibing over there, most animals will just say, "Look, I'm over here. You're over there. Don't do that."
I mean,
I've eaten
especially
crocodile.
crocodiles. Usually, you try and just leave those alone. But I have seen some very funny photos that maybe are doctored online. I don't know. You can't trust anything you see on the internet, kids.
I've eaten
Except,
alligator. It's good. It's like chicken.
Really?
Yeah. It's like it was like I had alligator bites. They're basically just like deep fried. They're just nuggets, man. They're dino nuggies essentially, because that's what crocodiles are.
Wait a minute.
They just taste like chicken, man.
That's awesome.
I was a little bit
I like
afraid.
that. Yeah, I mean, I feel like most things in the world that like you're afraid to eat, they just end up tasting like chicken. It's like most things just kind of taste like chicken. It's just like a
Most
general
white
flavor,
meat is chicken. Most dark meat tastes like beef. You get
pretty much.
It's the same all around.
Just with
most
different
of the time.
textures along the way, you know, different mouth feels. But let's get back on track here as Yawn are on the back foot in this series, and we're getting ready for pick and ban for game number 2 here. This could be the last game of the day, Alec. I know you're probably wishing for that because it's already 12:15 your time. But if we're looking at this from Yawn's perspective, how are they going to bounce back and make sure that your bedtime is delayed even more? What should be their strategy going into pick and ban for game 2?
Mid lane, just fix the mid lane matchup. That was just super tragic.
I like it.
I'm sure like you play that matchup 10 times and that is just like the 8-2, like the 20% chance that matchup goes south. So just fix the mid lane matchup, and I think that was good for Yawn.
It really was the jungle difference there too. So maybe try and get some better warding. I still love the Renekton versus Yasuo in theory, in isolation.
I do too.
But we didn't see that 1v1. We saw the 1v2 throughout the entire game. So if you're identifying that the enemy jungle is going to go for that, either try and ward, or I like the Galio, I like the TF, and I like trying to play through this top lane. I just dropped my pen right there.
Nice.
But if you can get that top lane a better matchup and try to play through there, that is how they won one of their games earlier today. But I hate to say it. I hate to jinx them. I hate to curse Team Yawn. We've had nothing but 2-0s today, Alk. So it's looking like free agents. They might be able to run out this momentum.
I think we're cursing it, man. It's going to be a 3-game series, man. I can feel it.
I'm trying my best. I mean, it's 9:15 here. I'm doing fine. I'm rolling out. I got enough energy for another 2 games. Free agents, though, let's think about this from their perspective. How are they going to close this one out? Because, again, it was a close game for the first couple minutes. Then they found a way to blow it open. Do they need to get more aggressive early on, or are you not concerned? Do they just run it back, same comp, same style?
I mean, if it ain't, we said it earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Free agents played pretty well for the most part with what they were given. I think that there were some picks that ended up being a little bit awkward, and I think they got very fortunate again with what happened in the mid lane. Still not all the way sold with Nami. Tomorrow, however, you pick Nami, I'm giving you huge thumbs up. You get Staff of Everflow and Water now. It'll be very cool. But
yeah,
I'm just not the biggest fan. And also, I just think when you look at champion economy, a lot of AD mid laners in the game, not a lot of AP junglers in the game right now. Fizz just got removed a couple patches ago, and it just makes it so easy to build armor that having an AP champion on your team, like the Gragas or the TF in the mid lane, can be so beneficial for your team.
Yeah, you got to have AP damage somewhere. But we're ready to hop into draft here, so we'll figure out what these team strategies are going into the second game of the series right now. Let's see what side selection is first off. Free agents are now on the blue side. Important to note, they did... Now I'm blanking on which side they were. Yeah, they were on red side the last game. So they are skewing our, 90% win rate on the blue side stats that we've had. And Yawn now find themselves on the red side, hoping to pick up a win on the side that has been struggling in that department here. So if we see any adaptations, do you think that there's anything that Yawn needs to ban away? Something that Free Agents was playing in that last game that's like a big thorn in their side that they need to consider?
Lucian wasn't even that powerful. I think maybe more bot lane bans. I wouldn't even be surprised if we just continue to see more jungle. I actually don't think the bans were all that bad on either side. It looks like Xin Zhao is going to hit the table this time around, but I think that keeping jungle kind of suppressed for the most part, especially against Tony, who we haven't seen all that much in terms of the jungle pool. I want to see what happens when they push. Push comes to shove. What happens?
Man, we've been seeing a lot of this Olaf ban. I just want to take a moment to mention that like this has got it. And it's close to 100% presence. And I guess we did see Tarzan have one pop-off game on it. So maybe it is just better than we're giving it credit for on the current patch 2.3C. Haven't been seeing it in a lot of my games, but who knows? Maybe I'm just playing a different ELO bracket than these top 16 teams. But Yawn taking away the Xin Zhao, taking away the Galio, one of those global champions that, again, I wanted to see them pick up for themselves. And Free Agents with Diana and Varus bans.
Keeping Nom off of it, and they have first pick. So Yawn, do they ban Lucian? They're going to ban the Ziggs this time around. Free Agents have their pick of the litter. They can pick the Gragas. They can pick the Lucian. They still have Lee Sin available to them as well. And we'll have to see what they go for. This makes Senna priority shoot up for Yawn now. So you see the Gragas, take it away, get rid of that potential flex for them.
Yawn, okay. Well then, not exactly set up. This is the Darius. We just saw Enemy take down 30K with this champion 2 games in a row here. Let's see if Tamago can also run for it. That's the only penta that we've had today. And pairing it with the Wukong, but the answer for Free Agents, just the Zyra Khan lock in instantly.
They don't even need to show what their jungle. They are going to show their bot lane here. There is counter pick here for Yawn. And so now they're giving support counter pick, which is really interesting. I think just a small mistake. I think they're not necessarily utilizing 100% of the draft. But, you have all of this available. They've got the Seraphine. First time we get to see her today. She's been banned a few times, but she's here for you. She wanted to close out the game. Yeah, they wanted to close out on the last game.
They needed to give me one Seraphine cast. It's going to be in the mid lane with the Gragas top Vi jungle. I believe this is the second Vi that we've seen so far today. And Yawn opting for a very defensive support here in the prompt. Doesn't pair too well with the Kaisa, not going to lie.
I've played it a few times. It plays more in line with how Kaisa wants to be, which is this massive burst mage, essentially, in the bot lane. You get that Acathian Rain, and as soon as you're able to get those concussive blows off, that is a lot of plasma procs going off all of a sudden in the bot lane. So, could be interesting. We're already in the game, Kangas, and this could potentially be our final game of the round of 16. Tomorrow, our round of 8. Whoever wins this will be showing up tomorrow and getting ready to qualify for the first major.
A lot on the line here. Free Agents are 1 game away from making the bracket stage. Yawn have to win 2. They're on the back foot right now. Let's see if this unique composition is enough to bring them across that finish line. We haven't talked about the top lane matchup. Darius into Gragas. I'm not entirely sure that this is Darius' favorite. He wins a lot of matchups with Gragas and just kind of safely farm with that Q. What are your thoughts on this top lane 1v1?
So the way that it tends to work in my mind is, you see right here, Gragas at the beginning of the game can have a lot of early shove, but give Darius a few levels and suddenly uses the Q, farms out the entire wave, and Gragas has a little bit of a harder time clearing it out. And the damage profile in this top lane is going to be really interesting because, he's going for another AP Gragas, it looks like, and Darius can very easily kill him. Like right here, you take control of the wave, and with that W slow, it becomes so difficult to get away from.
Oh, misses the healing trade back, though.
There it is.
Suki is winning these little trades. Tamago's not getting that big of an advantage. And it's interesting to note, Tamago actually took Barrier, and Suki took Ignite. So the Gragas actually having the more aggressive summoner spell here.
Looking to try and just get away from the, offensive trades. Just, when you're looking at someone like this Gragas, it is just burst damage. You have to try and burst with your kid, and we're seeing that first fight potentially with the first scuttle.
Scuttle on the bottom side. 4v3 here. Free agents, go for it. 4v4 now. As Noon has shown up, Nam on the Kaisa decides to just walk away. No kills either way. But that is the Scuttle picked up by free agents.
Hey guys, we're a little bit.
Oh, that's Ignite.
Oh,
He's
wait a
going
minute.
for it. Under the turret, has to flash away. Oh, that was so close.
All right, those are some sick mechanics coming out from the barrier laners there. Something we haven't quite seen all day today, but you know, you love to see it. I think Kangas, they may have gotten the wrong news. Guys, Barons in Dragons in 2 minutes, you didn't have to try and coin flip the game there. You're a little bit early. We can come back to it. You can try and
They've been
fight for a
seeing the
dragon.
meta, what everyone else is doing. They're like, we're so excited to do it.
They're looking at stats and they're just like, okay, well, the heat map says that most teams win around this area. Let's just try and do it. And it's like, well, it is just for Scuttle. But more importantly here, Sparkle has now gotten 2 Scuttles. So double Scuttle here. Wukong kind of thieving for some gold. He was like, please give me just a crumb of gold. I would like some. And it means Vi will be able to get back after this recall and be really, really strong. Still need to watch what Tri-Feed does in this mid lane, because Seraphine, after a while, with such a low range composition from Yawn, can be absolutely deadly.
Exactly. Engage here on the bottom side. And yep, that's that Braum trading. You can't get the concussive blows off onto Stove fast enough. And we see Wukong goes for the back resets. That means Vi is back on the map faster and up a level right now. They're looking to control this dragon area. It's 45 seconds till it spawns. Sparkle could look for a gank mid lane here. 9 could be in trouble. Has the barrier, has the flash. Would need to blow a summoner spell in order to survive if Vi commits the ultimate. But Sparkle not actually going to go for it. Tri-Feed trying to bait 9 in a little bit. The jungler's back towards the bottom side, and we'll just go towards Krugs. Keep clearing up.
All right, 25 seconds before this dragon spawns, and let's take a look at some of the items right now. Are the top laners going to make their way down? Tamago's pretty low, so if they wanted to take one more wave, take this honey fruit, and try to get it back in before. Big thing here is Braum versus Seraphine. Can Braum put up the wall before the Encore comes out, or is this team going to get hit? This is the only skill shot that you need to land.
Suki heavily trading against Tamago yet again. This AP Grog is actually really working here in this 1v1. Tamago, he might just have to reset, but 9 will have package for the dragon fight. That's actually pretty big here for Team Yawn. Can he get a clutch package play? It's so impactful in team fights. I was so disappointed to see 30K not use it effectively in their game, but it can literally just win a team fight on its own.
Yep. They're starting up the dragon now, and Tri-Feed making his way first. Will be the first on the move here.
This is
what do free agents do? Look, I mean, Darius is here.
I don't think you can go for this. All right, Vi, Sparkle, do you actually want to jump in there? Just back off. It's not yours. He goes for it and gets mega punished, but a massive engage with Tri-Feed following up. A lot of damage, a lot of AoE, but nobody from Yawn falls. It looks so good to start for free agents, but they just didn't have 5 there.
Yeah, look at how they start off that fight. I mean, Tamago is first on the play. And like you were saying, the Corki package is huge. And while Seraphine, if that was a 5-on-5 with this AP Gragas, that cask, I think, just tears up this fight and makes it a little bit more even. But another game where we're seeing Dragons start to decide the map. And this could be our first 3-game series. It isn't quite set in stone yet, but I mean,
believe
predictions, you show us patterns.
Yeah. I believe every team that's gotten Dragon and then won the fight afterwards has won the game. We've only had one instance where the first Dragon did not win, and that's because there was a turret traded topside for it. And that was actually Yawn that did that. That was literally the Fiora game that they had. So they're the only team to pull it off, and now they're the team that's just won this fight. Suki could be in trouble here. Tony's nearby. So is Yoru. But they actually instead look at Sparkle. This Vi has to run away from their own jungle. And this is control of the Rift Herald here for Yawn.
Sparkle cancel this back, might be looking for something. They need to just take control of mid lane. Shove in, make it so that if you're going for this Rift Herald, it is kind of disincentivizing them from doing so. But look at this. The black hole of the Baron buff is coming through. It is only Rift Herald, it's the small cousin, but everybody slowly gravitates to this area, as I think we're getting another team fight this time around.
Yawn are here first. They're already on the objective, and free agents, they just don't have the way to get in there. That is objective over to Yawn. And now 1,500 gold up, plus a dragon, plus the Rift Herald now.
Wait a minute.
Some good chip damage here onto free agents in the mid lane. Do we get a fight mid afterwards? There's no objective to fight over other than maybe turret. Yawn back off.
All right. I like the way that they were protecting the wave, both on top side and mid for free agent. They made sure to get the push in versus Darius so he can't go for a team fight. And in mid lane, they're screening them away from the mid lane, trying to get some waves under the turret. But Yawn holding on and making sure to at least put themselves in a really nice position. It's only about 1,500 gold, but it's important to note where a lot of that gold is right now. And Corki is doing a fantastic job in the mid lane.
Up a level currently, up a lot of gold currently. That's getting close to 2k as Yoru looks at Suki topside. It's an AP Gragas, so he's not the tankiest, but he can still just get back to the safety of turret easy peasy. We don't see a lot of action happening other than for these objectives. It was that dragon fight that gave us the first 2 kills. We haven't had any other kills since then. As I say it, Tony has to flash over the wall. It's a little aggressive in the top jungle.
Look at where they're allocating gold right now, though. Pulling Darius down constantly is just going to make this lane matchup, you know, start to even out more and more. They're letting Xayah get free farm in the mid lane, and I mean, Kais is getting farm bot, trading with Trifeed, but at any moment, getting Seraphine with some more items is going to be very dangerous as the game goes on. So, 1,500 gold still. We have a dragon spawning in the next, I think it is about a minute and a half, so got to be careful if you're on the side of free agents.
This game could tip even further away from them right now. They're holding on. They haven't let the gold lead balloon any further for Yawn. That's good news for the agents because, again, they're 1 game away from just punching that ticket here. They really want it, but Suki could be in trouble. Flashes early, knowing that Yoru is there, but under the turret, they're actually going for a big explosive gas. Suki still dies, and Tamago is just fine. Picks up a kill under the turret, and will now take a couple more plates. Stove and Soju are here. The quickness pops, flash forward, plus the knockup. A lot of damage. Tamago's in trouble here. Can't Soju pick it up. Tamago's healing it back up. He still has the ultimate. The reset doesn't get a kill, but now Sparkles has joined in. Ults out to Braum. Also hits Tamago. Doesn't kill the Braum, but they do get Darius.
That is a massive play. Not only are they able to get that, get the first turret, drop the Rift Herald. They then even trade it for a dragon. So Yawn, we definitely cast a curse at this one, Kangas. They're looking to try and put themselves at a massive lead and take this to a game 3.
I mean, we said that the last game was the closest that we've seen so far, and Yawn looking to make it to the closest series. Almost taking down Trifeed, but Suki body blocking these rockets keeps the mid laner alive. But this is another turret falling regardless, and Yawn now getting that 3, going on 4k gold lead. It's not looking great for the free agents.
It isn't, but they're slowly starting to get items. I'm holding hope just because I'm a huge fan of Seraphine. I love enchanters that are able to be played in other lanes just because of how much they're able to provide for their team and the flexibility and what they can build. But it's looking rough right now. I mean, Corki's about to finish Miramana sooner rather than later, and at this point, Kaisa is so good, can enter those dives, and more and more turrets falling mean that this mid turret is kind of a death sentence if they stay for too long.
Soju Rain does have 2 items as well, so the crits from the Xayah will start to shred through Yawn. But look at Tony on the flank here. The turret's already dead. Does he get CC? He gets out! The Mimic. Big work done there by Tony. That's another turret. That's all outer turrets now picked up by Team Yawn. No turret yet answered from the side of free agents. Bottom's at about half health, but that's the closest that they have. And now with the Baron on the table here, Team Yawn, all they need is 1 good team fight, and that objective is theirs.
Yeah, I think whoever wins this next team fight, whether it be at Baron or at Dragon, just completely takes over the game at that point. They're going to be starting to hit item thresholds that are super important, and it is close enough for right now where I think the team fight right now, if maybe a couple members get picked off, it won't determine the game. But, I mean, you have good team fight ability, and we haven't seen much from Darius past that dive from the Rift Herald, so gonna have to see a little bit more. Corki's in a super good position right now, and they need to turn that into something, need to actualize that gold lead into a tangible advantage.
Baron's on the table as an objective for either of these teams. Let's see if Yawn can use their current advantage to get more. That's a big one to look at for that as they push out the mid lane, and we already see Tony starting up the Baron. Nobody from free agents are nearby, and they see members of Yawn on the map, so I don't think that they expect the 2-man Baron.
Wait, they're just starting it. There's multiple members. You see the
Yeah.
pings. Everyone's backing.
If observers can take a
they're
look at the Baron, let's see how much health is left on it right now.
They're about to just sneak it.
I think it's theirs. Yeah. All right. Team Yawn just get a free Baron.
Oh man, and free agents is getting punished yet again for their lack of vision control. That has been one of the biggest hallmarks for a strong team so far in this tournament. Aside from just being better players, is strong control of fundamentals in this game, and they're able to just sneak that away. They have a ton of damage with someone like the Kaisa with Bork and Corki right now, but even then, I think that was just a pretty big mistake from free agents, and it might end up costing them their game too.
Yeah, now it's going to be a 5k gold lead for Yawn. And Baron helps them siege incredibly as a comp that kind of struggles to siege. Other than Corki rockets, they don't have like that much range. Kaisa is fairly short range. And then there's the Seraphine and Rakan to kind of help keep them shielded up, healed up. But Baron helps them just push in. They can just brute force their waves into these turrets. And that's now another tier 2 turret in the top lane. And 4 turrets to 1. We see Yawn really starting to get a big lead here. It's still a slower game. 12 minutes, 45 seconds in. We've seen a lot of games end before this mark. But we do have another dragon.
They're not even clearing this. They know that Tamago is down here.
Tamago's got a massive flank. He could just look to 1v1 Suki right here. He catches up. The engage comes through. Kaiser jumping onto the backline. Big feather recall. Big knockups. Can the AD carry do it? Soju trying to reposition. Getting a lot of feathers out, but Tony onto the backline as well. A double kill over to 9. Soju in a 1v1 against Wukong will fall down. And at free agents, they gave a valiant effort. Valiant attempt. But you just cannot hope to win these team fights from this position. 9 flashing in onto Tri-Feed. We'll pick that one up as well. Unstoppable. 5-0 and 0 on this Corki. That is the 3rd dragon over to Team Yawn.
And a pretty massive mistakes and kind of a really sick play from the side of Yawn, picking up that Baron solo. I think this is just fatigue kicking in. It has been 8 hours. I know I'm feeling it. I'm sure that you're feeling some of it as well, Kangas. But those are just mistakes that I think free agents, given a fresh mind, given some time to kind of reset from the day's events, just don't make, or really most other teams who have made it this far in a top scene would make. So I don't want to call it quite yet, but I mean, at this point, like, the gold lead is there for them. The advantage in terms of Drakes is there. You look at the map state, and free agents are just slowly getting whittled out of the map. They're trying to get gold onto their AD carry, but at what cost? Everybody else hasn't really finished an item, and slowly, you look at Yawn, they're going to have item advantages in every single lane.
All I'm gonna say, Alk, is never admit weakness. I feel great. I feel fine. I got loads of energy right now. Yeah, I could do this all day.
I remember someone saying that loses improve when it comes to losing a bunch of arm wrestling matches. So maybe.
Well, yes, but that's
it's
not
okay
admitting,
to be weak.
That's not admitting weakness. That's admitting loss. There's a difference, you know. You
Well,
gotta own up to
weaker than the opponent.
losses.
No, if you lose, you must be weaker. Yes.
But I didn't say what my weakness was.
Oh.
Yes, yes. You know, I do admit I'm being a little contradictory here, but regardless, I think we're going to a game 3, Alec. I think we need to start strapping in. I think everybody in Twitch chat needs to prepare for it because Yawn just need one big team fight, and they can probably end the game. They don't even need this Baron that's just spawning right now, but it's actually engaged coming in from free agents. Vi finally goes in for a big Braum ultimate. Sparkles is dead already, and there's just no way for free agents to win this one. Yawn are too fed. They're getting onto the back line. Nam with an impressive double kill. And the members of free agents will try and buy as much time as they can, but you know that they're going down here. Triple kill the Nam. And another kill over here for 9. That's going to be the game. That's a 5-0. That is Yawn bringing us to our first game 3 of the day. You know it wouldn't be a full day of Wild Rift if we didn't stretch it out as long as we could. We're going to game 3. Congratulations, Team Yawn.
Yawn playing incredibly in that last game and kind of playing with a lot of stakes. It felt like there may have been a little bit of that nervous energy even all the way at the end of this game. Yawn bringing us to a game 3, and all that means is they want to fight for their tournament lives right now. They want to make it to top 8 tomorrow, and they want to make it, man.
All I'm going to say is You're welcome, Team Yawn, for caster cursing free agents and saying that we've only had 2 O's. And also, I'm sorry, Alk, for making you stay up past your bedtime. We're going to send it over here to a short break before we're back for the final game. I know I need it. I know the players need it. So at home, make sure that you're hydrating. Make sure you're doing your stretches. We'll be right back after this for the final game of our Wild Rift Summoner Series Day 1. All right, hello, welcome back, everybody, as we're getting a little loopy for the final game of the day. Sixth best of three, Alk. We're hanging in there. I got enough energy for one more game. I know you can muster it for yourself. Twitch chat, send Alk your energy, our East Coaster, our Florida man, 12:45 a.m. where you are right now. But we got free agents versus Yawn for one more game. Alk, can you do it, buddy?
Of course. I mean, look, I've already done 12 games. What's the 13th one, right?
Lucky 13,
Just bring
baby.
on the 13. Exactly.
That's all we needed. That's all we needed. Hopefully you're not waking anybody else up at your home. That's a different, that might not happen. But I live with two other shoutcasters, so I'm going to be making a lot of noise. I'll handle that department. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the games that we just saw. Yawn versus Free Agents. This is our first 3-game series. It's actually pretty hype because we've just seen stops throughout the day, and these ones are close for each win. So, who are we favoring going into this game number 3 based on what we've seen? Do we think Yawn can clutch it out with a reverse sweep, or do you think that was just kind of a blip on the radar and Free Agents should clutch this out?
Ooh, I have not been a huge fan of some. I'm a big fan of Yawn so far throughout the tournament, but their up and down gameplay has not really led me to believe or have much faith in them. So I really would like to see Yawn get the win, just because it would be a sick storyline of, they lost the first game and they were able to make that reverse sweep. But I don't know. And I really want to see Draft, considering how important it was in both games now. Just, it was pretty nuts, game 1 especially.
I will say, the Darius, I liked it a lot. I liked that putting Tamago on a carry champion instead of the tank. I think that this is the strategy that Yawn should employ, as I'm hearing that we're ready to hop into pick and ban here. I think that Yawn, they also went on red side. Interesting to note. So we have 2 red victories in a row in this series. Maybe it's series contextual. Maybe it's just like depending on the series, it's like win rates for either side. But we see Yawn yet again pick up their second of the day now. The Darius worked. I think the Fiora still looks great earlier on in the day, and this means that Tamago has a lot of room in the pick and ban selection. I actually wouldn't mind Yawn going back to red side, just making sure that they get that counter pick top side so that Tamago gets an advantageous matchup.
Yeah, they've also, I will kind of give a caveat, they have been picking their top jungle pretty early on. They picked Darius, Wukong together as a pairing. We've seen it time and time again that maybe they're giving counter pick for their support when you already see the enemy support available pretty early on. I'm wondering what we'll see from Yawn. I do agree. I like Tamago on a carry. It has been their best look, and even on tanks, I think it is serviceable. But as we get further into the tournament, you need to be able to hone it down, and you need to be able to bring something that's going to get you victories more consistently.
The problem is that if it's not Tamago carrying, I guess we could trust Nam, who had a pretty decent game 1 of the day. It's just based on how the last game went, or the first game, when they had 9 on the Renekton, getting hard camped and just losing the lane to try feed and Sparkle's just duo presence. I think giving a little break to the mid laner, maybe 1 game break was enough. Maybe they still could put 9 back on the carry champions. But I just think that Tamago, you're rolling with the momentum of a win in that last game. They can still run forward with that one. But if we're looking on the side of Free Agents now, they were so close to just punching that ticket. They got to find the energy. They got to find the heart for one more win here. Suki in the top lane, Sparkle jungle, Tri-Feed mid, Soju and Stove. What are we feeling about their chances, and what do we think their win condition is? Because game 1, it was camping that mid lane. Game 2, it felt like it was up to Soju. You were talking about funneling gold onto the AD carry. Didn't work out. What do you want to see from them now as we are ready for draft?
If we're doing carries top lane, just do full carries. None of this Gragas like half trying to put a carry. We have him on AP. It's just not like, I want to see Suki unleashed, because so far what we've seen on the Gragas play, it's pretty good. I'm pretty impressed with what we see, and I know that there's some supplementary members like Tri-Feed and Sparkle who are able to be kind of, I would hope, a secondary engage to that. But Suki on something, maybe a Fiora, maybe we put them on the Darius. That would be pretty awesome. But I really want to see a carry versus carry matchup to kind of wrap up the day, wrap up the top 16, and think it would be a lot more interesting than getting to watch some more Malphite Gragas gameplay.
You're speaking my language, Alk. You are
Yes.
speaking my language. Let's get some one-sided games. Let's finish this one out in 10 minutes. We got places to be. Alk's got a bed to meet up with later on.
Right there. I got a bed right there. I'm ready.
Right behind you? Wait, is that a
Yes.
Is that your kitchen? Wait.
So for anyone who doesn't know, I live in basically what is a studio. So my there's a room right here where my mom sleeps, and this is a fridge. If this wasn't clear, I get roasted on Academy for this all the time.
Hide the eggs.
Hide the eggs.
From whom and for what purpose? We may never know. But your bed's out. Wow. So that you literally can just finish this stream and just like fall over. That's perfect for you. I love that.
I can do it right now if you want, but I don't know if Wisdom or
can you like tilt the monitor
Riot
down? You could just like lay in the bed while casting the final game.
Yeah. We did that once for another stream, but I will give these guys my full attention, just like we have for the last 12 games. I will respect our competitors here. Oh man. All right.
I'm sure the competitors appreciate it as well. Yeah. So Xin Zhao, Zig's taking off the table here from free agents, and yeah, it is Yawn on the red side again. So they could go for a counterpick top side if they want to hold it, but you're right in identifying that they've been locking in that top lane jungle matchup very early on in their draft regardless. But they will not get the Wukong. They're actually banning out the Wukong right now, and they're also banning away that Diana. It still just keeps creeping up here in bans, even though when it's left up, teams are not opting into it.
Yeah, what do we do to answer 9? I've been super impressed with Yawn, and 9 specifically throughout the entire day. Has played a bunch of different champions, Corki, Galio, TF. We haven't seen too much really great mid lane play except from a few teams, and I think that Yawn kind of stands out in that sense.
But it's not focused on the mid lane bans. Free agents not worried about 9 right now. They ban away the Gragas. All right, so
let's go.
We could see Bruiser versus Bruiser, Fighter versus Fighter, or some mix of that in the top lane. Malphite is still available, so hold your breath at home. We don't know if that's going to happen, but it could. Just anything to accelerate this game. I think both of these teams, at this point, just throw everything at each other. And Yawn get one final ban here, so they get to choose one of these priority picks. Lee Sin, Lucian, still big ones, but they go with the Darius, respecting that from the side of free agents.
Okay, well, free agents, what do you want to go for? Are you going to be the ones to pick up the Lucian? This also means that Varus has made it through the ban phase, which Nam and Yoru have shown a massive proficiency on. We're dropping a bunch of champions. They're trying to get into that in-series meta that we were talking about throughout the day. There is a lot that was given up here, and I think free agents have their pick of the litter. Again, they are on blue side. What do they go for? What do they reach for?
Olaf! Whoa! I didn't even notice. He's been banned pretty much every game so far. We've only seen Tarzan play him, and now Sparkle gets to pilot this champion as well. We both agreed going into the day. We weren't super impressed with Olaf based on our experiences, but these players have been indexing towards this, and it has found success. So this is a pretty exciting pick for free agents.
Okay, well, now when we see this, so with Corki and Xayah picked up, Rakan starts to shoot up in priority. I think also Seraphine and Lulu. What are your answers to that? Does 9 want to play Seraphine into Corki yet again? And I like this from free agents. Flexible Galio, and you allow yourself to have that Camille for instant engage. Really great job from them.
Camille will be in that top lane at this point with the Galio still flexible between mid and support. But the biggest thing is just the combo. Lock somebody down, jump on them with a Galio. You have the Olaf running in there too. But this answer from Yawn, they have a lot of peel, or rather not peel, just kite back with the Corki and the Xayah repositioning tools with a big front line here. But that means that they don't get the Varus. Free agents lock it in with Leona.
Okay, so I'm trying to think. Free agents, you have a ton of dive. You have some poke with this, but Varus, unless he's going for the on-hit build or if he's going for an AP build, is going to really suffer going this kind of lethality item set versus Garen, Braum, and Jarvan. That is a tough kind of matchup to deal with, and we've been talking about it. They've picked a lot of champions that are going to be stat sticks. Leona and Olaf versus someone like a Garen and a Jarvan. We haven't seen it so far. I haven't seen it from a ton of people, but you can get real creative with how you lock down Olaf. You can use the Cataclysm and then use your flag and drag out. That would be really awesome. But Yawn, they're going for a traditional 5v5 team fight, whereas free agents, they want to try and scale, get those level 5s, and set themselves off on a really good foot.
Ooh, and we're already into this game right now. These players are ready for it, Alk, and I know that we are too. It's been a long day, but we can close this out with a banger. As Yawn versus free agents, a reminder, the winner of this moves on to the top 8, to the bracket stage. They will continue competing tomorrow after a long day of games. You think it's been long for us? Well, they've been playing. They've been strategizing. Yeah. They've been communicating this entire time. And that will take its toll on the mental of these players. Not only do they have to win, but then they got to reset for more games tomorrow. It's grueling, but that's esports, baby. Let's see who's able to take this win and punch that ticket to the top 8.
And after this, talking about future results and all, it takes 2 best of 3s tomorrow to make it to a major. Everything else you're playing for higher seeding and all that, but it takes 2 best of 3s, and suddenly
takes 1.
You are in.
One best of 3 and you're in the top 4. So yeah, you just have to win 1 series tomorrow, and then you're able to get to that majors. Obviously, you want to go maybe for higher seeding, but as long as you get that 1, you're good.
Exactly. And we've got some pretty high impact teams looking across the board. I mean, obviously you're going to be going up against potentially C9, but 30K ended up making it through. So looking forward to that.
They did. Okay.
Yes. We'll
I haven't been keeping track of what's happened elsewhere around the groups. I'm excited for you to talk about that after this. We'll catch everybody up on what the rest of the groups look like after this game, of course. But focusing on this game right now, we see the junglers starting on opposite sides, and we already have Sparkles pathing towards this bottom side there. Is that the flag to get some poke damage, but they don't commit to the engage. That would have been ambitious.
Would have been rather dangerous, especially with Leona and the just all of these summoners out. Take a look at this. I really like what they're doing right now. So Will have been spotted on a ward, but Olaf... Okay, now Olaf has really doomed their pathing now, because now they're going to go for Raptors. Are they just going to walk by each other?
Oh, I think they will.
Uh-oh.
Tony's actually going to find Tri-Feed. He's fine. Tri-Feed will get out. He's got the Valkyrie, and Tony doesn't get caught by this J4 either. But does this give Tamago a false sense of security? Drops a ward in that Tri-Bush. It will be spotted because Yawn already had a ward there. So what does Sparkle want to do here? Just taking a camp here. And we actually do see Tony get the Raptors.
Awesome. I mean, getting ahead of this Jarvan in any way that you can is always awesome to see. Just reset. One of you has to take a reset sooner rather than later. And look at this. Look at the support play. I love this. If you're doing this in Wild Rift or in regular, we're looking at League of Legends on PC, when you come out of base of support, just walk mid. It is free low. You will get diamond. I promise you, you will get instantly raised. That is a 2v1 in the top lane. As Tony makes her first in base.
With the help of that Olaf, yeah, nice stuff. That's huge for the Camille.
It helps. We were talking about whether Garen was going to be that stat stick, and definitely helps to put him down early and let Camille scale as we go on. So 900 gold almost is the favor here. And getting close to finishing Triforce really early.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes into this game. If Camille can get the early lead against Garen, she packs a lot of true damage in her kit. Doesn't matter all the resistances that Garen has. That Triforce with the true damage, whew, that is going to hurt regardless. And that's massive for free agents right now. Tamago against Suki. And actually, I believe that we may have the team names swapped on the top side. I'm trying to remember here. As Tamago is the top laner for Yawn. So if production can swap those around, Z's should be on blue over here. Free agents over on the red side.
You say over here as if they can see you pointing to the screen.
Well, you know what? It's all right.
The first dragon. It happens. It's late. Here we go. Dragon being started. We're seeing pings, Kangas. I think we're seeing the coin flip Drake start.
We could see it here as currently free agents were on the dragon, but they do decide to back off here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, all right. Yawn actually are the first ones on the objective. And they will just get it because they have their top laner join in. Hextech Ultimatum in onto Tri-Feed. They get the combo with the Galio. It's going to be another kill. And the objective over to Team Yawn.
Okay, oh no.
Okay, wait a minute. What's going on here? What are you doing? Free agents are getting a little aggressive. Giving over another kill essentially just for nothing.
I mean, we saw free agents. They were first on the play. They were the first ones on the Drake. They ended up retreating back into their side of the jungle. Suki's able to get a solo turret in the top side just to try and get something for his troubles. But
Tamago's gonna win this. Suki's got to be careful. Hits the silence, but Tamago's so much damage. Like, look at that true damage chunk. It's insane.
He's lucky. He's right now. Suki's actually like, I'm really glad that they ended up killing my mid laner because they would have had ultimate, and they're actually just diving him.
Okay.
All
right. What a turnaround there for free agents. They actually get the kill onto the top side.
All right. Well, there's the stat stick. There it is. You love to see it. Just outstat them at this point. You're looking at Garen. He's like, I have 1 HP. You can't kill me. Tamago losing out on that gold lead that they had for themselves. That's good for the side of free agents, but the gold is about 500 to 600 gold. So what do they do with it? How do they allow Camille to do kind of have a more massive impact on the map? And it looks like they're already trying to rotate their bot lanes over and get something for this Rift Herald.
Get the Rift Herald early on. They have Corki with the package here, and yeah, Zaya Braum running right up there now, but Nine actually getting some damage onto Tri-Feed. The Solar Flare misses. Sparkle might look for the re-engage now onto Yoru. Stove is here too, but Braum not landing the Winter's Bite. Tri-Feed took a huge chunk of damage during that though, so we'll have to back off here. And that means that we could see Yawn actually get this Herald.
If they can try to stall this, they take this pretty fast, but Corki will be coming out of base with the package as well, still available to him, so a lot of movement speed. 2,000 gold, it looks like Rift Herald is going to be given up. It looks like continuous trading between these Baron lanes.
Oh, had the Hextech ultimatum. I thought might have just used it there onto Suki. Yuru, gotta be careful here. Actually decides to go in, giving the Galio the engage. Flashes out, knockups onto Stove. No. It's a Braum, pretty tanky, but the same cannot be said for the AD carry. Soju, with a blade recall, almost gets it. Now, Tamago went very aggressive and pays the price.
Nice,
a double
Suki.
kill to Suki. Free agents really turning that play around.
Oh, and even in the top side, the junglers are scrapping it out. They're trying to fight. They're going to try and get some plates for themselves. Yawn not willing to go down without a fight, even across the map. That was a massive fight, and I think big point there is Tri-Feed no longer has package. He was not able to use it during that fight. It is a massive amount of just team fight not available to them. Maybe they could have turned it a little bit earlier than that, maybe not given up their AD carry, but Tamago, it is a battle of top laners right now. Baron laners have the biggest influence on this game, and Tamago and Suki are making sure they are felt in their presence.
They're doing what we asked for, Alk. They're picking carries. I know Garen's not known for being the biggest carry, but even though he's still a tank, he can carry.
He's going Bruiser.
Don't get us wrong.
He's going Bruiser build. Look at this, man. Like, he's going Black Cleaver. He's going to pick up the Sunfire, but I'll take it.
He's still going to do a lot of damage and can honestly at this point kind of answer Tamago in the side lane 1v1. 3-1 on this Garen, and actually up 1,000 gold in the matchup here. Age from Yuru. I don't know if you actually wanted that. Nina's blade to land. Tony's like, do I want it or do I not? Yuru, so tanky though. That's only half the health bar for all of that. But now with the W, with the Aftershock down, does fall. Big pickup for free agents as they look for more. Tamago in trouble. Rampage for Suki. And Yawn have to back up. 3 members on the map right as Dragon is spawning. That is disaster for their chances of this objective.
That just feels like a massive disconnect coming out from Yawn. You have 9 on this Galio. Maybe with that Leona engage, I was expecting the hero's entrance, but they don't go for it. They're going to summon the Rift Herald in mid. This should just be free agents Drake.
Ooh, Sparkle. Flagging Dragon over, taking the blast code. Oh, I like the attempt here from Tony. But it's not meant to be. Doesn't get the steal and also loses his life for it too. That was a shutdown kill.
That's a lot of gold going over, and now free agents find themselves in the gold lead. They were the ones to find themselves at a loss for the first Drake, and I think this series is kind of showcasing every single thing that we thought we believed in this tournament so far is just a lie. You lose at the first Drake, well guess what, now we're winning, says free agent. And you thought we weren't going to go to a game 3, well here we are.
We are in game 3 with a 3k gold lead for free agents right now. Nom, I don't even know if you get this. Yeah, Stove just walks up, says thank you for leashing the scuttle, we will take that now. as I throw out my shield, and you can't really do anything about it. And free agents look to continue pushing their lead forward. Let's try and guess what the next play will be. Baron's up in 10 seconds, but it's really early. We don't see teams go for that quickly. So maybe they just try and make a play around there. Pick off members of Yawn. Not going to find it. So it seems like the game state might slow down a bit.
I was going to say, you can tell that there are some conflicted calls there from the side of free agents. Corki wanted to go bot to clear out this wave and even get a recall in, try to get his package, but started making the move as we saw some of the members between these two teams start to get into a bit of a skirmish there. But I think you're right. This game's going to slow down just a little bit. Maybe they wait for this third Drake to spawn. Maybe they try to come back out on this map. You see that Corki has not taken package. I think that is just free agents saying, we do not want to start up a fight for the next few minutes.
Package on Corki. They could look for it now. Everyone's posturing on the bottom side of the map, despite the fact that Baron is the big objective on everybody's mind. But free agents already have a couple wards down around there, so they know Yawn's not on it. Yawn know that free agents are not on it, so nobody needs to be concerned. But the top wave is starting to push out here, as we see Suki looking for a potential proxy, but will actually back off. Could look to try and 1v1 here. Tamago. Neil's got to be careful because this Garen 4-1 and 2 very strong, but as the observers are pointing out here, action could happen at any time. With a J4, with a Leona, just somebody has to pull the trigger.
They want it right now. Look at this. Corki has just pushed in another wave, has gotten a reset, and Garen is so far ahead right now of the Camille. This is a dangerous proposition. They're going to try and make a trade on top side. Leona, that's a flash away from Suki, has gotten away, but Camille, I mean, it's just losing out on effectiveness, not split pushing, not able to get much.
Trifeed hasn't picked a package. That's 2 resets now, and Trifeed has not actually opted into that. Interesting choices.
I think it's a smart call, knows that he doesn't need the package quite yet. They are constantly ping-ponging waves, trying to get this mid-turret, and just always putting pressure on this bot lane is really good way to try and pull Yawn across the map, force them away from the Baron, and continue to soak resources away from them.
Now Trifeed will back. Next Dragon will be coming up here shortly, so could actually go for it, but no, he's sticking around. He's going for another wave.
You get the movement speed from it. It's 45 seconds until Drake spawns, so need to be on the map soon as possible. We'll get one last wave in, and this is so important. I mean, personally, unless we see a no contest coming out from either team, this should be the fight that breaks open the game and either brings Yawn back into the fold and puts them in the lead, or free agents to start to snowball this away from them.
They're already 4K in their own lead, and you can start to see that in items coming through here. We see 3 items completed on Soju right now. Very far ahead, a full item up over Nam, and now they might have just caught Tamago. Uses the hook shot to get over the wall. Heals up on the fruit, and there we go. Finally, package picked up right as Dragon spawned. It was all intentional. Trifeed, like you were saying, Alk, waiting for the right time.
Pretty massive now. There's no shield available for Braum for the next few seconds. If they want, they can try to go for this, but they're making the play. They're going to split for Baron. They say this Dragon doesn't matter. They're letting Sparkle solo this. They have to know that this is starting. They're on a ward, and this is so doomed now for Yawn now that they're able to catch them doing this.
Yeah, Yawn, their only hope was that free agents just didn't send anybody, that they didn't expect it to happen. The free agents say, all right, Sparkle can 1v1 the Dragon while everybody else goes and stops the Baron take. So that is a Dragon for free over to free agents. Yawn are not able to get anything on the map for it.
They tried to call their bluff, but we were talking about it throughout the day, and as we got further into the series, I just want to look at the trinkets, man. There's no sweepers. They weren't able to sweep all of the vision away from free agents, and that one pixel brush ward ends up being kind of potentially costing Yawn the game there.
And that means that Yawn now, the gold lead, still at 4K, but the Dragon stacking is coming in for free agents, and they can just look to use their gold lead for the Baron next. They don't have the package this time around. They could just wait for that, as the game still really has slowed down. It seems like neither of these teams wants to play too aggressively, wants to get caught out, but as I say, that free agents are looking to make a big play on the bottom side here. All 5 members looking to collapse. 9 caught out for the rest of the team. He will go down, but how much damage can he do beforehand? Almost trades one back on a Sparkle. Would have been the GA, but doesn't get the kill, doesn't get the cooldown of that item. It's just a kill picked up for free agents.
I mean, now they're just they're trying to pull people across the map, and I love that Yawn are trying to do that, but they're behind, and they cannot be the ones to dictate the tempo. They cannot dictate to free agents where they need to be on the map, and we'll now see them push them outside of the Baron pit. They will start to clear out vision, and now threaten Yawn with a potential win condition with 4,000 gold in their pocket. They're going to look for an engage.
Free agents hard engaging. Nam has to flash over the wall. Tries to get back to safety. His team is stuck behind a Braum ultimate, so they got to go back in, try and look for the engage. Suki doing a lot of damage on this Garen. 2 dead for Yawn, and none traded back. Actually, they did get tri-feed. Corky's picked up. That's the price here.
That's
and the
good.
Double kill! Nam sniping Soju right at the end of the play. That should stop the Baron take.
That is exactly what Yawn needed to stay into this game. If Xayah is able to stay and put down damage into this Baron, that is game over for Yawn. And they find it. Nam, who has been playing a phenomenal Varus every single time, really putting in the work and showing off his prowess on this champion. They're going to start it up now. A bunch of blinking health bars. 5 seconds still. Corky is back. This is their Hail Mary play.
Suki's behind them though with the flank. Tony's in some trouble. He should pop the GA. Goes into Ragnarok but dies for it. Nam didn't have the flash but gets away with the heal. Nine trying to play frontline. Tony has come back up after the GA, but the teleport coming in here from free agents. Tamago, that's the package. That's Tri-Feed catching out Tony. And Yuru doing what he can with the Galio engage. The Camille X ultimatum does turn the fight back in favor of Yawn. Oh, they took down Tri-Feed, traded for Tony. They don't get the Baron, but it's not disaster yet for Yawn. That could have gone way worse.
They can reset, and free agents can start up this Baron yet again. Look at how many healthy members they have. Instead, they're going to try and look to continue to pressure this top wave. I think if they were able to find that kill onto Nam, who had such low HP, that could have been their Baron for sure. We're going to continue in this state where they're just trading kills back and forth. It is still 4,000 in the lead for free agents. And I just want to note where a lot of that gold is. Look at the 80 carries right now. 2,000 in favor of Soju Rain. But really, we're looking at top lane. I mean, Garen is 13,000 gold. Him and their Xayah kind of providing a lead. Now, this is just a 1v2. If they're going to say hi, this turret should just be gone. I mean, Camille can just press Q on it and it goes away.
Yeah, but the Garen is too tanky for Camille to deal with in a 1v1 now. Actually does just go for that turret. Yeah, Suki not able to stop it. No hard CC.
Here comes Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon's up. Free agents are here first, and Yawn will try and trade it now. This is Elder Dragon. This is Elder Ocean Dragon. And Yawn will go for the Baron instead. We're taking a look at the vision toggle right now, so free agents know this is happening. They're opting for the trade. It's just going to be Baron for Elder.
All right, well, Baron does... it does last for a little bit. It'll help them with their wave push, which they've had such a hard time trying to deal versus free agents, but we're going the distance, Kangas. We're going to basically what is looking like a 20-minute game, longest that we've had all day. I can't believe it's taken us 12 games, to get to a 3-game series and a game that's going to be longer than 15 minutes. So,
well, we did have the 30k versus enemy game that I believe went like 22 minutes. That one went the distance, but there's a chance that this one goes longer the way that these teams have been playing.
They have Ocean Soul, so difficult to try and kill them. I mean, Garen presses E and you're trying to do damage to him at the same time. It's not going to happen. You're going to just get out healed the entire time. So no one really has any heal cut except for Nam, able to pick up a Grievous Wound item for himself, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They're going to need more damage and coming in quick now. The Baron should help, but look at how they're positioning. They want something.
Flashing aggressively. Not finding the engage onto Tri-Feed. They do get the turret, using this Baron effectively, but Tony's taking a lot of damage for himself. 9 chunks out Soju. This must be a pretty fed AP Galley that I just haven't been noticing the build of. Those Winds of Wars are hurting.
Every time that I play against AP Galio, it's the same thing with Seraphine. Press Q on me, and I just lose 40% of my HP. I'm like, what did I just... What just happened, guys? Come on,
That is interactive gameplay, Alk.
Yes. Look at that. I mean, Varroa, Leandries has a death cap as well. Look at this. Now, I mean, you look at Yawn, they are trying to get us so much gold and play around Nam. Nam, I mean, we haven't seen much of Tamago at this point taking some turrets, being a small kind of nuisance when it came to fighting the Garen. But no flanks just means that Yawn are going to have to play front to back, and I don't know if I'm really up to say that free agents lose that one, especially with an Ocean Drake.
The Ocean Drake is the biggest thing, because now Baron's expiring. So Yawn don't even have that to play through. They got the turret in the bottom side, the tier 2, and that was it. That did not close the gold lead. It's still 4K in favor of free agents with the Ocean Soul. Yawn, maybe they can put Camille in the side lane. Maybe they can have the split push win condition if she's able to just take turrets for free, or he can go for the big Elder once that one spawns. But right now, free agents also seem scared to make the play, to make the engage. They really only have J4 to force them. They are kind of reliant on Yawn to engage into them otherwise. And I think that's really what's slowing down this game, because the team that's ahead you'd expect to be the one making the plays, but they just can't find them.
They're not controlling the side lanes pretty well. I like so far what we've seen from this game, where they're constantly keeping the support shadowing the top laner so that they always have support and they can always try to win a 1v2. Not doing much. Camille definitely of this game to try and pick up farm, to try and just hold the top wave because of that turret being gone so early. So Camille, I think her time has came and gone, and we're looking at a game where you're right, they're kind of afraid to do anything, because both teams know you make one mistake, you are the one to make the play where you either go in at a wrong time or you get caught out and the game ends. You will just get choked out of this game.
The distance. This series, the first game 3, we're about to pass 21.5 minutes. This will be the longest game we've had on the day. No surprise. Both teams realize if they lose, that's over. Braum ultimate used, knocking up Nam. That's a big cooldown. They get flash out of Tony. There's the hard engage onto Nam. They're trying to wombo combo him, but he goes into stasis, has a Galio to help him out. But Suki gets the kill. Garen taking out Nam, and just like that, the game has exploded wide open. Free agents winning the fight, taking down the enemy AD carry, and forcing Yawn back. They still have 5. They get this Baron.
Exactly what they wanted, and that was just the tip of the Braum ultimate. Maybe that knockup doesn't land and Nam is able to get out, but they're going to find more kills. That's Tony.
They're not going
down
for the Baron. They just want Tony. Yeah, why not? You can still peel back and get the Baron afterwards, but you can also make sure that the enemy jungler has no chance of stealing and get the GA.
Oh no. Yeah, this is just game at this point. I think the timer for Nam will be fine, but 30 seconds left on Tony. That is definitely going to be difficult to try to withstand. And this is what I was talking about. This is why I haven't been the biggest fan of Olaf. Not only is it an early game vehicle, yes, but it just doesn't do much compared to other tanky bruisers that are in the jungle available to you. You can try to run into the back line, but when you're this far behind, Olaf just becomes... Olaf and Camille just are slowly losing relevance in this game.
Yeah, they have not gotten much done in the last couple of minutes. Probably the last 10, honestly, as now a 9K gold lead over to free agents. I just want to give a shout out to Stove. If you don't land that Winter's Bite, if you don't land that Glacial Fissure, that play doesn't happen.
Exactly.
And also 0-0-11 on the Braum. That is the support that you want to see on your team. So props to Stove for having a very impressive game 3. Probably the most important game of their entire day. This win would mean so much for the free agents. Yawn, we thought that they could go the distance. We liked how they looked earlier on in the day, but they have not been able to replicate that success. And now they're trying to defend under their turrets. That's a big Chains of Corruption here onto Sparkle, but there's just no follow-up damage. The Ocean Dragon Soul just keeping him alive for so long, as Tamago can't even get on top of him. The middle inhibitor turret dies. Tamago jumps back to the safety of his turret, but who's waiting for them? Butsuki. They don't even need the fight. Free agents just end the game. GG. Free agents are moving to the top 8.
Wow, and that is exactly what you wanted to see. It was a really long game compared to what we've had all day, but free agents, they finally eke out the win. I wanted to give props. You were talking about their support Stove, but I think that Sparkle and this Garen had such important roles in their team, and they played them about as excellently as possible, especially when we're looking at Suki on this Garen. A little bit of a different style compared to the Gragas that we've been seeing, but I mean, props to them, not only making it to top 8, but in a pretty good performance, all things considered.
Very strong performance, and they're the final team, baby. They made it into the top 8th. They will continue playing tomorrow. Free agents, congratulations, Team Yawn. Condolences, hearts go out to ya. Rough to have to end the day on that kind of a long series, but hey, you brought us to game 3. There's a lot of pride to having that, and there's still always next week. More qualifiers to have in the future. Alk, it's time to take a look at the top 16. And again, say goodbye to a couple of teams that are gone. And actually, I misspoke. It looks like we have 2 other series still going on right now. So we don't know who's making it out from Group 1 and Group 2. We will be finishing those off stream. So you'll have to catch up tomorrow with us to see who's the one to make it out. But congratulations to Cloud9, Enemy, 30K, Free Agents, Team Goons, and Bulbasaur for all making it out. And yeah, rough for Team Snow, Aphelion NA, Wild Rifter, Team Visual, and Yawn, the teams to be going home. We'll still wait to see between Haters, Apex is Cute, Brawler Star Pros, and Team Celestials who's making it on and who's going home. But that's it, Alk. That's day number 1 in the books for the Wild Rift Summoner Series, day 1 of Qualifier 1 for the Major 1. A lot of ones today.
Yes, it's the first circuit. You get all of that. For anybody at home, if you're looking for an updated top 8 bracket, that will be posted on the Twitter over at Twitch or twitter.com/GiantSlayerWR. So make sure you guys go check that out as soon as possible. And what a fun day of games. Got a 13 games, and on the 13th day, we got a banger of a game. I'm going to use it. That's our one for the day. Don't want to overuse that word, but
I think I said it like once or twice myself. So, but that was your first time. That was your first time for sure. So, all right, that's it, Alk. We did it. We made it through the day. Any final thoughts to close us out? The biggest one, obviously, 30K. Because we were hyping them up so much.
Yeah, 30K Enemy. Glad that they see that they were able to still get out of their group, but I'm looking forward to see what we get because Cloud9 looking like the best team. No longer in contention anymore for that spot.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? I think Enemy's looking better than Cloud9 right now. I don't know, man.
We'll see tomorrow.
We were watching different games there, but both are looking great. Yes, you're right. We will see tomorrow as all these teams will have to face off against each other to see who's making top 4 and auto qualifying for the major and who's able to take it all the way and get the best seeding possible. We'll be back again, same place, same time tomorrow for the top 8. Make sure you don't miss it. And have a good night, everybody. Alk, go get some sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.